Now let's go.
The path is soft beneath my feet. I follow
Mic.
it goes.
Yo, mic check. What up, boys? Damn, already, dude. We got a prime from Crazy Horse. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I'm just setting up. Just give me 2 more minutes, man. We're doing good, brother. Thank you very much for that prime. I'm just getting set up here. We're going to do a little bit of leveling and then maybe some PvP in a bit. We'll be doing some reacts and all types of stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Let's push it live. Hold up. Webcam is bugged. 1 second. There we go. All right, mic check 1 2. Can you guys hear me okay? Yo, Crazy Horse, thank you so much, man. Starting the stream off with 2 subs, man. You're crazy, bro. What a crazy horse. Gifting a tier 1 and a Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, man. Good morning, everybody. What's up, YouTube? How we going? Railroad Gaming. We got Devo in the house. We got Chayeon in the house. We got Luminous Links in the house. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Back in Duratar. Yeah, we're just gonna chill. I wanna get my Hardcore Warrior started. We're probably gonna do PvP most of the day, but it's kind of chill, man, to just go back to Duratar for a little bit and level. I've been meaning to get this guy going, and I've been just doing a lot of PvP, so it's cool to switch it up. But yo, great to be here with you guys. This is, yeah, it's gonna be a Hardcore Troll Warrior. I've been meaning to get this started for a while. Crazy. Thanks again, dude. Like, the subs really mean a lot, man. They support me in a big way, so thanks a lot, man. Yeah, this is the Dream Site server. We have the Hardcore add-on installed. I just installed it a second ago. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Welcome back. Already got 200 in Twitch. Very nice. So the plan today, we're going to be going, it's going to be a long stream. I'll probably be live for the next 10 hours. We're going to be doing lots of reacts. We're in the final weekend before TBC, right? The final few days. TBC goes live on the 5th. I want to see how ugly this guy is. Let's see. I don't usually go with the white hair. This is a bit new for me. I mean, like everybody else, I just go with the when you make a warrior, right, you go like red hair, berserker mode. But I don't know, I was feeling it, just a little bit of a, oh yeah, watching all that Barons, boys. No, but seriously, I mean, Troll's not a very meta race, but it's still really cool, and this is kind of a PvE character, a hardcore character, right? So I'm not tripping about it. And we're gonna follow that whole Kamisayo guide like the whole way up on this, pretty much. We're gonna I just want to try leveling a warrior in his style. So we're gonna be using like sword and board till 20, demo shop first global the whole way, and we're just gonna see if it makes a difference. This guy did not stay away from the voodoo. Great to see you, Snow Miser, man. I see you here every stream. Same with you, VCS as well, dude. Wave Cadet as well. I feel like I have some regulars now on my stream. Tuska, of course, man. Always see you every stream, bro. I really appreciate it, man. Appreciate you spending your time with me. Yeah, so we have some reacts lined up. I have 2 videos lined up. Yeah, I say we just go with the actual the Barons music for a little bit, the Duratar music, dude. We go for a little bit of a nostalgic vibe, and we just take it easy for a little bit, and then we turn up, and we can definitely get some some other music going later as we're doing some more PvP. But let me see if I can get the volume sounding good here. We'll have a nice, chill, hardcore stream for a few hours, maybe the first 4 hours of the stream. I think Bobka's getting on. And we'll be doing some Alliance pre-mades in a bit. I boosted up a Dwarf. I kind of want it even louder. I want the music and the ambience to be as loud as I can get away with, you know what I mean? Thoughts on that? Is that crazy? Is that insane? The volume? Do we go no guide as well, bro? Do we just go no RXP?
Go forward to victory.
Go no RXP. Let's see if I even have RXP. If I have RXP, I might as well use it. Hold on, let me just download it real quick. Rested XP hype. Might as well. Alright, we got it. Reload. Welcome back to the stream, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good day. Saturday, January 31st. Already February into 2026, man. Let's see, survival guide. Yeah, we'll do that. And then honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but like the standard blue rested XP looks so bad to me now. It's a whoa. Even dark mode doesn't look good. What is that, bro? The dark mode looks bad. What happened to dark mode, man? We gotta go custom, bro. Dark mode used to look fully dark mode. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. But I'm not a fan of that gray. I liked it when it was just all blacked out. Alright, we need to kill some modeled boars real quick. Just to get our battle shout. Yeah, welcome back to the stream, everybody. Hopefully the sound is okay. What up, Jewel? What up, Gino? Did you go out last night? I did. But nothing crazy, bro. Nothing degen. Just went out with my girl, and we kind of just worked. She brought her laptop. Brought my laptop, and we were just like working at a cafe until late. Yo, have you guys ever been to a not Turkish, it's similar to Turkish. It's called Yemen coffee. Yemen coffee shops. Have you been to a Yemen coffee shop? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Any Yemen coffee shop enjoyers? Show target swing. I'm not even tripping about that. We scale it. Show range. Nope. Just need that. Everything black. Why do they always make these swing timers look so trash out of the box, dude? It's like everybody just wants to have everything so colorful and so fruity. Just by default, make everything just dark mode, bro. Like, it's wild. But yeah, have you guys ever been to a Yemenese coffee shop? I'm a bit late to the game with that. STP unlock. I found out about them a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago. Yo, Romy's in the house. Yo, real talk. Sorry about your marriage, but selfishly, it's fucking awesome having you in all the time now. Oh, thanks, Stoneface. Yeah. Good morning, Gino. Romis on the 5 stream streak. Love to see that, man. Nowhere. You boosting another tune? This is hardcore, lady. This is hardcore. Good to see you, bro. We're gonna play a little hardcore in the morning. I'll be doing some like more sweaty pre-mades in the afternoon, evening with Babka and that. But it's nice to switch it up, bro. This is the only real way I actually feel connected to the game from like an immersive standpoint, you know. I don't know if you guys are the same way. It's hardcore, really. It's really just hardcore. When you feel when you're it's a mode, man. It's a toggle. Like, does anybody feel me? Like there's kind of just like sweaty, normal, min-max like mode where you're just playing the game how you actually want to play the game in a way. I don't know. You need both, actually. It's just a yin and a yang. Hardcore's goated. A regular way to play is pretty awesome too, honestly. They're both pretty fun, you know. But thank God for hardcore. If there wasn't hardcore, there wouldn't be balance in the force, right? There would not be balance. Hardcore Valley of the Trails peak vibes, bro. Yo, someone off the top of the head. What's that FFX glow command? I know someone knows off the top of the dome. FFX glow 1. Anybody happen to know top of the head? I want to make sure we're enjoying Durcar properly here. I balance between retail and hardcore. The contrast feels so good. What's the countdown overlay? Where's the countdown overlay? Right? That'd actually be kind of good. That's actually a good call. So for launch. FFX glow 0. It's like FFX glow. I think I have it on already. Oh yeah, dude. Oh my, it's a crime against humanity that this is on by default. Look at that, guys. Like, just actually take a look at that. That's a crime against humanity. This is default settings for Duratar. What did they do to my boy? Bro, that is a criminal act. That is a criminal. That is a misdemeanor to have Duratar look like this out of the box. Bro, holy shnikes. Unplayable. But then you do FFX, then you do console FFX. Watch. Watch. Ready? Watch the difference. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man. It's the FFX Glow 0 command. I don't know what that is or why that exists, but it basically, the FFX Glow command exists to grief Duratar. It's the grief Duratar command. So we turn it off and then it looks way better, pretty much. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. So yeah, State of Azeroth, boys. State of housing hype. I'm not even tripping. It's just funny, man. I with each day I'm realizing kind of like how outnumbered we are, right? But it's as classic players. But it is what it is, bro. Just give us the trilogy, we'll be fine. It's all that stuff, bro. Like pretty much even just the transition to mobile, the transition to cutesy stuff, like all of it. Like the crazy thing is, it's like working to a certain extent, right? Like that's actually modern gaming. It's modern gaming, and that's what the people want. Can you group with another HC character? Is that allowed? I think a lot of those restrictions that we had back in the day are a lot more relaxed now. I think you can just play the game. I don't think there's any restrictions in terms of like who you group with or what you do. Those were like the old school community add-on days. Yeah, but yo, welcome to the stream, boys. If you're just tuning in right now, new hardcore character hype. We're on a troll hardcore warrior. We're going to be leveling Kamisayo style. Following his guide. I know a lot of you guys have seen his leveling guide. We watched it on stream a bit. I've been excited to try it and see how it feels. So we'll be leveling with spirit, with shield, sword and shield. He was able to level a hardcore warrior solo self-found in 3 days and change played. Hardcore solo self-found. So we're gonna be starting that off today. I have also a hardcore hunter that I started. Is level 8 at the moment, just getting rested and stuff. We'll probably spend the first half of the stream just talking, doing reacts, leveling this warrior, enjoying the sights and sounds of Duratar and the Barrens. My friends, welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hope you had a good week. Able to get some gaming in this weekend. Get something on the barbecue. Eat something good, drink something good. But yeah, so back to my little point about Yemenis coffee shops. There's a coffee shop. It's a chain around me. It's called Haraz Coffee. These Yemenis coffee shops are open late. So if you look at a Starbucks or any sort of normal cafe, a lot of them close around like 5 p.m. I'd say 4 p.m. You know, they're serving avocado toast in the morning and then they wrap up in the early afternoon. These Yemenis coffee shops, I assume maybe Turkish coffee shops are the same way. They open late. Like they open at like 3 and they're open till like midnight. And in the off chance we have someone from that culture or those cultures in the chat, I'd love to understand why. But I think that they're like late night coffee drinkers. Their coffee is different, man. Like they serve it in like actually it's like a spiced coffee. It tastes really good, man. It's really good. And also their tea, if you guys ever had like Thai iced tea or whatever, you've had like those types of black tea with milk and sugar. I love their coffee, but I actually like their tea even more. So the coffee is served in like basically like a copper kind of kettle pot thing, and you pour a tiny amount and you sip it, and it's very strong. and the grinds are at the bottom, but it's kind of like okay to drink the grinds, and it's so much taste. It's phenomenal, honestly, and it's very strong, and also very expensive. Like if you buy like a large pot of tea, it's like 26 bucks. But you know, it's got quite a few cups in there. But you know, like I'll split like a large pot of tea with my girl. But it's a really nice vibe. They have like, you know, tapestries up on the wall, and there's lots of like kind of like Middle Eastern people there at night, and they're like playing board games and talking and chatting. There's like a really like energetic atmosphere and good ambience. And anyway, like I discovered all this recently. I didn't know this really existed. I know my dad like worked in Turkey for a while, and he was telling me how their coffee is like super strong and stuff. But tea in Afghan was sweet. Weird take, but how do you think hardcore would work on retail? Not really sure. I don't really know too much about retail, but I asked the chat yesterday why retail people, like why wouldn't fresh work on retail? Because I love fresh, you love fresh, we all love fresh, we all scream for ice cream. If you're a classic Andy, I want to believe that you're not afraid to go again, and like it's fun to develop your character as well, but it's also usually more fun to run it back with good people. So I was kind of asking in the chat yesterday, like why wouldn't fresh work on retail? Why is there no desire for fresh? And one of the first pieces of commentary back to me was basically your level cap in like a couple hours. So there's not really your level cap from 1 in like 5 hours or something. You know what I mean? So there's not much there as far as the leveling goes. Yeah, let's put our XP bar like here, make it a little bit. Cast bar above it. There we go. Oops, it's a little bit too big. Yeah, sorry. I actually really like it. How do you guys like this UI, by the way? I really like it, man. I really like it. I've seen, you know, multiple types of dark mode UI layouts and stuff like that, but I really like it, man. It's very inviting for me to play, just like the opacity, everything just like, it's dark, it has structure. I want to make my swing timer a little bit thinner though. Let's go height. There we go. Might be a little too thin. Okay. Leveling in retail is basically a prolonged tutorial. Turkish coffee is hardcore, no sugar, no milk. I think that they can drink it with sugar and milk though. They had their teas though, man. The coffee is really good, but the teas actually are the most banging thing. I would encourage you. Like sometimes you guys might need a late night spot to work. Some people work better at night, or maybe you have kids and you can only get work done at night. That's like the best time to accomplish it, like maybe after they go down or whatever. Yeah, look into like Turkish coffee shops. That's been my go-to. Classic, the game starts at level 1. Retail game starts at 90. Kind of hard to hear you over the sound effects. Okay. Turn it down a bit. Thanks for that. Music's okay though, guys? Are we all feeling immersed, yo? Are we immersed in the beautiful sights and sounds of Duratar, the ballad of our childhood? In Lebanon, we drink Turkish coffee, basically. It's good, very strong. In Southeast Asia, Starbucks open until midnight. Yeah, there are some Starbucks that are open. I am getting the point that, like, I can drink a Starbucks, and I can drink it, and it gets the job done. but I extract very little enjoyment from it. It's not that I'm even like some super giga bougie coffee drinker. Like I like my Dunkin' Donuts. I like a Mickey D's cup of coffee is fine too, you know. But like I for some reason it's like becoming less and less tasty with each cup. Like I can hardly taste it now with Starbucks, bro. It's so muted, the taste of the coffee. Even if you get the blonde roast, even if you try some tricks and stuff, like it has like no taste, man. Their coffee is moldy trash. Do you like French press for coffee? I do, yeah. I do like French press. Pour over French press. It's all quite good. It's just a pain in the ass to make. If someone else makes it for me, it'd be banging. But I miss my espresso machines, guys. I have some really nice espresso machines because I have a coffee shop. I have them in storage right now. I need to bust them out. I have to say, like, a really nice espresso machine, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's so worth it. It brightens your day with every day. Like every time you get to use it, it feels like a joy. You know what I mean? It must be the same feeling people get when they have like a really nice car that they love, that they can just like feel connected with the road. But like I have a La Marzocco Linea Mini, not the Micra, but the Mini. Some of you might know which one I'm talking about. All blacked out, nice red stamp, La Marzocco stamp on it, and it just pulls beautiful shots, bro. And it's so fucking tasty. Like compared to Starbucks and stuff, it's like it's not even remotely close, dude. And I've been having it in storage, right, for like months now. I miss it, man. The whole ritual I miss, man. The grinding it, the steaming of the milk, like just making it exactly how you want, like the exact right temperature on the milk, the exact kind of like silky like development of the sugar in the milk, like, you know what I mean? I've just been like drinking Starbucks or whatever because I'm not really too worried about it. I just need some caffeine. But I miss it. I think I gotta bust it out again. Feel you. I love my Lavazza capsule coffee machine too. Oh yeah, Lavazza. That's a good company, Lavazza. I've had their beans before. Yo, brother, how many hours straight we planning for the first day of Dungeon Cleave TBC hype? Yo, I'm glad, bro. You're still down, right, Shades? You're still down? That's awesome. What I was thinking, man, I talked with Jerome about it this morning. I think we probably don't need this many hours, because I do think we're gonna blast, actually. I do think we're gonna blast. But I think if we go 8, if we plan for 18 on the first session, right? We leave the stream up, like we sleep. I'll literally go sleep on my bed behind me on stream. I don't give a fuck. I'll just mute it so you can't hear me snoring. And then we get up, like we sleep for a couple hours, right? And then we get up and we bust out 12. I think we're done, dude. An 18er into a 12 and we're done. You know, I think that's going to be enough time to get it all done, especially if we can just like request the 61. It should be enough time. You know, people were saying that, like, honestly, if you're just like a questing Andy and you're just going about your business, even just planning for like 4 hours a level is reasonable. But I mean, we're going to be doing it pretty efficiently, bro. We're literally a spell cleave, double Shadow Fury, like, and we're gonna be gaming, right? I think it's gonna be fine, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna do like a subathon or something. I've never done a subathon before in my life. Don't know how it works, but Jerome is gonna come up with the concept of it. If you're down, Shades, I think we should just co-stream the whole thing, bro. It'll be so fun, man. It'll be really fun. You know, those type of launch events only come every so often, so something like that would be really cool. And that's coming up, and I actually feel not terrified of it because I've been streaming a lot of hours. Some of you guys have been here, right, and been seeing it. Like, bro, I've been streaming like 10 hours a day, so we're building ourselves back up to be able to handle like an 18.
Go forth to victory.
Charge hype. Coolest ability in the game, possibly hype. Yo, is charge the coolest ability in the game, guys? Might be, right? Might be. Yeah, that's the reason why I grind it so much, by the way, is, and I don't know why they don't include this in the rested XP guides, Because if you look at like every 1 to 10 speed run, if you look at like every 1 to 20 speed run, like they grind until basically you're returning to the zone on your first wave of turn-ins and dinging 4. And I'm not sure why they don't include it in the RXP guides, but it's just almost like every single class does that exact same thing because it's just so good. Like the mobs are so free. They give, you know, insane XP relative to how fast you kill them. You get critical amounts of money. So, you know, we just completed our first little quest arc and we're just 4 already. That's the way to do it, man. It's like the Baron's Boys shorts. I'm so fucking down. Sounds like a blast. Hell yeah, let's do it, boys. How's everyone leveling, guys? You guys gonna just level natty, like, you know, questing and shit, or are you gonna go dungeon grind? My thing is, man, is it's really not a race. It's only a race, like, it's only, I just want to be efficient with my time. You know what I mean? It's not actually a race, but you want to be efficient with your time. You feel me? You feel me? Like, you have a lot of characters to level. The season's coming up, and I don't think there's always going to be people down to dungeon cleave. I don't know, man. Like, it's going to get harder. Like, even right now, like the queues for BG is probably a bit slower than it was at the beginning. Like, people at the start of an expansion, like, they're down to dungeon cleave. But, you know, 3 months in, are you going to find people that are going to willing to do an 18 into a 12? I don't think so. You might not even have it in you, bro. You might not have that dog in you anymore, right? So just, people are down at the start. Just go do it, bro. Rip the fucking band-aid off and just get it done. And then maybe you just like level your other characters a little more natty once it calms down. But I don't really mind the dungeon cleave so much, man. It's actually kind of fun. Like, there are times where it's really boring, but what I think we should do, Shades, because I've done multiple dungeon cleaves now. I've probably done like half a dozen, right? Dungeon cleave multiple. On 2019 summer 2019 classic, I dungeon cleaved 2 characters back to back. The next day after like hitting 60, I just immediately jumped on my mage and dungeon cleaved again. I was fucking built different back then, dude. But you know what we should do, bro? Ideally, we almost have like someone else who can kind of heal on an off spec or something, and as long as you can have that, you can basically plan in some breaks. Like, one person can just have the other people on follow. So like, even though we're cleaving, dude, like, you can basically take like, you know, a few minutes off. Like, you'd have to like maybe come out and enter the dungeon, but you could do a couple runs and just like go outside, get some fresh air, you know, maybe just like do some push-ups or something, take a shower, and like you have someone on follow, right? Like, and we can all rotate doing that, and we'll just ping each other like when you need to like go back in and out of the dungeon. But especially if we do that, man, and we're all, it's just like good vibes, no one's crashing out, no one's tilting, like, it should be really, really fucking good, dude. Really good. Honestly, I love the dungeon cleave. Chilling in disc with the boys, always a good time. Do you know what know a launch time on Thursday? Oh, what's up, Hammer Dance? What's up, dude? How's it going? What's that like 17 thing you have next to your name? Is that like that's like a crazy thing. Oh, TwitchCon 17. Oh, wow. Oh, that's crazy, man. What's up, man? Yeah, does anybody know the launch time by chance? What up, Token? How's it going, bro? Who you leveling with? So far, I know it's Shades and Jerome. Jerome's going Priest, I think, right? If you go Shaman, that'd be sick, too. But I think he's going to go Priest. I think I heard him say that. But Shades and I are going... dude, I'm so hyped. I feel like Shades is going to be so fun to dungeon cleave with, bro. We're going to just be joking around and bantering, and we'll all be co-streaming. It's going to be lit, man. I'm actually really, really looking forward to it, man. We'll be going double Warlock. I think I'm going to go Shadow Fury. The first time round, I went Felguard. I can't remember why, though. I went Felguard Soul Link the first time around. I think partially because there wasn't dual spec, and we were going to raid as that spec as well. Like, we went Demo right out of the gate the first time around at TBC. But it's got to be Shadow Fury, right? It's got to be Shadow Fury. Dude, Shadow Fury's fucking busted, man. Yeah, but the other thing is, though, the only other consideration is TBC. We'd almost have to like go do the polls, because if they're not huge polls, and maybe you can only handle one group at a time, like we double Shadow Fury like 4 mobs or something. Is that super good comparatively to having 2 Fel Guards, like just run in there and just start cleaving everything? You know what I mean? I was pretty try-hard the first time around. I feel like I researched it a lot, and people were basically saying to go Fel Guard. We had a Spell Cleave build the first time around. But now just using my brain, trying to think for myself. Yeah, I feel like Shadow Fury is the move. You know, I think Grays should just Dungeon Cleave with us. Hot take. Where's Grays at? He actually said, guys, he's going to play on Night Slayer. I don't know if he was just having a moment of weakness. Did anybody catch him? I went into his stream. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, I think I got to just like play on Night Slayer. Like, I think like the PvP arc is like, I swear he said that. That was just a momentary lapse in judgment. Because I swear he was going to do hardcore and that was going to be his whole server first thing, but I'm just not sure anymore. But it would be a sick opportunity, right? Like all of us co-streaming together, we'd probably have hella viewers. Yeah, it'd be sick. Imagine, dude. Imagine Gray's back on the prop pally. Gray's back on the prop pally hype. Yeah, dude, troll is sick. So, like I said, if you're tuning into the stream right now, you don't know what's going on. This is a hardcore character. I got my name, Kargoz HC. This is an old school name for me. And the good thing about Troll is it's basically the most busted speedrun race. Why, guys? Why? Some people in the chat may not know. Why is Troll, beyond a shadow of the doubt, the most busted, like absolutely like universally confirmed best race for like speedruns? Point blank period, better than everything else by a country mile. Why? Yeah, combat, is it just combat, or is it, do you get bonus regen outside of combat too? Let me look at it. Yeah, regeneration, it's this right here. Health regeneration so you just health regeneration rate increased by 10%, and then 10% of your total health regeneration may continue in combat. So like that is just like bonus, like you kind of scale better with spirit. You're like always regenning in combat. Like it's just insane if you add up the entire slash played of how much health that's healing you for, especially if you kind of double down on spirit. And honestly, bro, like even like the plus beast damage, kind of crazy, right? Kind of the plus beast damage. So yeah, we're not gonna be setting any records here. Obviously, I'm no like tactics or kamisayo by any means, but it's hardcore solo self-found. We're gonna be basically like a tanky boy on this guy, using shield, copying the kamisayo strat. Should be a good time. Spirit regen and beast damage. That's right. Guys, am I cooked for leveling both herbalism and mining for TBC? What do you mean, like for your main? Leveling herbalism and mining? For your main. I don't know, bro. To each their own. I definitely wouldn't do that myself, though. Like if it was I would just, those gathering things you'd want to have on an alt, and you'd want to have it on like a druid or something that can like fly around and but maybe if you're a druid, right, and you're leveling really fast and you can just like go free farm stuff. But to be honest, bro, it's looking like boosting is going to be in the game, and if boosting's in the game, that's how you make gold. It's kind of a bummer though, man. If boosting's in the game, you're basically making minimum wage for your oiling. It's like you either boost people and make like pretty insane gold, or you're getting paid like pennies on the dollar, you know? Like it's I'm not the best gold man. You can make a lot of money with JC, actually. I've done it before multiple times. JC is pretty sick for making money. Even if there's tons of people doing gems and stuff, you're just prospecting, and the trick of it, bro, for JC is you just have to constantly post and repost. So it's kind of annoying, but if you just constantly post and repost, 100 times better than gathering. 100 times. You don't leave the city, man. You just stay in the city. You just keep scanning. You have an auction house app, right? You just keep scanning all the gems, and you're just staying aggressive and reposting your shit under other people's gems, right? You try to get some good recipes. You try to get consistent, and then actually at some point you break people's spirit and they stop contesting you, and then you start farming so hard too. That happened to me a little bit in Watlika. What does that do? Post and repost? Like basically you post gems on the auction house, right? And then somebody else is doing the same thing as you, and they're posting their gems for like 1 copper below, right? And you post so then you cancel yours, so you basically post it at the minimum duration. You post yours at the minimum duration, right? And because it takes the least auction house fee, and then you just keep reposting yours under theirs. They repost theirs under yours, and you just keep doing that over and over and over again. And ideally, you have a couple recipes that are a little more rare. So you don't really want to target the ones that everybody has. Like you want to get like 1 or 2 recipes that are kind of rare. Like you farm them or you buy them for. Maybe you invest, the earlier the better, right? Like you invest a couple 100 gold, maybe 1,000 gold in some rare JC gem recipe, and then you kind of soft target that one, you know what I mean? And the believe it or not too, the thing is I actually feel like I would crush it with JC this time, because I just created all the season 1 BIS list for all the classes, right, for PvP, and now I understand who needs what. Like pretty much all the gems are needed, guys. It's so weird. You wouldn't think so, but they are. So they are, bro. Like everything purified shadow pearl to like some classes and specs will go just gem full crit. Some do split gems and they do like half AP, half crit. Some are full spell power, right? Some are spell hit. Like, bro, you actually use all the gems. There's not really bad gems. All the gems are kind of used, you know? So yeah. You mean undercut? Yeah, you undercut. Alex Central? Why? What happened to Alex Central? Why did that come up? What's up, Binster? Sorry, my bad. I'm kind of like in an ADHD, like tunnel vision right now. I haven't looked at the chat too much. Doomhouse server? No, we're on Dream Scythe. Dream Scythe. Need to catch up with Grays. 5-head strategy. Think that'll be best for the long term, 100%. Wouldn't there be bots? They're like for undercutting gems. Maybe. I mean, are they like new AI bots like that didn't exist during Wrath? Because like, I'm not some auction house genius, but like every time I've had jewel crafting, it's made me insane money. You know, I think your brain is superior to the bots. If you're just sitting there and you're refreshing and you're looking at the gems and you're targeting certain gems and you just like, this is the thing about it too though. You don't create too many with one. Like you have to have like a portfolio of gems. Like you don't want to go too crazy and just flood one. You know what I mean? So you just maybe put like 4 listings up at a time for like a couple of the main ones that you're trying to sell. And like, yeah, you just stay aggressive. You just like cancel, repost, cancel, repost, cancel, repost. What I did actually is actually, hold up. I just remembered something. Ideally, you don't get jewel crafting on your main that you're trying to play all the time. You get it on an alt that you can keep at the city nonstop. I actually had a alt named like Gem God X or whatever. I'm pretty sure I was just trolling. Like that was actually the name of them. Oh, I'm missing a scorpion tail. God damn it. Hold on, I think there are some scorpions here. And you pretty much just, you can kind of scare people too, bro. Like if you literally keep someone keeps reposting gems underneath your gems and their character name is Gem God X, like you're like, what the heck is this? Like this guy's like a gem specialist, and they get scared, like, you know. So but you want to be in the city nonstop, right? So I actually think that's the big brain way to do it, is you keep your jewel crafter in the city at all times, and you pretty much ideally have it on another account so that you can just play you can just play your character, like your main character, and then your gem guy's always in the city posting and reposting, you know. Gem God X. Yeah, if anybody in Sky Fury remembers in my guild, And then the prospecting works the same in TBC as Wrath, guys. Because when my biggest gem empire was on Wrath. Like I had like unlimited gold on Wrath, but I don't know if I did it quite to the same capacity in TBC. But you know how you can buy ore and then prospect it with the ability, with the jewel crafting ability, and it basically gives you gems.
May your blades never dull.
It's been a while. I'm trying to remember. Does it give you shitty gems too? Is it a combo? I think you can. Yeah, it can roll like shitty gems. It can roll good gems. You might be able to. Yeah, I can't remember if the green gems are actually used. I think they kind of were, but it wasn't really worth it. Like they would sell a little bit. If people are really broke and they just ding and they need something to just throw in their gear, they would get the shitty gems, like the green ones. Oh wait, is there no more quantity? There's no more quantity for thrones. Holy smokes, that's so juicy. TBC is Classic Plus. What happened to your pally? Okay. It's yeah, it's bad. What happened to my pally? So I was playing on a laptop. I was playing at my girl's house. I was in bed. Couldn't really sleep. So, you know, I get the laptop up. I'm playing like just on the bed with a trackpad, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna like play some like hardcore. Like, I'll just right click mobs, you know, PvE, it's fine. I'm in Stone Talon with the trackpad, killing those, like doing the deep moss spider egg quest. So you know you loot the eggs, and then after the little spiders come out, right? And then if you don't kill the spiders fast enough, the matriarch comes out. So everything was going all right. I had already killed a bunch of matriarchs. I'm at like 50% health or something, right? So matriarch spawns. And it crits me, I shit you not, guys, like, no exaggeration, on God, all my life, 4 times in a row. Crit, and overkills me by 4. Crit. And it was a 22, and I was 20. So it's not like I'm getting crushed or anything like that. It crits me 4 times in a row. And like I still had lay on hands and stuff. I was just being like a little bit greedy with it because I was still actually pretty healthy. But it just fucking Kamehameha me, and I died. So I died at like level 20 in Stone Talon. Crit. Yo, just curious, how long did it take you to make RXP? It was an iterative process. I mean, how the origin story of it was pretty much, I had been working with Brandung, this designer. We'd been already doing a lot of stuff together. Hardcore Challenge had already existed, and we were actually on a roll. We were making really dope art assets. I don't know if anybody played Bloodsail back in the day, or if you remember, but Brandung and I were cooking up some heat, man. We made like really cool hardcore logo, camera frames, all types of stuff, made a website together. We had like some cool merch going. It was just like, we were on a roll, you know, just creating this like cool brand of hardcore. We were getting a lot of steam. It was like picking up a lot of steam, right? People were like really enjoying the hardcore runs. Community was growing. And just, I had like a good amount of viewers and stuff on the stream too, right? So like, that's kind of when I first met Tactics. It was Tactics and Seven. So Tactics and Seven leaves. They had been working during the beta like tirelessly. They both basically had no stream presence at all. Like Tactics wasn't even like a streamer back then. He was just a guy. But they had been working on like a really good horde leveling route. And Alliance pretty much always got all the love for leveling routes when it comes to this game, because people thought for the longest time that like Horde is shit pretty much for like speedruns and stuff. Like, so the Alliance routes were like very refined, very good, especially like Night Elf Hunter route was always very refined, right? But no one had a really good way of stitching the Horde route together, because it's not nearly as like linear as Alliance. So they came up with a really good route for Horde. Had really no UI, no add-on, nothing to it. And then we pretty much like connected with the first guy to make guide lime roots for WoW. Like, pretty much made guide lime WoW roots, like the first ones. He was a Night Elf Hunter player named Zorant. Private server dude. Been running, speed running Night Elf Hunter, same level as Ompi, just like insanely good at it. Did dozens of runs to 60 just for no good reason. There's no money in that. There's nothing to be, there's no glory in that. No one gives a shit. Like, even back then there was Jonah, rest in peace to the GOAT. He had a speedrunning Discord, but there was basically like 10 people in it that cared about speedruns. So there's no glory, there was no community, there was not a dollar to be made with any of this stuff. But Zorant was familiar with Lua, and he was familiar with add-ons, and he basically like made guideline, the first guy to make guideline routes for like Alliance. So he had like insane Alliance routes. Tactics in 7 had this insane like kind of like newly, oh my god, please, oh I got it, oh you fudge. Okay, I will invite you, bro. I will take the fucking high road, bro. I will take the high road, bro. He's trying to fucking snipe it, but yeah, but yeah, so like Tommy had the Tactics in 7 had the best like horde route for like Duratar and stuff, right? Zorant had all the had like the Night Elf side of the Alliance routes, right? Really, really refined. And then Tommy, you guys know Tommy Salami, right? You know, he's a character. He had like the cracked Elwyn route, so he had already been like, he had all the 1 to 10 records. You know, he was like obsessed with speedruns as well. He had like the really good no mage route. He had studied all of Joker's routes and stuff like that. And so we put all the pieces together pretty much. So we had a designer, a really, really good designer, and I'm pretty much a designer as well. Just, you know, not really an illustrator, but a designer. And then Brandon, and then Tactics and Tommy, and we were all come from like private server backgrounds. We'd all been playing the game forever, and we just decided to like basically put all these routes together and over engineer, make like the best guide like that has ever been made, pretty much. And like, if you look at it, dude, like, no disrespect, I'm not even part of RXP anymore. I left years ago, so I have no stake in the game. I haven't even, have you heard me one time say use my code for it? I haven't even said that one time since I've been back. You know, you can if you want. It's still, my code still exists if you want to go buy it and put in Kargoz in the referral code. But so I have no stake in this anymore. But it is a fact. It is like the best guide ever made by a country mile. And it doesn't come from a place of wanting to exploit the community. It comes from like almost like a place of like, these are people that were speed running the game when there was no money to be made, just because, honestly, just out of like autistic obsession with vanilla WoW. And I've always loved like 1 to 10 speedruns, 1 to 20 speedruns. Even myself, I've tried a bunch of times. I have like YouTube videos of me speedrunning to 10 and stuff. Like, we all just like had this weird autistic love for leveling in WoW, right? So we put it all together. We literally put in like logout skips, all like the speedrunner tips and tricks. Like, this had never been done before, right? Like, Jonah's guide was okay, and it was pretty solid, but it's, I mean, it wasn't even remotely close, right? Like, to the type of stuff we put in RXP. Same with Zygos. They're just kind of like generic, like decent routes, but there was no 5-head tips and tricks. There was nothing crazy. Like, so we put it all together, and yeah, the product just sold itself. I mean, anybody who just tried it was instantly like, holy shit, this is like the best thing ever. It was almost too good though. That's the only problem with it. It was like literally almost too good that it kind of made you not want to think for yourself and just follow the arrow. Because it was like, anytime you tried to think for yourself, you realized, oh shit, the arrow is just way better, it's 10 times better. You know, it's connecting all the breadcrumbs from all the cities. And there's a lot of like, you know, cool like dope features in that and stuff too. Sorry, I went on a ADHD rampage again. I didn't look at the chat in like 10 minutes. What up, Kuzo? I too just blindly follow the all-knowing arrow. Bro, you're the king of HC. You started the whole movement. Thanks, man. Why not use berserking on CD? Oh, if I'm not, I'm just griefing. It's on cooldown right now though. It ruined private service for me every time I try to do turtle while I quit because no rested XP.
Fight well, friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blood and thunder, strength and honor.
It's just an interesting thing for me because a lot of people have negative feedback towards RXP. They think it's like a bad thing. I'm not exactly sure why. I honestly think they hate on it because it was just so successful, is my guess. I actually think that's why people hate on it, because people just clearly knew it was selling like crazy and like everybody was using it. That's why they got a lot of hate. Because there had already been leveling guides and stuff forever, dude. Zygor had been around for like 10 years. Joanna had been around for 10 years. There's other ones too. There's Doogie Guide. There's all types of other ones too. But the other piece of the puzzle of why it became so successful is that like we were endemic to the streaming space. So like we already had hella connections within the streaming side of things. We already knew pretty much all the streamers already. At least for me, my roots like went as deep, like super deep, right? So I'd already like talked with all the streamers, like knew like 90% of them. And like we weren't greedy, bro. We like literally had like super aggressive affiliate splits. So if people sold a guide or something, they would make a huge chunk of it, like almost the lion's share. And that was like insane for people. So like it actually, the incentives aligned for everybody, the people that promote it, the customers liked it, that it just exploded. It just exploded. And then hardcore was exploding too. Hardcore was growing like crazy. So I think a lot of people like conspiracy tinfoil hat was like, oh, the RXP thing is in bed with the hardcore thing. And in reality, I mean, there's some truth in that just because there were just multiple projects that I was working on, right? But that's really the origin story. There's nothing more to it than that. It was just a bunch of private server homies, autistically obsessed with leveling, different routes, came together, put it all together. We had an add-on guy, we had a designer, we had access to streamers, and it just took off. Yeah. Why'd you leave? I was kind of done with WoW in general. I didn't really like that version of myself. I was getting, honestly, man, if I'm being completely honest with you, like the whole griefing situation really took a toll on me as well. I mishandled some situations internally. It was like actually kind of like a lot of pressure in a weird way, like trying to run the hardcore community. And there's a lot of situations I didn't handle the best. Like I had some drama with people, and like I was just kind of fried, and I was like, you know what, man, I knew like hardcore was going to come out already, like, and I was happy for that. And part of me was thinking to myself, all right, that's kind of like my legacy to the game. I think I'm done with this now. And I was able to, get a nice W with all the RXP stuff, with the hardcore stuff. Like this is a good bookend to all of this. I think it's time to grow up and move on to greener pastures. So I just pulled the plug on everything. Kargoz actually showed up at my house. I don't know how he even got my address and held me up in gunpoint until I bought the RXP guide. Yeah, that's right.
Come get the
Who you be? Hello, Mom. See you later.
But yeah, I mean, most people think that
Greetings, man.
like RXP is like my thing, right? But I was just one guy. Like I was just one guy working on it. There was like 6 of us. You know what I mean? So it's by the Tomahawk.
Busy.
There we go. That's a big juicer weapon right there. Level 6. Got a T-clap.
Talk to me.
What up, Kuzo? Good to see you, man. How's everyone doing? What you guys up to right now? Are you grinding BGs right now? AV weekend? Okay, this wants us to do mucus and then coal car base. Okay. It's actually crazy though that throwing weapons doesn't have a limit anymore. Kind of weird, because hunters still have ammo. What up, G-Lols? How you doing, man? Glad you took a break and came back even stronger, bro. Content's been great for the last few days. Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm trying to actually, full transparency to you guys, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do and what I want to stand for, right? I don't want to be an opinionless Blizzard shill. I really don't. And there are some unhinged Blizzard shills. Like, if you think I'm unhinged in one direction, there are people equally as unhinged in the other direction towards shilling for Blizzard right now, that it's absolutely, like, borderline just hilarious. Like, the damage control, the damage mitigation, the absolute cope they're just huffing, dude. Like, it's they're first round draft picks to that ambassador program, bro. That ambassador program is so cringe, and like I honestly, I feel like they're acting in the way they're acting because they want to be part of that or something. And I'm like, dude, this is just wild. But at the same time, I don't want to be like a negative Nancy. Like, I don't want my, my brand and my legacy to the game to be associated with like just a Blizzard like doomsayer at the same time, So I'm trying to strike that balance right now where I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you guys, because I do believe that there are people like me out there that honestly, the modern day Blizzard is just such a disappointment, right? Like, there is no Warcraft with it. It's unrecognizable, the product they have. They're like beyond soft, beyond, like, it's literally Paw Patrol. It's like World of Paw Patrol. And I want to keep going with those takes, but my perspective on it is I need to also keep creating. I need to like keep adding value rather than just, which I'm doing, We're doing these PvP like master classes that I'm recording, and even if it's not like some widespread, viral video, it's still helping people and it's productive, right? So that's how I'm navigating that. Like, I want to keep it real with you guys with my takes on how I see Blizzard, and Blizzard is just honestly, bro, it's just lame and cringe. Like, but I also want to keep building stuff for the community that's positive, so that like I don't sway too far in that direction. Because I've had some good like feedback recently where people are like, "Yeah, you're going too far with it. Like, you're going too far with it. You're just like." So I'm trying to be mindful of all that feedback. It's just, do I want to stop? Do I want to stop being real with my thoughts on Blizzard and Classic Plus? Because all creators would be able to relate with this. When you are negative on stream and you make videos that are inherently negative, it's lose-lose. Like, it's actually lose-lose. It's just not like good. It's not good. It's not good vibes. It's not good optics in any way. But it's also kind of a trap, because then you just become a fake shill. You know what I mean? I want to watch a video with Metagoblin. Yo, Metagoblin, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I used to kind of like not even like him so much, but he's actually become super based. And I want to play this video by Metagoblin. I watched it yesterday, but I kind of want to watch it again. It was sick. Blizzard shilling is profitable. The only sad part is how the shillers start believing their own shit because it's easier than constantly fighting cognitive dissonance. I mean, I honestly just think they're trying to become a Blizzard ambassador, dog. Like, I don't know if they believe what they're saying or what, but like, here, let me play this thing by Metagoblin, okay? It's called "Classic Players Are Pissed Off." Let me see.
Bad habit, guys, I know, but absolutely
Can you hear that? Okay, how's the volume in
for
that?
this video. So I haven't really made.
Oh, also, yo, if you're on YouTube, could you like the stream really quick if you get a second? Also, make sure you're subscribed and followed on Twitch. That'd be great too. But here, window capture. We're just gonna put it in the bottom right. Let me react to some stuff. Like I said, I already watched this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna try to pretend like I didn't. I already watched it, and I was honestly, I was like, dude, is this like the new Metagoblin? Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, Metagoblin's so based. I actually think, dude, you probably see it with myself too. For those of you who followed me a while, Metagoblin was kind of in my same wave of content creators, right? There was a lot of us. It was honestly, it was like Tips Out. I mean, maybe I was a little bit before that. But like Metagoblin was part of my wave actually. We started like making content around the same time. Frostadamus was in there. A few of the people, like, we kind of become like hardened over time, and like I see similarities in myself and Meta. Like, we were like all like a little bit more happy-go-lucky before, like years before, and now we're kind of like grizzled, you know. Like I like sense some similarity in myself and Meta and Frost and Grays even, and like, you just like been around for long enough that like something happens to you. But let me play this video. Is that like your 12th character? Yeah. All right, here we go. Yo, what up, Nom Nom? Yeah, I'm playing some hardcore and just taking it easy, just being immersed and stuff. I think Bobby's gonna get on later. We're gonna do some pre-mades. All right, so this video is called "Classic Players Are Actually Angry About This." Okay, here we go.
I don't know, but absolutely.
The top comment is so funny
needed
too, bro.
For this video. So I haven't really made an opinionated piece.
Angry. The top comment, bro, is angry millennial Brit smokes a cigarette and complains about the housing crisis. It's too funny, bro. It's obviously kind of satirical, but like, here we go.
Out for quite a while, because obviously I'm having to pump out all of the guides. It's become very obvious that Blizzard are getting away with absolutely moronic decisions at the minute, especially in the classic WoW scene. I mean, today I'm talking about this State of Azeroth. This State of Azeroth podcast stream, whatever it is. As far as I am concerned, it basically, the only good thing about this is that it does confirm Classic Plus. It does confirm Classic Plus. You know, we have this like little cringe fake leak announcement thing that they did, like they obviously engineered into the video. They always do this cringe shit. It's actually getting kind of a bit of annoying now. I think what is really cool when developers just forthwith, is that the word? Forthcoming. They just announce things of a shadow drop things. I was actually expecting like a shadow drop of some kind, but that's probably a little bit hopeful, I suppose. I'm not really surprised, but they're saving this until BlizzCon, right? They're not gonna. They need something for BlizzCon. But the thing is, before this is what's really frustrating, right? It's because obviously they hyped it up as this is going to talk about the future of classic WoW, right? But
I don't know if they,
in a matter of fact,
did they do that though? Did they actually say the future of classic WoW? They actually they did choose. Their words were State of Azeroth though. Like, they didn't just say this is one announcement. This is a retail announcement. State of Azeroth, like, they were going for that like big macro, like almost like clickbait, like roadmap for the entire game. So maybe they did say that with Classic, but
that was extremely misleading. I feel like the classic WoW players have been debated into basically watching a retail announcement. This wasn't the State of Azeroth. This was the state of player housing. They talked about player housing for...
That's true though, right, guys? Like, a lot of classic players, they got debated pretty much. Like, you thought that there was going to be something about classic, but they barely talked about it, and you pretty much, if you knew it was going to be 28 minutes of talk about retail, you wouldn't have even watched it, right?
Okay, this could have been an email. This was just the roadmap, and I'm pretty sure these roadmaps, I mean, weren't they already released ages ago? I mean, fair enough. So we got the roadmap for TBC, but we don't really need to know that. That could have just been a post. That could have just been a blue post or an email, right? Because we already have an idea that like phases come out every 3 months now. It's whatever. It's nothing new. I think this is why, like, you know, like Classic WoW players are so annoyed at this announcement, because it was extremely like misleading, and you know, basically all the Classic players just had to like fucking sit through basically what was like a retail WoW announcement, right? I used a match for the start of the video to be cool, but really, yeah, it's kind of annoying because anyway, you know, it's painfully obvious, like, watching anything about retail now, like, trailer-wise or anything, that retail has gone away from the original design philosophy of World of Warcraft so catastrophically far and disillusioned and misguided that the essence of World of Warcraft just doesn't exist on retail anymore, okay?
Isn't that so? He's actually really articulate, man. That's a really... I wish I could have found those exact words to explain it, but like I just like I agree with him 100%, right? Like the essence, like that original Warcraft feel is completely gone. Like, and we've been saying the same arguments for 10 years, bro. So it's like we're just beating a dead horse. Like the retail people have come to the defense of the game and said the exact same shit for 10 years. We've said the exact same shit for 10 years. So, you know, we probably just have to accept that. You know the crazy thing is that, bro, you'd think it would almost be like politics, where like sometimes policies swing left, sometimes policies swing right. There's, you know, Republican politician, liberal politician, whatever. I don't really want to get into politics, right? But like you'd think that over the course of the last 20 years there would be these hires where they would hire people that would swing the game back towards that more like hardcore, like you know, dark medieval Tolkien, that way, and then like maybe some hires come in and everything gets more cutesy and stuff like that. But they really have just been consistent, bro. They pretty much have just full sent the like complete like cutesy kind of like Fortnite, League of Legends, Baby Shark Paw Patrol angle for it's you know, it's probably MOP and beyond, bro. It's just like from MOP onwards, it was just completely fried.
So I'm really angry. I want a beer.
A beer? There's no beer.
I'll go get a beer.
What, from Tesco?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, alright, that sounds sound. Yeah. Just don't interrupt my recording or anything, it's all good. To be fair, if there's beer involved, it's excusable. It's forgivable. Where was I? So, like retail, it really just doesn't even feel like... It used to be a medieval, high fantasy RPG game with obviously a splash of sci-fi when TBC turned up, you know what I mean?
I love that, dude. He's really articulate, man. The way he explains it, it's true. It was medieval with a splash of sci-fi. That's what Warcraft is, bro. Like gnomes and stuff, right? Gnomes are a splash of sci-fi. But it was more of a serious medieval kind of like orcs versus humans type of traditional fantasy structure with a splash of sci-fi. And like you said, with TBC, it got a little bit more science fiction with planets and space and stuff like that.
And that's fine because, like, you know, it's already established that Blizzard have made sci-fi and fantasy games. And it was a cool, to be fair, it's a unique vibe. You know, fantasy and sci-fi is rarely combined. But like retail just doesn't even feel like an RPG or an MMO anymore. Like, you know, it's why classic players have absolutely zero interest in it. You know, we watch this trailer, which I should be playing in the background. I'm gonna have to edit that in the video. You know, just cut the sound out there. You know, and it's talking for like 10 minutes about a dog bed that you can put in your player house.
Rufus, dude.
I'm just gonna let that one sit. You know what I mean? It's
crazy to me, bro, that was an unironic hype thing for some people, bro. For some people out there, dude, it's somewhere out there in the universe, bro. People are like, having a toast to it, like, honey, they got Rufus in the game, let's go. Holy shit. Like, my you know, it's gonna be such a sick collection. It's gonna be such a sick addition to our collection. Oh my gosh.
In Retail World of Warcraft, you can now queue dungeons with bots. You don't even need players in your group anymore to like do the content, and there's even a one button macro thing on in your spellbook that just basically plays your class for you, so you don't even need to learn your class. Okay, and I know that the dungeon bots aren't like the actual end game content, and
that is kind of wild too, bro. I've been hearing about that one button rotation. Yeah, man.
The very fact that they exist in the game is the fundamental problem with Retail WoW, really. And I think there was an extra bit of like kick in the teeth for classic WoW players, you know, in this video when they talked about Titan servers. So if you don't know, they released like Titan Forge servers for Chinese players. They're actually quite interesting. Basically, like a fast progression version of classic WoW. Right. And they outright say, we have designed those servers based on the way Chinese players like to play the game. And it's like it's basically insinuating that, oh, everyone else in the West, oh, you don't know how you want to play the game. You don't know what you want in a video game. You don't know what you want from World of Warcraft.
I've actually never heard that take before. Like he's like reading between the lines with that China WoW statement. Do you guys agree with that or no? I didn't even pick that up the first time around. Like, what I thought they meant when they were explaining that they made these servers are pretty much like they were trying to explain that they have different cultural differences, so like they want to play with a little bit. They just want to play in a different way. But I see his point though. Like, let's keep. Let me run it back a little bit.
Oh, you don't know how you want to play the game. You don't know what you want in a video game. You don't know what you want from World of Warcraft. We know better than you, okay? And that's why we haven't made Titan Forge servers for you, okay? If you really think about this, if you do think about this a bit more intently, I actually think it's worse. I actually think it's worse than the classic you think you do but you don't BlizzCon moment, you know, from, was it the Warlords of Draenor BlizzCon? You know, I actually think it's worse than that. So you can see why classic players are understandably quite pissed off by this. Again, like, I don't understand why they didn't, you know, what they should have done is either, one, said this isn't anything to do with classic WoW, because it isn't, okay? Or two, even just a little teasing title screen trailer would have been acceptable. Or even just being fucking honest, just being real. You know, for the classic players, we don't have much to talk about, but we will at BlizzCon. Just be fucking real. Don't debate us, don't lie, don't be deceiving, which is what this, you know, State of Azeroth video effectively was. You know, it's actually...
do you partake in PvE? Yeah, I do. And this time, not, you know, probably not going to take it too seriously, but yeah, I'm going to play some PvE. Okay, so you're 2K rating in PvP in every bracket. What is that? What is that with relation to? Kargoz, did you join the HC Guild at 1? No, I did not. I have the add-on, though, so it should be fine, right? Should be fine if I have the add-on. I can join it later or something.
It's just a massive letdown, really. So obviously the forums are popping off. The forums are very hilarious at the minute. Reddit's very funny. I think for this video I'm gonna show some of the memes in the background. Does feel like a kick in the teeth. It does
also,
feel like just being...
Yo, they definitely are deleting the comments, by the way. World of Warcraft is actually deleting the comments. I looked at it yesterday. I just like went to their shorts, and like all the comments were super positive that were like, you know, upvoted. But if you actually looked at all the new comments, they were, a lot of them were negative, dude. And then somehow they never get any Steam, the negative ones. So I'm pretty sure that they are. I can't confirm it, but it seemed very sus.
Put down while we're down. But on the plus side, it basically does confirm Classic Plus. And the thing I totally forgot to talk about is what I did want to make an exclusive video about. Maybe I will still do that. I don't know if there'll be time, to be honest. But it's actually outrageous that they're releasing TBC Classic in a post-nerf state. I don't know who on earth came up with that decision. It doesn't make... It really does...
I don't know if I agree with them on that one, though. I think that like the reason why is they just don't want to lose players, and they know people are like super casual, and pretty much they're gonna go with a really short TBC. Like it's literally a 10-month TBC. Right? It's coming out in February, and it'll be done by end of December. That's 10 months. So
make any sense. You know, the Classic WoW audience have probably done TBC raids over and over and over again. Okay, and every time that we come back and do it, it's getting easier and easier. So it's already pretty easy in its pre-nerf state. To release in its post-nerf state is just an absolute joke. And it really doesn't make any sense, because you released a post-nerf state when the next tier of raiding comes out anyway. That's the whole point. I think the raids are going to be cleared too quickly. It's going to be pumped and dumped. TBC is going to be pumped and dumped. And we're going to see an even bigger post-tier 4 drop-off, I think. Because nobody wants to do SSC in Tempest Keep, let's be real.
I feel him on that, though, dude.
No, Hydro comes out with Black Temple. But nobody wants to do Hydra either.
Bro, he's actually kind of based, though. Metagoblin has played a lot of TBC. I've watched some of his streams where he was playing some TBC private servers. I feel him on that, bro. People are trying to get the Black Temple. Like, that is a reality of TBC. Like, the T5 raids are kind of a pain in the dick. They're beautiful, though. You know what I mean? They're beautiful raids. I kind of like SSC, just the way it looks. But for some reason, he's kind of right about that. Like, I've played a couple TBC servers, and that's the vibe. Like, people are trying to get the Black Temple, bro. Like, there is a fall off in tier 5. Like, in the same way people would say, like, there's a fall off in population, like, around AQ or something with vanilla. Yeah. At the same time, though, some people are saying TBC is gonna die after like a few weeks. I think that's crazy, bro. Like, they're underestimating how strong TBC is. Like, TBC is a really good version of the game, you know. But I feel him, and like Highjaw too. Like, are people hyped to do Highjaw? Like they're just the trash simulator. It's kind of a pain. It's. I wish we weren't so fried in the head, but most people don't enjoy doing Highjaw and waiting for all those fucking waves of like trash over and over and over again. You know what I mean?
You know, we're going to see a massive player drop off after 3 months, absolutely guaranteed. So yeah, I really don't understand why they've done that. It doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, guys. My name is Metagoblin. Until my next video. Ciao.
Yeah, it's a pretty good video, man. I think Metagoblin had some really good points there. He had some really articulate points. He's pretty based. I'm gonna watch another video now. This is another take on the announcement. This would be from the perspective of people that liked the announcement. Okay, this is people that liked the announcement and thought it was good, man.
Classic. I wanted to shoot this video a lot earlier, but circumstances prevented me from doing so, both good and bad. But this will probably be posted the day after the actual announcement. So with that being said, let's get started. Let's first talk about the classic side, because I thought it was okay. It was everything I thought they'd say. Pretty much just unofficial, official announcements, which is kind of hype. If you watched it, we saw that they gave us both the roadmaps for the progression servers and for the anniversary servers, which is different. Usually they put it all on one map, but this time we got two. And on the progression servers for MOP, we saw that Siege of Orgrimmar is in June or like July, which is like 5 months of Throne of Thunder, which is a lot of Throne of Thunder, especially if they just never fix the bugs, which I don't think they will, unfortunately. But we also saw, more importantly, nothing after Siege of Orgrimmar. No WAD, which is a good thing. To me, that means no more progression servers. It stops at Mists of Pandaria, which is not only good.
I heard a crazy take recently that is becoming less crazy the more and more I think about it. The fact that they might have intentionally left that gap after WAD, and then also intentionally left a gap after TBC, like a question mark. Like they could have put something for both of those spaces, but they put nothing. Is that some people are speculating that they're gonna try, like this is basically the end. Like there won't be Luca, and there won't be WAD, and they're gonna try to merge everybody into one thing. Like this will be essentially be the end of the anniversary experience, and that they're gonna do Classic Plus and try to like consolidate and simplify the player base into one initiative, which I think it's a possibility. Honestly, I just hope in that same breath they give us era, like TBC era servers, right? I really hope, bro. I really hope, dude. Imagine no TBC era servers.
Very hype. Moving on to the anniversary servers, we saw that TBC will finish this year in late autumn with the Sunwell patch. Now that might seem like a very short TBC, but it really is the same amount of time from vanilla anniversary to the Naxxramas patch, because we got the anniversary servers in late November and Naxxramas came out late September the following year. That's less than a year. So it's around the same timeline for TBC. It just looks shorter because it's all happening in 1 year versus starting late in 1 year.
What, look at anniversary already confirmed? What do you mean? By who, Kuzo? It's not confirmed anymore. There wasn't any data mines. There wasn't any. There's no confirmation of it. I haven't seen any data mines, anything to suggest. People thought that they were going to tease at it a little bit at this announcement, but.
In the next, like vanilla anniversary did. And since there was no Wrath announcement either, it will feel even shorter because people are going to dip a lot faster once they clear Sunwell the first time, versus how in vanilla, since we knew we were getting TBC, we're still playing week to week to get to the next expansion. Now, I'm also assuming, like I just mentioned, there is no Wrath either, which I think is also hype and a good thing. Because after that, Holly was about to announce Classic Plus, right? Until some darn intern interrupted her. And she decided, let's just talk about it later, which is going to be at BlizzCon, right? And so from the Classic side, I thought, okay, sick. They gave us unofficial, official announcements because it's very clear they're not going to give any definite answers until BlizzCon. And why would they? It seems to be like, I try to not confuse myself by pretending that Classic's the main character of the World of Warcraft population, right? Because we're not. But it seems like this year, the Classic Plus announcement is looking to be the biggest announcement, like the announcement at BlizzCon, right? So why would they announce it officially at some sort of...
I don't know about that one, though, Chief. I don't know if it's even going to be the biggest announcement. I do think they're going to do it, right? But... bro, these people are obsessed with player housing. Like, it's probably gonna be some fucking plushie they're selling or something, like in this shop, bro. Like, I just, this. You really think Classic Plus is gonna be the biggest announcement at BlizzCon? It's probably gonna be like that, the third thing of the World Soul Saga or whatever they call it with retail. Like they're on part 3 now. It's probably gonna be that.
Away State of Azeroth thing that they only gave us 2 days to hype up for. And let's not forget that I didn't even notice this either when I first saw the announcement that we're also getting in-game surveys for the game, right? Which will probably be about Classic Plus. Maybe even be about, do y'all want WAD? Which I hope we all just say no, right? Please do not say, even as a joke, you want WAD. But yeah, I think there was a lot of cool stuff. I thought overall the Classic side was a quick, short fun little teaser that people just got so pissy about because it wasn't them verbatim saying you are getting Classic Plus. So I thought, okay, Classic, great.
It wasn't even that though. I think the main reason why people got pissed is that we got baited. Like it literally, like it baited the Classic people to watch. They're like, Classic community, we're literally going to set the roadmap for all of WoW, not just retail. And then you showed up and it was a 28-minute housing ad, right? That's why I think the main reason why people were pissed off. Also, like, you know, the game is a fucking hollow husk of what they once fell in love with, so there's that too.
On Twitch and YouTube, but then we got to the retail portion, and I'll talk about the Classic portion again because I was really weirded out by people's reactions to it, but I do want to talk about the retail portion for a second. So with the retail side, I'll preface it this way by saying if you took out the video and you just listed all the bullets of what was coming in to retail that was announced at the State of Azeroth, it would look pretty cool. There'd be a lot.
Nah, see, that's the thing though, bro. That's the cope. If you take the bullets, you might be right. If you take the bullets, but the bullets weren't how it was presented. How it was presented was different, bro. Like they talked about some of the features in retail, but it was like really quickly, like check the box, and then down to the star of the show, which is player housing, and then they went into like granular detail and like a really like fine-tooth comb talking about how the whole player housing stuff was gonna work. And like if you look at just the bullet points, you know that expression, like it's not what you say, it's how you say it. That's true, bro. Like the way they said everything was like very like corpo gobbledygook, sort of like we take no accountability, we're the best, fucking kumbaya. It's off-putting, right?
Right, but there was other stuff too that's kind of exciting, like teasing at the new raids. The new labyrinth system looks really cool, but it looked like there was some neat stuff in there that people would like to try out.
Oh, your canvas frozen?
Whoever was in charge of like the layout of this,
my bad,
like the pacing and when to talk about this, when to talk about this, whatever. There's a word for it. I just really can't think of it because I'm stupid. Let's have a chat because you did not do a good job. Whoever was in charge of the layout of the retail portion, you did not do a good job. And let's talk about the worst part, which was the end. Why would you have Ian say, and there's one more thing we're going to talk about, like some sort of Smash Bros. New character teaser, when that one thing was just a cool video about housing again? And you mentioned the Prince of Darkness, and my dumbass thing, Arthas, we're like, oh, maybe we are getting Wrath, and I was wrong, or like Wrath Remix. And no, you're just using the late Ozzy Osbourne's music, which, by the way, thanks for the copyright strike on my YouTube channel because I reacted to that live, so that was awesome. But in my head, I'm like, why was that not at the beginning of the retail portion? And then you talk about everything involving housing, and then you move on to something else. Why was it housing this, housing this, housing this, housing this? Even though, like I said, if you just put all the features and systems they talked about on like a spreadsheet, it would look pretty cool. You just tricked us into thinking that it was all about housing because you just put it everywhere throughout it sporadically. It was a choice for sure. And maybe I'm old and I'm out of touch, and we, as old boomers who love classic, are not their target audience. The target audience actually love it. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not shy to say that might be a possibility, but from what I saw from my community and other communities around like Twitter, Reddit, whatever, just the live stream chats of both on Twitch and YouTube of Warcraft, it was not a success in how they laid it out. So I think a lot of criticism towards the retail portion was very well deserved. Even if there are cool features they talked about in that presentation, you did a bad job highlighting those. But now let's go back to the classic portion, because this is what I don't understand. I don't understand the massive anger of the classic community from the classic side of that presentation, because I thought they did everything they could do without officially saying things, right? And like I said earlier, why would they announce what probably is the biggest announcement for BlizzCon and all of Blizzard this year at some throwaway State of Azeroth they told us would happen 2 or 3 days ago?
Throwaway State of Azeroth,
so that
bro?
I don't get. And then also because that
throwaway State of Azeroth. They called it State of Azeroth, bro. Like that's not like inherently not a throwaway name. That's not some like burner name. Like that's not like some blue post. That's like the State of Azeroth, dude. That's like the president. That's like the president addressing the country. That's like, we're going to talk about foreign policy and domestic policy and lay down the macroeconomic broad strokes of the future of America. Oh my gosh, bro.
to make people really mad, and I just saw tweets and stuff like, this is what are they thinking? How? And I'm like, I don't understand how we could be so upset. To me, it was an obvious, this is a read between the lines, and we are officially announcing a lot of things. We just can't say definite until BlizzCon. We cannot say indefinite that the progression servers are over, but we want you to look at the map and see that there's no WAD. We cannot say officially there is no Wrath, but we want you to look at the roadmap and see that there's no Wrath, right? So to me, that was it. Me, the announcement was, we are getting Classic Plus. We are putting it.
I see a little bit what he's talking about though, like, and it's kind of what Meta was talking about a bit too. Does the absence of anything, is that telling? Like, is Blizzard actually trying to send like a message, like low key? Because like it was unusual. There was no Wrath where there should have been a Wrath, and there was not even any confirmation of WAD. So are they like actually playing 5D chess and wanting to start normalizing us to the idea that there's nothing after those? Maybe.
Projects at the same time for Classic, which is so good because that is such a huge failure, right? And we're going to streamline Classic into one game. To me, that's awesome because I'm tired of the multiple game modes that the devs have to work on that they clearly can't keep up with because it's just obvious, right? I mean, look at
Kargoz, why do you think they don't mention anything about WoW? Is it like a strategy of some sort, or why they never say anything? Oh, WoW Plus? Yeah, you're saying like Classic Plus? Why I don't think they say anything? Honestly, dude, if I had to guess, it's probably because like they the second they say something actually, and they put forth any direction for Classic Plus, they're gonna get cooked alive. That's probably why, man. Dude, it's like no win situation. Like, we don't know what we want. Blizzard doesn't know what is good. No one knows what's good. Everybody's got an opinion. People are just ready. They're like foaming at the mouth, bro. They literally say transmog. If they say one thing, if they say new character models, if they say one thing, dude, people are just gonna fucking crash out like super hard, right? So they're probably like, they want to just say the concept that Classic Plus is coming or like hint at it, but like they're still trying to figure it out, I would imagine. Probably, I guess. Yeah, more to announce at BlizzCon as well too. Yeah, they haven't decided yet. Yeah.
Terrible. Not the games themselves, but keeping the game's structure intact was a huge failure by the developers. And I say that with love and not trying to sound like a dick, but it's true, right? We can't just pretend that's not true. And for those of us who love SOD, we also suffered with Phase 3 being what it was, because that's when Cataclysm was being worked on, right? And then we saw it throughout a lot of the phases at Endgame because the raids were so buggy. So to me, we can all agree that the multiple game modes at once is a system that doesn't work because Blizzard does not have enough hands to fix all that, and the higher ups will not hire more people for that to happen. So I was excited, as well as my Twitch chat, because maybe they're emulating how I felt, to see that, oh, thank God, no more multiple game modes, and we're getting Classic Plus. That's the classic game. Now, another content creator that I frequently mention, Hammerdance, did bring up one thing that I thought was reasonable. And there could have been some sort of security announcement for our characters on progression and anniversary. More so the former than the latter, right? Because the former we've had for 6 years now. People have devoted 6 years of their life to playing the classic progression servers. If they're just getting Thanos snapped into non-existence, then that can really suck, right? But maybe the devs don't have an answer for that. But maybe they could have said something like, and don't worry, we'll have an answer for your progression characters that you've had for so long, and even your anniversary characters at BlizzCon, right? Maybe they could have said something like that. And I think that criticism is fair because people are wondering what's going to happen with our characters if this is true and we're not getting WAD and Wrath. So that I understand to be upset with, because that could have been something they could have talked about, even just saying, we'll have an answer at BlizzCon and not giving a definite answer. It's very clear they're not giving definite answers though until BlizzCon. And like I said earlier, why would they? That's the place to give all the answers to, right? I know we speculate a lot in the classic side, but I feel like also sometimes we just...
I mean, so then why even do it? Why even do a State of Azeroth? That's what I'm saying. Like, he's making it seem like it's obvious that they were going to announce it at BlizzCon. So like, why even? This was Blizzard's idea. This wasn't something that was like there was some precedent for. Like, all right, guys, time for the State of Azeroth. You know how it is, bro. It's January 29th. Yep, time to lock in for the annual State of Azeroth. Yo, Blizzard just came out of nowhere. Blizzard just came out of nowhere and was like, guys, we have some big announcement. We're gonna lay down the whole like future roadmap for the game and all of our games, right? Like that was Blizzard's idea. If that's the case, just don't even do that at that point, right? Don't even
Be safe.
just wait for BlizzCon.
Go for
You know?
victory.
So basically just like baited everybody to go watch this thing, and then nothing happened, and they kind of just like trolled us, and we had to like look at player housing stuff.
Bravo.
We cause a lot of our own issues. And that's not to say that Blizzard doesn't deserve criticism, because they do. I've been called a Blizzard shill plenty of times, and I get that because of my takes like this. But, you know, I have been pretty aggressive when I communicate to the devs, especially recently in regards to like the terrible launch of the pre-patch. And they
Terrible launch of the pre-patch? What happened with pre-patch? Oh, it was down for a while, wasn't it? Is that what he's talking about? It was literally like unplayable for like 24 hours or something.
weird obsession with honor prices instead of just making it easy to get during the pre-patch. All the bugs that they just put aside to focus on honor. I'm like, what are we doing? There's a priority here. Can you just fix the goddamn game instead of focusing on honor prices? If you watch my MOP streams, you know, me and all the other 20 people who still play MOP are pretty pissed that Lei Shen is still bugged. That's so cool because I was looking forward to doing Throne of Thunder because I was told it was on the same hype of Ulduar, and Ulduar I loved. As someone who never had to play a lot of the stuff that I got to play in Classic, I've been thankful for that. But the fact that Lei Shen is still exploitable and you can just bug him out and ignore his like main mechanics is bullshit, and it's quite frankly unacceptable. And I'm paying for a sub on a game that's broken. What the fuck are we doing, right? Like, it's so stupid. I cannot tell you how mad that makes me. And we don't have to do the bug, right? We could do it normally, but I'm not the guild leader. I'm not the raid leader. He's not going to change the way he does it. So I don't want to find a new guild because I like the guild I'm in. That's their choice. So it's on Blizzard to fix that, and they're just not going to. So with 5 more months of Throne of Thunder, we're not going to get that fixed. So stuff like that, guys, I think is warrant your rage and outcry 100%. When Holly Longdale gives us a Classic Plus unofficial official announcement, I think we just say that's fucking cool and move on, right? It just really seemed like all of it was read between the lines, like really obvious read between the lines. This is what's happening. Aside from the, you know, what's going to happen to our characters that we can get something about, everything.
I don't know if that's worthy of an announcement though. Was that worthy of our time, of people's time though, to say like a state of, this is the state of Azeroth, and then like you go in there and you just get a little wink,
What do you need?
you know, and then it's like 28 minutes of player housing. I think that's why people are pissed.
Blood
It wasn't
and thunder. Go forth to victory.
Warrior trainer, first aid trainer, priest trainer, right here. Level 8 baby, hamstring time, hamstring heroic strike. Ooh, and we got enough for a little bag. Let's go. Suck. And first aid, bro. This is the blessed run right here. This is the blessed run. Blessed run.
I'm gonna get flack for this video, but it's just like, it's entitlement. It's I want you to really ask, why are you mad? Why are you mad that we got an announcement of Classic Plus essentially without her actually?
All right, bro. All right, that's tilting me a little bit. What the fuck?
Classic Plus. Clearly they know what they're doing, guys. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, clearly Blizzard knows what they're doing, guys, right? Clearly. Boys, can I get an amen? Can I get a Blizzard's fucking locked in, boys. Blizzard fucking locked in right now, dude. Blizzard clearly knows what they're doing. You kidding me, bro? Of course. Big Daddy B? Hell yeah, dude. They got it all under control, dude. Player housing coming soon, boys. Holy shnikes.
What they're doing. They wouldn't make these announcements for like, here is Season of Discovery Lightning Round, or here is like SOD 2. Here's Psalm. We're gonna give you Psalm again because we think y'all missed out. They're not gonna do that. They know what we want, and that's what they're teasing us so much. If we didn't care too much about this, they would have just told us what it is at this random throwaway bullshit instead of Azeroth nonsense.
Random throw. Oh my god, dude. The random. Dude, they called it that. They called it the state of Azeroth, not us, dude. They just hit us with the random guys. Listen up, we have a massive announcement on the 29th. They didn't structure it as a throwaway. This wasn't the BlizzCon burner sesh. Like, yo, show up. We have a small announcement. Show up. This is like, don't get your hopes up. This is just gonna be a small little community fireside chat. That's what they would have called it, right? They would have called it something like a fireside chat, bro. If it was some throwaway burner thing, It would have been like community Q&A session number 18. Feel free to show up. This was the state of Azeroth, bro. Am I tripping or what? What's going on here, dude? I need to run that back, bro. I need to run that back one time.
Happening. Aside from the, you know, what's going to happen to our characters that we can get something about, everything else I think is just, again, I'm going to get flack for this video, but it's just like, it's entitlement.
I need a mining pick.
I want you to really ask, why are you mad? Why are you mad that we got an announcement of Classic Plus, essentially, without her actually saying the words Classic Plus? Clearly, they know what they're doing, guys. They know what they're doing. They're egging us on. They know what they're doing. They wouldn't make these announcements for like, here is Season of Discovery Lightning Round, or here is like Sod 2. Here's Psalm. We're gonna give you Psalm again because we think y'all missed out. They're not gonna do that. They know what we want, and that's what they're teasing us so much. If we didn't care too much about this, they would have just told us what it is at this random throwaway bullshit State of Azeroth nonsense. And I know attacking my own community, which I'm not trying to do, is not smart for someone who wants to be a content creator, right? But I gotta be real with you guys because I respect, you know, my audience, I respect my viewers. I think we have to really think about why we get mad at certain things and just be a little more reasonable. I know it's so easy to be anti-Blizzard. It's so easy, right? And I know like fellow content creator colleagues of mine have already taken advantage of that. And I think it's really frustrating because it's like, can we just stop and think, you know, that was cool. They're trying to mess with us on purpose, but like toy with us in a friendly way because they know we want it, and they're trying to tell us without telling us you're going to get it. So I just don't know why a lot of people reacted the way they did. Maybe I'm out of touch. I don't know. Tell me in the comment section. Like, tell me if I'm just wrong. But I really think the reaction I saw today was just so overwhelmingly wrong. And I hate to say that, but I just like, I thought it was cool, man. And I don't know, guys. I hope that we could look back on this and think, wow, that was silly how we reacted because this is going to be cool. When we get the Classic Plus announcement at BlizzCon, which we will, I hope we can look back on the State of Azeroth announcement and think that was, we overreacted.
So funny,
we overreacted. Again, I say this out of a place of love for the Classic community as someone who's played WoW for like 2/3 of my life, which is crazy to think about. You know, I played WoW before the iPhone came out because we're all boomers, right? Played WoW before I had my first phone. But I want you to understand that there's a place for criticism that's deserved, like how fucking buggy and the games are right now. And there's a place where it's just, you're being tricked by people to be mad. And y'all are way smarter than that. And we need to stop being mad at everything when we don't need to be. And I think it's just misinformed anger. I'm not saying we're stupid. I'm not. I promise y'all I'm not trying to call y'all stupid, but I just don't understand our outrage, I guess. Before we close out, though, I do just want to say I'm excited and hyped, guys. We are getting Classic Plus. There's no argument. There's no myth anymore. This State of Azeroth has confirmed, without telling us verbatim, Classic Plus is happening. And you should be hyped as for it. I'm going to keep spreading the excitement and the hype for this all the way until we actually get it. And when we...
So you see the two kind of like sides of the fence here, right? There are people that are just hyped out of their mind that have full faith in Blizzard, dude. Like, there's a full faith in Blizzard. I'm not sure why, but they just do, bro. They just think Blizzard is just locked in. Like, they just have it under control. Like, Classic Plus is just a guaranteed W. Like, they got it under control, bro. It's probably it's just two sides of the fence, right? Like, do you think there's a single person at Blizzard that think transmog is bad? Now I think that these people are in charge of Classic. Yeah, I mean, transmog might be good for retail, you know. But yeah, like you said, there should be like some separation between the two. Like, it shouldn't bleed over, right? And you have faith that they're gonna basically keep some distinction between them. This guy's like Winky's evil cousin. Not sure why they put money on your table, huh? I'm confused. You talking to me, G? Like, are you okay, dude? Do you need your fucking medicine, bro? I haven't understood a single thing you've said in chat this entire time. Like, are you on drugs, bro? Are you good? Retail is designed for the modern, quirky Disney Star Wars nerd who buys Funko Pops. That's super based. Yeah, that's probably true. Like, are you good, bro? Like, you want me to call EMS, bro? Like, you want me to call a fucking ambulance for you, bro? Blizz has been blue balling their player base for years, and you guys can continue to support them. perspective of a newer player, that makes sense, but he fails to realize the majority of the community for Classic Plus are not new and have been getting baited for eternity. Yeah, it's... Yeah, we'll just have to see, right? We'll literally just have to see, man, how it turns out. I mean, are we all on the same page, though? Blizzard is doing it. Like, they are going to do it, right? It's pretty obvious. They still haven't confirmed, said they're going to do it, but, like, I'm, like, 99% sure. Like, I don't really have, like, connections like I used to, but I still have people that... I'm still connected to people that have a lot of connections, you know what I mean? Like, I'm, like, the second layer deep of it. And there's definitely stuff going on, bro. There's definitely been some flights booked. I've seen people going to fucking Irvine. I've been hearing stuff, bro. So I think for sure it's coming. That is a first round draft pick for the Blizzard Ambassador program, though. I will say that's the fucking top pick out of a D1 college right there, bro. That is couldn't be better, dude. Alright, let's see if we can find something else to watch. My boy Rufus. I'm like the only person who still doesn't believe Classic Plus is real. You don't think it's real still? Hold on, let me find. I have a couple other videos that I found that might be good watches. There's one by Willie that's pretty good. Willie is pretty. Willie is like Switzerland, dude. You feel me on that? Willie is. He's like he's like the centrist. His take is like the center take. I feel like, am I on the right or the left? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think I'm on, like, not politics, but like I guess I'm like the no changes, like old school vibe, right? Like I'm not even trying to make it about politics, honestly, because I'm kind of not really into politics. And then you got like some people that are all, you know, that dude's probably on the opposite end of me, and then you got Willie in the middle. Here we go.
Classic WoW 2026 roadmap just dropped, and honestly, there weren't a ton of surprises there if you've been paying attention to the state of the game. But here's the thing, sometimes what they don't say tells you just as much as what they do, and I think we can read between the lines a bit and figure out where things are headed. So they gave us the future of what will be happening up to the end of Mists of Pandaria and TBC Anniversary, and of course hinted at Classic Plus beyond that. So I wanted to go over the dates on the roadmap, see what we know we're getting, and what likely could be happening in the future beyond that. So we'll begin with Mists of Pandaria Classic. The roadmap, albeit a very short roadmap, contains the 2 remaining phases, and it's pretty straightforward. Phase 4, the escalation patch, will be coming pretty soon this spring. It brings in the Baron's World event, new heroic scenarios, and more of the legendary questline. There's not going to be a new raid this phase, it's more just setting up the story content for the big finale. And then we've got the final phase, Siege of Orgrimmar in summer, as well as the Timeless Isle as predicted recently. This will be the big one, the final phase of Mists of Pandaria, and I wouldn't expect this much later than June, to be honest, because there really isn't that much content in the patch before it. And that's all we get for Mists of Pandaria. There is no mention of what is happening beyond Siege of Orgrimmar. The roadmap just stops. If Warlords of Draenor seriously was on the cards, this would have been a decent time to at least mention it. But as I've said before, I'm pretty confident the classic progression rounds are ending with Mists of Pandaria. The pace and timing of things happening just doesn't support WoD.
What do you guys think? Chat. Are they doing WoD, yes or no? What's your gut tell you? It's weird, right? Like it should have been on that. It should have been mentioned, bro. Like if they were gonna do it, bro, they should have mentioned it at this State of Azeroth thing. I think that's intentional, dude. Like there's many layers of red tape at Blizzard. It may not seem like it, but there is, dude. Like what does that mean? Are they? If they were gonna do it. Like MOP is almost done. Am I understanding that correctly? who's playing MOP? Like, they're saying there's 2 more phases left, right? But like, if there's only 2 more phases left, then they need to kind of like announce the next thing. No? I hope they don't, but they will. And the other thing is too, bro, wouldn't there have been something data mined with WAD already? If WAD was coming out, wouldn't they have data mined a logo or something in the files? I haven't heard that, at least. I haven't heard anything about that.
In my opinion, and I think it would conflict with other versions of Classic they're going to be announcing at BlizzCon, and they want to overall reduce the number of choices that we have for once. The next big question is, of course, so what happens to these characters at the end of Mists of Pandaria? And I've previously suggested that they be transferred to retail, but now looking at the timeline laid out like this and knowing that Blizzard haven't suggested what's coming next, it kind of changes things. Because if these characters were transferred to retail at the end of MOP, it will be randomly halfway through Midnight, which just doesn't make sense to do that big of a change mid-expansion. If you look at what's happening in retail at the moment, they have the World Soul Saga, which is a trilogy of expansions. We've had the War Within, we're getting Midnight very soon, and the Last Titan after that. The whole saga represents a massive storyline within the WoW universe, and at the end of the Last Titan, we might be looking at a natural springboard for some kind of major change in World of Warcraft. Now, I don't think we're getting WoW 2 or anything like that, not unless Blizzard can absolutely guarantee that players will keep their characters, their collections and so on, because you do absolutely not want to reset people back to day one. That would be a disastrous decision.
Yeah, that'd be disastrous, right? It's just so crazy to me, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro, we're built different, guys. We are built different. It's like the main thing that separates us from retail people. They want their toys, dude. They want their collections. They want their mounts. They want Rufus to play with their fucking, like, a Nubisath idle pet. They want like stables for all their mounts, you know, like, but we're just, I mean, we don't mind running it back, you know. It's one of my favorite things about our community. We don't mind. That's not disastrous for us, bro.
But it does represent a time when Blizzard could make a big change. So with these Mists of Pandaria Classic characters, they may just linger in some kind of MOP era type thing for a while, and then get merged into retail at a later date when it finally makes sense to do so. But long term, looking at the alternatives, which will either be continuing Classic progression realms, I don't think that's going to happen, or just keeping these characters on a MOP era realm, which will be, let's be honest, completely dead very quickly. They pretty much have to go to retail. I think it's only a matter of time, but it could take a while to happen. Next up, let's talk about the TBC anniversary servers. So Blizzard have
Wait, let me ask something too. Is that why hardcore wouldn't work in retail too? Like, do they have no interest in hardcore? Like, even if it wasn't even leveling, like just like raiding hardcore and everything. That's why it's not popular in retail as well? Because like they just wouldn't want to have to delete or like lose anything. It's all about just like getting more and more and more and more.
Roadmap for TBC anniversary. So phase 2 of the tier 5 content will be coming this spring. Assuming it's about 3 months per phase, this should put this around May or so. Phase 3 with Black Temple and Mount Hydra will be in summer, around July or August. Phase 3.5 brings in Zulaman in autumn. This is a bit of a shorter catch-up phase, probably in September or October. And then finally phase 4, the Fury of the Sunwell with Sunwell Plateau, the Isle of Quel'Danas, and so on. That will be mid to late.
But couldn't you just adjust the difficulty so it wouldn't be like the highest difficulty you do it on? You'd just do it on like, you know, the appropriate one, like normal difficulty or whatever.
So we're looking at October to early November really. There'll be extra content on top of that per phase, but that's your entire TBC timeline there. And I think there's a few reasons that Blizzard are moving really fast through TBC. First of all is on Anniversary Realms, they said that they were going to do this, that they would have a much faster cadence, although seeing it all laid out now, it may come as a bit of a surprise.
You know what the nightmare is though, guys? Listen to this. This is the potential nightmare. Okay. Imagine TBC happens, it's expedited, it's done in 10 months, and then they do a fast Wrath, no TBC era servers, right? Fast Wrath, and then no Wrath era servers either. So no era servers at all, no fresh vanilla, nothing. Pretty much all this, right? They do a fast Wrath like 8 months or 8 months or something, and then no more trilogy seasonal. Like that pretty much goes away, and you have vanilla era and classic plus, and that's it. That's possible, man. That is possible.
By the end of TBC Anniversary, Blizzard are going to have announced Classic Plus at BlizzCon in September this year. That is going to be the next large Classic project, and every single other version of Classic will be completely overshadowed by it. It makes sense to wrap up alternative versions to ensure there isn't any competing Classic versions, and to try and reconsolidate all the Classic players into one main game once again. Another reason is that I think there's still a good chance we'll be getting TBC era servers. The pace now may seem really aggressive, but if these servers continue to exist in the future,
they probably don't want to develop 6 different versions of the game. Yeah, I mean, we just want era versions of the original trilogy, right? Like there's... Okay, let me ask the chat right now. If you had all 3 era versions available to you, Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath, what would you play? What version do you think would be home for you? Like what would be the main one that you play out of those? Let's assume it was like, assume it's a fresh vanilla era though. Fresh vanilla era, fresh TBC era, fresh Wrath era, right? So because don't get biased like looking at the current state of like the existing era vanilla. You know, like what's your home base though if they do have like a permanent server? You know, vanilla probs, TBC. You know, there's a lot of people that would be TBC. I could see myself potentially, even though I love vanilla, just playing TBC era mainly as like my main version of the game. You know, if there's some sort of like way to keep the arena scene going, but I'd probably be bouncing between vanilla era and TBC era, something like that.
then it's fine in the long term, I suppose. If you want to take your time with TBC and play it at your own pace, the era servers would serve this purpose just perfectly. Rather frustratingly though, Blizzard didn't confirm that there will be era servers, though I still think they will end up doing them. Another big question we didn't get answered is what happens with the potential of Wrath of the Lich King Anniversary.
So
the timing for Wrath now...
So Willie thinks they will do TBC era. That's cool.
Really awkward. If it was definitely happening and following TBC, similar to WoD, this would have been a good time to just announce it and say this will be something happening in the future. So again, if Wrath Anniversary follows immediately after TBC wraps up in late 2026, it will be running basically concurrent with Classic Plus if we were to assume that Classic Plus will be towards the end of this year or the start of next year. And that just doesn't make sense. Blizzard basically can't allow that to happen. The way I see it, they have two options here really. They can just say, well, too bad, we're going to do it that way anyway, and you'll have to choose where you want to play, which is not good in my opinion. Or, and I think this is the more likely one, they just release Wrath with all content released from day one, and it effectively being in an error state straight away, and say, look, it'll be there forever. If you want to play it, go and play it. I think the fast pace of TBC improves the chances of getting TBC era down the line, by the way, but not having a Wrath era to wrap up the trilogy just doesn't feel right. It's hard to say what Blizzard will do here, but I have a feeling they may just release it in an error state and say it'll be there if you want it. There was also another thing Holly Longdale mentioned during the presentation.
That'd actually be sick, dude. I think the Wrath community would be down with that, dude. Like, honestly, like a Wrath Fresh or something, like, you know, if they... I don't know. Some people would want to move their TBC characters to era, to Watlook era. Yeah, and keep it going at 80. That is one way you could do it, though. Like, yeah, like what Willie said. Like, they release Wrath, but all content's out, and it's basically just an era server right away. And then they also do TBC era. So they're essentially creating era for all three versions. That would be ideal, bro. The thing is, though, dude, are vanilla era servers fried, guys? I mean, those servers have been around forever. They've inherited so many, like, broken characters from different versions of the game. The gold is... I've heard it's not as bad as you would think. Like, it's actually not as bad as Anniversary, but they're still kind of fried. You know what I mean? Like, I would want some kind of like vanilla era fresh as well, like maybe on top or something. Because I think a lot of people would want to play vanilla era, but like they're not necessarily trying to roll on white main where people have like 19 bis characters and like Gressels are selling for like millions of gold and stuff.
Specifically about the Titan Reforged servers in China. She made a point of mentioning how they created those servers specifically for Chinese players and how that player base enjoys playing the game. So why would Blizzard go out of their way to bring this up in a broadcast for Western audiences? The way I see it is they're essentially saying Titan Reforge is a Chinese server thing. It's not coming over here because the player culture is different and Western players would make way too much of a fuss over GDKP and microtransactions. So what we have now with Mr.
So can someone explain the Chinese server? What are the microtransactions? What is it? Is it just WoW token? Is it, can you actually buy gear? I thought it was just like GDKP and I don't know, maybe you can buy a token or something, like, or do they actually have micro, like you can mounts, pet? That's whatever though, dude. Mounts and pets. That's whatever. Can you buy power? Can you buy power? And yes, level boost heroic level gear. You can buy heroic gear. In Chinese Wrath class, you can buy 25-man Nax equivalent gear packages. Oh, dude, that's crazy, dog. That's crazy. I see. I mean, it's like war main. Like, there's private servers that do that, but yeah, that's like full-on fun server at that point. Yeah, I see.
TBC is what we are getting until Classic Plus is announced and eventually released. So if you're ever hoping to maybe see Titan Reforged servers in the West, I think the chance of that happening is now practically zero. And honestly, with Classic, all roads at the moment are leading to Classic Plus as the big game for everyone to go back to. So I really don't think we need more versions of the game, so I'm kind of happy that this is happening, or not happening, depending how you look at it. Which brings us to Classic Plus, and honestly, the Copium tank was in the need of a bit of a refill here, even if you've been a long-term believer like me. So realistically, it was never going to be announced during this roadmap. I don't think anyone truly thought that it would happen. Classic Plus will be the biggest announcement of BlizzCon 2026.
Okay, that's another person who thinks it's going to be the biggest announcement of BlizzCon. Okay. That dude we watched before, Jerdy, he said the same thing.
You don't drop that announcement mid-year, even if you are trying to do a roadmap and keeping your players engaged and interested. You say,
why even do that Azeroth state of Azeroth then though, right? It's so pointless. It literally should have just been player housing update. I'm not even kidding. It's completely useless, dude. Like, they basically announced nothing except for housing, right? Like, they really should have just structured it as that, and then they probably wouldn't have gotten nearly as much flack. Like, that was on them, bro. Like, it was completely out of nowhere. They just said they were going to do this big announcement.
The main stage in September. Holly did do that I'm about to announce something, oh no, I got cut off by accident type thing. And for me, that's pretty much just a recommitment to hinting at Classic Plus, and that's basically what I expected to get out of the roadmap. They're keeping it in people's minds without actually revealing anything yet, because they essentially can't. Another interesting thing that was very easy to miss during the presentation is that Holly also said, soon you will see us launch surveys in-game so we can get your thoughts and feedback. Now I can think of another MMO out there which does surveys in-game, which has been relatively successful, you could say, called Old School RuneScape. Now what this will actually materialize as being is something which I don't know. It probably won't be as transparent as Old School RuneScape's polling system is, where in that game, if you don't know, they'll lay out updates well in advance, and then have each one as something the community can vote on, and updates have to pass a certain threshold in order to be put in the game. And speaking of surveys, there's one other thing I wanted to mention during this video. There's been a massive community-run survey on Classic Plus features that went live very recently. This was created by some of the same people who got Hardcore WoW and a bunch of other different community events off of the ground. There have been a bunch of community-run surveys, but this feels to me like it should be the big one which everyone gets behind if you are interested in this subject. In fact, in the first 48 hours, they already said they received over 21,000 survey submissions, so a lot of people are already taking interest. But why should you care about this survey if it's community run and not from Blizzard? First, it's very much in everyone's interest, from players to Blizzard, to have everyone in one main place where they're showing their support and preferences. The more people who participate, the clearer the overall picture becomes.
What are your guys' honest thoughts on that site and those surveys? I've only done one survey, so I just have one data point, and so I haven't really fully figured it out yet. I like many of you probably crash out as you start answering that stuff. It's like exhausting, you know, filling out these surveys and being confronted with these big questions about how Classic Plus should be, right? Why you're not playing Lock, bro? Want to learn from you? What's up, Scarlson? We probably will play Lock in a little bit, maybe, man. Plan is to do Alliance BGs today when Bobby gets on. We're gonna be doing some pre-mades. We're just taking it easy for a little bit, leveling. But yeah, thanks for the message, though, Scarlson. Stick around, bro. Stick around. Just follow the stream. I'll be doing some PvP in a little bit. Yes, State of Azeroth was just glazing the retail community, which is fair. Just a bit misleading, even talking about Classic at all. Yeah. They wanted to see the Classic community lose their minds even more for the rest of the year. Yeah. It would have been sick to kind of see the Classic team. I kind of want to know who the Classic team even is. You know? I feel like that even would potentially make the community feel better. Like, all we get is like the look at the retail side, and like it looks so unbelievably fried that it just makes you have zero confidence. But maybe their Classic team is filled with some of the OGs from back in the day. Who knows, man? You know, like everyone always assumes they're all like blue hair, this, that, but we never, I don't know, I don't really know who's on the Classic team, right? Like, yeah, I just like, I know Gren's on the Classic team, but like who else? Like who's in charge of all that stuff?
What the Classic community actually wants. If there are tens of thousands of people agreeing on something and a small number comparatively disagreeing, you're probably onto something which is worth consideration. Of course, that doesn't mean things on this survey will end up in the game, but Blizzard will 100% know about this survey and they will look at the results. I mean, just think about it. Most companies fight tooth and nail for customer feedback. If you told someone in another industry that customers are organizing their own comprehensive feedback system, they wouldn't even believe you. The survey also has a map feature where you can pin ideas directly onto the actual map.
Yeah, the site looks really good, I have to say. I have to give them credit, bro. They really like over-engineered that. I think my only negative feedback on that site, dude, to be honest, because I know the people who basically made that, right? I've worked with them all before. My only wish is they didn't, if they geared more of the questions, like they didn't kind of include a lot of the retail stuff, bro. Like they threw a lot of like they put like transmog in there, they put new character models, they put, I mean, I guess you have to ask those questions, I don't know, but they could have basically geared it more towards staying within the Classic realm as opposed to including a lot of those retail things that make you crash out, you know? I just did one survey, right? So I'm trying to recall exactly some of the questions like made me feel very uncomfortable, you know?
Off. This should be the best community poll we've ever had for Classic Plus, and again, the more people who get involved, the better and more representative it will be. So even if you're a little bit interested in Classic Plus, I would say give it a look and share it about with others who may care too. I know there will of course be people who are instinctively negative about this. There are some people who just react this way to news. People like this said a season of Discovery wouldn't happen, that Hardcore WoW wouldn't happen, and that Classic WoW itself wouldn't happen. And here we are 6 years into Classic WoW's return. So if you do care about the future of this game like many of us do, this is your chance to have some input. Blizzard have shown on many different occasions they are willing to listen to community feedback when it's organised and substantial. This is one of those times. I'll link the survey below and you can check it out, though do make sure you've got some time free because it's pretty substantial. So that's the state of Classic in 2026. We've got Mr. Pandaria wrapping up by summer, TBC Anniversary speedrunning through all 5 phases by late autumn, and BlizzCon in September positioned to take centre stage and bring all the Classic players and many more back to Azeroth once again. Overall, it's what I expected. though I would have liked some more clarity on exactly what will be happening at the end of Mr. Pandaria and TBC. But again, I think everything's going to be combined together at BlizzCon, and there'll be one road for Classic players in Classic Plus. That's about all from me though. Let me know your thoughts, check out the survey in regards to Classic Plus, and as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
Yeah, so it seems like Willie is a bit open-minded towards Classic Plus. He's not full Doomer mode. He's cautiously optimistic about it. You know, like I feel like I've been consistent with my saying where I've asked you guys, you know, I asked you guys the first question, like, do you trust Blizzard? Do you like Blizzard? Like, do you have faith in them? You guys usually all answer no. And then I ask you guys again, like, okay, do you have faith in like the Classic WoW subreddit of developing Classic Plus? And then you're like, no. And then it's like, okay, where does that leave us? We don't know if the community, like pure democracy in voting for Classic Plus is going to be fried. And then Blizzard, their taste is just so off base these days that it's tough to have faith in them, right? So like, what do we do? You know, what do we do? I hear you guys. I hear everyone wants Classic Plus, and I do think it should be attempted, you know? Like, at this point, like, the ship has sailed with no changes and all that type of stuff. I get it. I would just want era service for the original trilogy, man. As a backup, dude. As a backup. I don't think that's crazy, bro. In case it's Classic minus, we have the era service to play. That's really all it is. Class, here's what makes TBC pre-patch so special. Let me see. Can you take the survey without logging into Discord? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I completed the Classic Plus survey.
All right, guys, what do you want? You want world survey, player survey, or systems? We have a couple more to do today. Couple more surveys. React to your Warsong game? I don't want to react to my own game. Player. Everyone wants player.
I'm not sure if we should watch this. I'm not sure. If you guys have any good videos you think it would be good, it'd be fun to watch, throw them in my Discord. I can look in there too, see if anybody threw anything good in there. There actually was one dude who came out with let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Let me see. New classes and talents for Classic Plus. Let's talk S-Fan. That might be kind of good too, bro. Honestly, people have been telling me that S-Fan and I see eye to eye with a lot of stuff. And I haven't circled up with him in a while. I don't know where his head is at with a lot of stuff. I'm tempted to watch that.
New rules for some classes be added to Classic Plus. Check all that you like to see.
Even just a few minutes.
No. Huh? Tank Pal. I tanked all of Classic as a Paladin. All right, Corpo, we mean business today, guys. And we're doing the last part of this Classic Plus survey. Again, this is a community survey. This is not an official Blizzard survey. This is something that Jordy made. There's a lot of crazy stuff in this survey.
Is it too loud? Can you hear it?
Of it just to be completely off the wall and ask all kinds of ridiculous questions. And more than anything, this entire thing so far, we've done a few videos of this. This entire thing has been a good lightning rod for discussion. It's been a good catalyst for discussion. And we are going to touch on the last portion of this survey today. We already talked systems, but we're going to talk about the player survey. So let's go into it. Let's talk about the player survey. By the way, I just want to say this. I want so badly to have a dark portal right there. Would that not be the most amazing thing in the world if there was a dark portal right there? I think about it every day. Fix Danny. Danny's legs broke. He didn't pay me my money.
Okay, I turned it down a little bit.
Let's get to this. Player survey, classes and talents survey. How'd you rate the class balance in Vanilla WoW? I think the class balance in Vanilla WoW is way better than people give it credit for.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
It's pretty bad. I think in PvP it's pretty good. A lot of people say there's like a lot of negativity about the class balance. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is because the PvP balance is pretty good. You fill in a lot of gaps with like the different professions and different consumable items and stuff that you can get in
100%.
PvP to really make up for that. So with that being
100%.
said, in PvE it's like a 2 or a 3. It's pretty bad at the highest
Is it
level,
though?
like at the min-max
Is it?
highest level.
Yeah,
in
that
PvP. This is why this is like a loaded question. There's a lot of questions like this.
What is good though? Can you tell me? Can you actually tell me, guys, what's the best? Like when is the PvE meta good? Can you actually articulate that? Isn't there always going to be class stacking? Isn't there always going to be one class that's strong that you bring, or like aren't you always going to either build around like a melee comp or like a caster comp, and like maybe it's warlock's the best, maybe it's hunter the best. Like you're gonna stack something, you know. It's just melee and vanilla, right? And you can bring warriors, you can bring rogues. When Fury, like, is the ideal PvE meta where just everybody is like pretty much just balanced and can do the same damage or healing or the same throughput? In Wrath, I felt like I could raid and be useful in literally every class and spec besides the extremely PvP heavy ones like Sub and Frost. So I'm trying to think, like, when you think about vanilla, like you want to raid as like an enhancement shaman or something, right? And you can't raid as enhancement, so you get sad. Something like that. Or you want to raid, but the thing is, every class is giga viable. It's just not every spec. So is what people saying is that every spec should be viable? Every spec should be viable for PvE? I think that's what people are saying. Where to me, I would have a different perspective on it. Like every class should be viable for PvE. The different specs have different jobs. They have different roles. To me, if all the specs are equally viable in PvE, it's like boring.
PvP, I would say it's about like an 8. It's really not that bad. So with that being said, I'll give it like a 5. I might give it a 6 actually, because I might like in PvP it's really not that bad. Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I would say it's like a 5 or a 6. I think it's like a 5.5. Do you think any balancing needs to happen? I don't think there should be true balance because the fact of the matter is this: balance is boring. Okay, and I'm not talking about druids, sorry. There needs to be some normalization, but perfect balance is boring. I think one of the best parts about like whenever every class has something that's like kind of BS is usually whenever things are the most fun. Everybody has something that's kind of BS, but like having this perfect balance is just really boring. Classes can have different damage profiles, but they all need important utilities, so they bring them. This is kind of the design principle around Burning Crusade. I'm not saying every raid brings everything, but for example, Rep Paladin.
If that's your thing though, right, this is more evidence that TBC is basically Classic Plus, because TBC is way more like what you're saying, guys. TBC, you can like, it's a lot, there's like no world buffs, right? It's a lot more flexible in terms of what you bring or what you can bring.
In Crusade, they increase the entire raid's damage. Balanced druids, they increase the entire raid's hit chance on a target. Arms warriors. Arms is like the PvP warrior spec, but if you're an arms warrior, you increase physical damage on the target for everybody attacking the target. It's pretty good. So I think having something like that is good. Again, I want to reiterate this exact thing that I'm talking about and these exact examples that I'm giving are why I think the starting point of the design discussion for a Classic Plus should be the Burning Crusade pre-patch. Burning Crusade pre-patch addresses and builds on a lot of...
Okay, here's my thing with the Burning Crusade pre-patch. I think from a PvE standpoint, like who's rated in the pre-patch? Who's actually done like a 40 man or whatever? Like it looks kind of cool. I've been watching a bit of it. So PvE, I could see it. But for PvP, dude, the meta is ass. Like it's way too bursty. There's no resilience. The classes feel... When you compare it to the level 70, the way all the classes feel at 70, it's unrecognizable, you know? Like, I don't think PvP is in a good spot in the pre-patch. But it's not that serious. It's just the pre-patch, who cares, you know? But I could see a world where PvE is pretty fun, you know? Like, Paladins can actually tank with, like, Taunt, and, like, there's unlimited debuff slots, and some of this, like, Enhance is way stronger, right? As people are, like, just, like, rating as Enhance.
classic WoW from a design perspective. The things they do for druids, the things they do for shamans, the things they do for paladins. I think a lot of this stuff does get addressed really, really well in Burning Crusade. So starting with that like 2.0 patch is pretty good. Now, I don't think you should have 41 point talents, but that doesn't mean I don't think that the 41 point talents maybe could or should even be in those talent trees. And I might make like some YouTube videos talking about this stuff, like some reimagined talent trees based around like 31 point talents, right? Like if you took Burning Crusade talents, kind of merge them with vanilla talents, and then put them down to 31 points. That'd just be like a fun discussion. So maybe I'll do some videos talking about that at some point, or do it on stream. Which of the following talent trees in your opinions need a major revamp? If we're talking about vanilla, I don't know if anything needs a major revamp. Would you guys consider a major revamp of a talent tree for any class from vanilla to Burning Crusade? Just to gauge what you guys think is major. Because I'm trying to think of a good example. Maybe you guys can remind me. I don't think paladins have a major revamp. There's a couple things like Reckoning gets completely reworked. I wouldn't call it a major revamp.
Let me think. A major revamp. All the classes in TBC.
Like the
anything.
lower level stuff doesn't really change. So I wouldn't call that a major revamp. It's just new stuff is added. Now, would it be a major revamp if we do what I talked about earlier? And you took those 41 point talents and kind of mashed them with the vanilla, made those trees condensed down to 31. Maybe that is a major revamp. The problem with any survey, by the way, is it pigeonholes you into certain types of like black and white answers. There's way too much nuance in game design to be able to really direct a discussion through like check boxes. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna skip this one. Should new roles for some classes be added to Classic Plus? Check all that you like to see. No.
Yeah, I'm telling you, TBC is so goated, guys. I've asked this question multiple times on stream, and I still have had I never even had one person disagree with it. Is there any homogenization in TBC? Did they go too far with any of the classes and specs to the point where it's like you have too many of the same tools as another class, or do they still have like a lot of class identity, if not like even just better class identity? Bro, TBC did not go too far. Like, the classes just feel a little bit more fleshed out, but they're not stepping on the toes of the other classes. Like, a warrior feels like a warrior, priest feels like a priest, mage feels like a mage. You know, even look like a fire mage and a destro lock, there's still like a lot that separates them. Like, the abilities look different, the playstyle is different. I'm telling you, bro, TBC is so good. And Wrath, they did homogenize. Like, it actually did go too far. Not like unplayable, but like that was the beginning of the end, man.
Tank pal. I tanked all of Classic as a paladin in vanilla. That's
a good point, though. The Cloak of Shadows, yeah, like that is that's a good point. I could see Cloak of Shadows being potentially something like that. Streamers openly using Rested XP add-on is quite unfortunate. Streamers should be against it. Why is that, Jerky Boy's first time in the chat? Could you please share with us your take on that? Class identity is the point of classes. Wrath was the start of everyone being equal at AoE. That's true. Yeah, stuff like Fan of Knives, dude, in Wrath. I always thought that was the weirdest thing when it first came out. The fact that rogues, something that like never had AoE, are like bis AoE now. I even back in the day, dude, I'm telling you, bro, people were like starting to think that the game was fried back during original Wrath. Yeah, Fan of Knives. I never really liked that.
We had a paladin tank in our raids. We had a Hark. Tanked is a strong word. No, by tanked, I mean I ran my raid into the ground. You know what? I think like a melee hunter isn't crazy. Like, I think survival should be more. I think that's what it was. I think originally before the rework, survival was like a melee spec before the hunter rework. But it was like a really, really bad one. Should classes receive new or adjusted abilities to make their rotation more interesting as they did or tried to in Season Discovery? So again, this is such a loaded question because what's the stopping point? Technically, I say yes because of definitely think there's stuff they could do. Like, I think you could give Ret Paladin's Crusader Strike, right? I think you could give Prop Paladin the Taunt. I think you could give Enhancement Shaman's Dual Wielding, right? You could give them some of these things that they get later on. I think.
Here's my thing, though. I feel like I'm reading the room a bit. I don't think you guys are going to be happy with anything less than Blizzard fully sending it and like redoing the classes fully and major class rehaul. And like, that's just my gut. Because I saw how people acted during Psalm There wasn't enough changes, people, not even close. I see how they reacted during SOD overall. Some people thought it was too much changes. But in reality, it was just like the rune system. Like, some people really like that rune system. I don't think they're going to do the rune system in Classic Plus. But I feel like if Blizzard comes out with Classic Plus and it's 80% the same game as vanilla, people are going to be pissed or disappointed, right? Like, people want Blizzard to full send it. And like I said, honestly, I'm down for them to full send it too, as long as they give us actual good trilogy servers that are preserved, bro. Like, so we have backups, so we have an actual good game to play that we know we can play whenever we feel like playing WoW, you know? Because, like, I do think it's actually highly possible that Classic Plus is just this. It's a thing you can play, but it's not super fun. It's kind of a Frankenstein, you know?
Casters to kind of make their rotation a little bit nicer, because that really doesn't happen until Wrath. And this is kind of with like the Season of Discovery thing. Maybe you do something to where it's not spam Frostbolt. In fact, not even maybe. I think you should do something to where casters are not, like, mages don't just spam Frostbolt all the time. I think there's something that you should add to clean that up. Now in PvP, they're already insane. And that's the biggest problem I have with a lot of this balance stuff that they do. And Warlocks with Shadowbolt, by the way. My biggest problem with whenever I talk about Season of Discovery, did a lot of good stuff from a gameplay standpoint and a lot of bad stuff from a system standpoint. The entire thing was just band-aid fixes, which is the same thing they do in retail WoW, and they did in WoW for years. So like, history is repeating itself, and it's like, okay, well, you're just gonna do less damage in PvP. Like, you go into a battlegrounds, you just do less damage. Saved. It's like, yeah, but what if I'm in, like, world PvP? Also, it just doesn't even feel good, right? You have like one scope of damage and how hard you're hitting out in the world, and then you go into a battleground, you just do less damage. That's really dumb. But you have to find a way to balance everything in a way to where things get cleaned up. Again, I'm going to say it again. The starting point of the design discussion of a Classic Plus, I think if you approach it with starting with Burning Crusade, pre-patch, and then you adjust from there, I do think it's very, very wise, because it kind of works. I do think there's a little bit...
I'd say it works, like I said, I think it works better in PvE than PvP. Like, who's playing BGs right now? Who's been grinding Honor? What are your thoughts on the meta? I talked to Pepe about it a bit yesterday. I interviewed, 20x rank 1 priest yesterday, right? We did that masterclass. He thought it was like okay, like the meta right now. So I trust his opinion like a lot, right? He knows a lot about the game. For me though, it seems obvious though, like, it's way too bursty. But maybe it's possible that, like, with resilience stat in the game, that it could calm down a bit, and then people wouldn't be like going ambush spec, and it would change things a bit. That's definitely possible. But it's not, when you compare the playstyle of the classes in the pre-patch to how they play at 70, it's not really the same. We're missing some pieces. Things are way too bursty. And doesn't feel like you can really fully play the game and, like, have your class interact with another class. You're just, like, dead too fast.
And you might want to scale the damage down a little bit, and it would probably be good for PvP, but there is a little bit too much. If new abilities get added to classes, how should they be learned? I think some of the Season of Discovery rune stuff was incredible. Like, the Divine Storm quest for Season of Discovery was crazy.
Bro, he talks about everything from a paladin perspective. He's like the biggest fucking paladin enjoyer. Everything, though. Just ends the snap talk about it from the how does it affect paladin? How does it affect paladin?
Dude, that night was magical. I remember, like, all the people in the paladin discords trying to be like, what do we do? And oh my gosh, I feel so bad. What was the name of the guy that finally figured it out? Because we were going around the world trying to figure out what was his name? Somebody figured it out, and it was amazing. And then we made a 40-man raid to get the Divine Storm quest. This is what the coolest part about Divine Storm was. We had to go do, like, level 30, like, between level 30 and 40 stuff, and we were stuck at level 25, so we needed a massive raid of people. It was so cool. But here's the problem with the runes. It was cool the first time, and then it kind of got boring.
What's your guys' take, boys? The runes inside, plus or minus? Is that Classic Plus or Classic Minus? I think we should start doing that, actually. Plus minus, it works so good with the idea of Classic Plus. Is that a plus or a minus, my boys? Is that a plus or a minus? Is that a plus? Is that a Classic Plus there? Okay, right now we got 4 votes, 5 votes for minus. Okay, we got 1 vote for plus. We got plus or minus. Not sure what that means. Got to go plus. Okay, damn.
Do want to give credit where credit is due. I think that the beginning of it was great. I think there's just different. You can have something that comes from a quest. I think most.
I'll tell you my perspective on it. Like my perspective is not worth much because I didn't play much SOD, right? But I did level the max. I leveled the warrior to max, and I joined SOD like a little bit late. Like you guys had already figured out all the runes, and I joined that, leveled to max, and I was streaming it. And if anybody was watching those streams, like I was enjoying the runes initially. Like it was kind of a fun concept, like flavorful, cool, new like thing. It was just like, ooh, this is kind of neat. But that it was almost like a gimmick. Like I kind of got over it pretty quick, and then it was unmemorable. You know, I just got like used to them, and it was kind of a pain having to go get have to go get them, and it kind of like the more and more I thought about it, it made the classes feel, I don't know, too alien for me. It was like it was too far gone from the original formula at some point, or the original class like play style and identity.
Through a trainer, but I don't even think a lot of stuff should be added. You're gonna be creative with it. You don't want to bloat the game. How would you feel if the talent trees in Classic Plus were larger, meaning they went further down requirement? No, I feel very strongly that it should be 31 points, because that 31 point cap gives you a lot of different build variety. It makes things really interesting because there's no one cookie cutter spec. That's one thing that people thought years and years ago that ended up being not the case today. There's no one cookie cutter spec for a class. There's different builds and different specs for different things that you want to do. Again, a core design principle, and I'm going to talk about this a lot. One of the core design principles of Classic WoW is that you don't play a spec, you play a class. And I think having too deep of a talent tree limits that. And we're seeing that in the Burning Crusade pre-patch with 41 point talents at level 60, because we only have a few extra talent points to spend elsewhere, and it's not really all that great. So if you were to condense those down into that 31, then it gives you a lot more build variety and lets you be a lot more creative and really tool your character to play your class in your way.
To be honest, here's the thing I struggle with though, guys. It's so tough, right? When you make it too similar to vanilla, or too similar to TBC, it kind of feels like a Frankenstein version of that version. Whereas opposed if you made it new, and it actually, imagine it was fundamentally new, like they just built the talent trees again from scratch. Like, and there's nothing to compare it to. You can't compare it to 112. You can't compare it to 243. It's kind of its own thing. That there's an appeal in that. Like that sounds kind of appealing. You know, like imagine we play Classic Plus and it's like all the same quests that we know and we have memorized and like we love or whatever, and we've done 900 times, but there's just like some little minor twist to it. Or like one of the examples I heard say was like, okay, you know, Psalm, right? They added new mechanics to the bosses. Like, okay, you're doing Baron Geddon. There's this new like Inferno, like a new like aspect of the Inferno mechanic. And that's okay. You know, it's not bad. You can enjoy it. I enjoyed some of the hard modes in Psalm, but it's just different if it was like a new boss. You know, you're constantly comparing it to the original encounter, the original boss. So there's some sort of appeal. It's actually almost, it sounds less stressful in a way if they just kind of like rebuilt the talent tree. But I struggle with that though, because then there's a high chance that it's bad, you know, or it's really, you know, I'm curious your guys' thoughts on it. You know, I feel like that's the safe way to go. The safe way to go is just to take the TBC talents. That's what Turtle did too, right? Or no, that's what Epoch did, right? When you look at it, that's the conservative way to go. They're pretty solid, pretty stable. People know the TBC talents. They accept them as like real in terms of like, that's the class. That's a warrior. That's a mage.
That you want to play it for the specific thing that it is that you want to do.
But that's WoW 2, not Classic Plus. Yeah, I hear you on that too, though.
If I want to do like an AoE grinding build, it might be different than my raid single target tanking build, which might be different from my off tank AoE tanking build, which might be different from my Ret PvP build, which would be different from my Ret PvE build, which would be different from a different kind of like maybe like Holy Reckoning stuff in vanilla. Or like just Reckoning, which is like a protection Ret hybrid in vanilla. Even in Burning Crusade, right? Some people do Reckoning stuff. I do.
Yo, why do you guys think people love Paladins so much? What is it about Paladins that people just latch onto so much? It's probably the biggest enthusiast class, right? What would be more of an enthusiast class than Paladins? Paladin players are like just all about it, man. They just fucking love Paladins so much, dude. They love Paladins so much, bro. Like, what would be second place even? There's not even a second place. There's not even another class that would even take up that. Like, that has that level of, like, all in, baby. Like, the amount of people that... the amount of, like, Ret heroes I've seen in vanilla over the years. I think part of it, dude, is part of it because it's, like, an underdog class. I think that's actually part of it because it's like seen as like a meme spec, kind of like Ret. People see it as like a challenge, right? Like, this is like my unique challenge. This is my thing, dude. I'm gonna prove to the people that it's good. I feel like it's potentially rooted in that. Also, the class fantasy I think people like a lot, like just like a holy warrior, you know, a holy warrior. But it's pretty much the only class like that, dude. What other class? Like, what's second place, guys? If you had to, it's clearly Paladin in first place of enthusiasts. I could see, like, there are some hard stuck Druid players that they love Druid. Graves is kind of like that. Gordon Ramsay's kind of like that. But they're so small in number that it's not even comparable. Like, it's yeah, Druids, yeah, but they're so small in number. It's like the least played class, right? Warlocks, actually, ooh, I could see a bit with Warlocks. Yeah, but it's not even close to Paladin. Warrior, I've gun to my head, I'd say it's Warrior. Yeah, you have the people who are like Bajira, Swifty. Some of the people like the idea of like that Berserker, like Creon Eater, Marine, charge the hill, charge the battle. Like, I'm the tank. I'm the tip of the spear. I'm an instrument of war. Type of Berserker. Yeah, it's probably Paladin than Warrior, if I had to guess. We got to ask Moonfire Beam why he likes Boomy, yeah. What do you think is the least enthusiastic class? Ooh.
Relax. Okie dokie.
The least hype class. I could see rogue players are pretty hard stuck rogue. Look at people like Bobka and stuff. Like the rogue players stay rogue. You know what I mean? They stay rogue.
How you doing?
Mages stay mage. Like, the mage community is pretty solid too. You know, like they love the AoE farming. I've seen mage players just continuously on every new fresh continue to roll mage. You know what I mean?
How are you?
It's a good question, man. The least hype class. Maybe Hunter, bro. Maybe Hunter.
Good to meet you.
Who are all that? We're all like the hype hunters that are all in Hunter. You know? It's like Zeroji. I mean, I was kind of like that for a bit. I would roll Hunter nonstop, but... Right here, baby. Big Bob Boy. It's a Roji K Super. But there are people that roll Hunter like every fresh, you know, just to level fast. But I don't know if they love the class spiritually as a Hunter. Like, I do, though, actually. I love Hunter, bro. It's like the best class identity, best class fantasy for me personally. It's like a lot of new players who like Hunter. Could be Priest, though. It could be Priest. But there are people who are really into Shadow, though. I've always noticed that as well. People love Shadow Priest, man.
Be safe.
Hunter is legit. Let's keep watching, though.
more now, but like there's still plenty of like deep red, like Crusader Strike PvP builds too. It just depends on your comp. It depends on who you're playing against. It depends on what your team is, all that stuff, right? There's a lot of different factors, like the current meta, and that's what's cool. I think that is a very cool thing, and that's what makes one of the things that makes the design of Classic WoW so great. You play the class, not the spec. See, don't change talent trees. I do think they should change the talent trees. I don't think that they should make them larger. So again, this is like another question that pigeonholes you into something. How would you feel if each talent tree had a capstone talent choice, meaning the bottom of the tree had 2 distinct talents, of which you could only pick one? I always ask myself, whenever I see some...
That's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool, man. I'm not going to lie. 2 capstone talents side by side where you can only pick one. It's either or, but you can kind of pick stuff that like we know is good. It's not a meme. Like they're both actually good options. I've never seen that done before either, too. To be honest, like imagine you could pick between. Let me think of a good one. It'd have to be a really good like TBC capstone talent versus the talent before. Something like that. Can you guys think of a good one? Two capstone talents that are both really good, but you can only pick one.
Like something that is completely out of left field. Like, why would this be bad? And why would this be good? So the reason why this could be good is like, oh, you have a really powerful talent, but you don't want them to have the access, like the option of having both talents. Maybe one is for PvP and one is for PvE, and they have to choose for that spec. Maybe one is for like a style of that spec. Two-handed Fury versus dual-wield Fury. That's like the pros, maybe, of why you would do that. But I think it's better designed to build that into the actual talent tree itself. The reason why I think it's bad is it ends up pigeonholing you into that illusion of choice. That illusion of choice that starts to hit. You end up taking the talent.
The thing is, you could make talents where it's not an illusion, though. Right? You could actually go through, knowing what we know about the game in 2026, and we know what abilities and what talents are good and which ones are trash. You could make it so, like, there is a choice, like, there are multiple viable paths, but you just have to pick one that suits your playstyle. You know what I mean? Like, let me look at this tree right here. I'm sort of looking at, imagine you took the capstone of the vanilla talents and then you took the capstone of the TBC talent and you put it side by side, and you'd have to choose one. And you could only choose one. You know what I mean? Or
go forth to victory.
Are just going to be the best for whatever it is. And now it actually pigeonholes you into not being able to pick that thing at all. If you build those options into the talent tree itself, then maybe somebody could be creative with it and come up with like a fun, goofy build that is like, oh yeah, I'm doing this thing because I was able to put these things together, and I want to do, again, I'm going to use the two-handed Fury versus dual-wield Fury example. Well, a lot of warriors go dual-wield Fury in Classic for PvE. You could go two-handed Fury, but it's not really good unless you're Horde, because Horde has Wind Fury Totem, and Wind Fury scales harder for two-handed. It depends on how they would implement it, but I don't think that this is a good idea. Should every class get a movement speed, talent, or ability? No. Should mass res be a spell? I feel like if they do this, it needs to only be in PvE, in raids or something. But like, man, this is like going down. See, again, this is like when we're talking about like design principles, like, because if you have like a big world PvP fight and somebody's just mass resing out of combat, it's crazy. I think there should be like a long cooldown mass res so that it's only usable in raids or something. And I'm leaning towards no. If they were to add it, I don't think they should, but if they were to add it, that should be the implementation. Should damage over time, heal over time spells?
Why would they even add that? This is kind of what I was saying, though. Like, I like the concept of the site overall. It's like really over-engineered and cool, but like there's some weird questions in there, right? There's like is that so you can just recover and raid faster?
All classes, no. What? Should each class in Classic have one? Because here, whenever if you do this, then you have to rebalance the entire thing. Should each class in Classic have one spec tailored
They call it
for
quality
PvP?
of life.
Doesn't
Don't
it
change the
reduce
classes, man.
amount
Just
of
add more
damage they
zones
do
and stuff to
have it
do.
coincide with the type.
All right, let me ask the chat though. Okay, I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull the chat. Okay, this is actually a good one. This is I'm genuinely curious. I am genuinely curious. Okay, all right. Would this be enough for you for Classic Plus? New zones, dungeons, raids. Okay. Let me poll you guys. So the question is, if they just changed zones, dungeons, raids, didn't touch the classes at all. I'm going to put the poll in the chat right now. Is that enough for you guys? Be honest, bro. Be honest. I'll leave my opinion toward the end. But they literally don't touch the classes at all. But like they flesh out a Jara, they had like a new BG, new raid, like it's just, but it's like completely the same classes.
All part of the balance. So you end up having to rebalance the entire class and change the entire class. Should each class in Classic Plus have one spec tailored specifically for PvP? Hold on. There's certain specs that are better for PvP and they're optimal for PvP. But like you play the class, not the spec. How'd you rate Vanilla WoW Protection Paladin's kit in terms of solo content? Pretty good. 5-man, like a 9. Actually, dude, solo, I would say like a 10, bro. 5-man, like an 8. Raid, like a 7. PvP, like a 4. PvP, like a 5. How'd you rate Vanilla WoW's Holy Paladin kit in terms of solo? 4. 5-man, 10. Raid, 10.
Wait, so they have surveys for each class as well? I only did the first one, bro. That's kind of sick. That means like the enthusiasts of each class could go answer, like in theory, right? Like they could answer in a much more like a high expertise way, like their thoughts. In theory, I don't know if that's how it ends. I don't know if it ends up that way. It could just be like the average Redditor Joe Schmo, like answering all the classes, and everything is just weighted equally, and it ends up actually being worse.
PvP, like 8. Should Consecration be a baseline ability? This could be something that is a baseline ability. Every spec uses it, and it's nice for Holy to have. I have no opinion on this. You could make it a baseline. How would you feel in addition to mana? Paladin had a secondary reason. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, wait, what did he get all tilted by? He's like a Giga Paladin enthusiast, right? So I'm actually curious. Like, I feel like actually his opinion really matters on the Paladin stuff because he just played so much fucking Paladin, and he's like a class enthusiast to the maximum degree.
E10. How would you rate Vanilla WoW's Ret kit in terms of solo? 8. 5-man. Raid, like 5.
Well, here's the thing though, right? Like he's gonna overrate Ret because like he like Ret prios like all the gear in his raids to himself, right? Like I'm not trying to throw shade at him. I'm just saying that's what it's just a fact, right? And he like kind of like gears the raid, and like he's literally gonna get every spell power consumable, every attack power consumable, and just try to like push Ret to the maximum. Most people are gonna be pretty unhappy with Ret. Like I feel like most people think Ret is bad, and Ret is pretty bad. Like it's not unplayable. Like if you were super try hard and you wanted to like get everything. You know, if you're a raid leader, bro, and you're running a raid and you have some player who's down to just get every buff and show up and like be a paladin and be able to buff everybody else, and you just know that person's going to be there every time and be reliable because he's just like super locked in with paladin, like yeah, I'm taking that guy every time, bro. I'd rather have that guy over another brown monkey, like just like literally like another random generic warrior. Like paladins actually have buffs, like they you know, they, and like it's good to have like enthusiasts in your raid. Like that matters, you know. So I don't think Ret is like unplayable, honestly. I think it's like fine.
Should Consecration be a baseline ability? This could be something that is a baseline ability. Every spec uses it, and it's nice for Holy to have. No, I have no opinion on this. You could make it a baseline. How would you feel in addition to mana, Paladin had a secondary resource? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, sorry, I missed it again. How would you feel if in addition to mana, Paladin had a secondary resource? Oh, that's what he gets tilted about. Okay. Secondary resource. Is that what they did in retail or something? Paladins have another resource? So I'm going to assume.
Paladin's itemization need strength or just strength. Strength and spell power is so freaking cool. And I'm telling you, if they had the seal system, the seal mechanics work exactly like they do in TBC Anniversary right now, even if there was no Crusader Strike, stuff working like it does right, like mechanics working the way they do right now would be insanely good. It would be so, I'm telling you, I yearn. I've been thinking about it. It's in my head. I'm like, I yearn for a vanilla WoW, like actual vanilla. That is, if they were to have the seal mechanics work the way they are right now in TBC Anniversary.
Dude, the last time I saw someone get this hype was Grays about tents. What is he talking about? Why is it different? What is different about the seal system now? Couldn't you seal twist in vanilla as well? What am I missing here, dude? This man, I've never seen a gamer so hyped since Grays for the tents. Okay, so the poll is over, by the way. No one class has changed. Oh my god, you guys always make it so hard, though, dude. Why is it 54 to 46? This is why Classic WoW is so fried, man. Like, or Classic Plus, like, how are we going to ever do Classic Plus when it's so split, man? It's so split, you know? People are going to get mad either way. That's why I just want to play the trilogy, bro. I'll call it a day. Seals Intense. Yo, what up, Drazon? How you doing, man? I quit in phase 2, but I recall as a warrior main not even wanting to play one, so that must have been Whale. I chose the Hunter. Holy Power sucks. Everyone has combo points in retail. Brown Monkey Law, I know what you mean, but that's crazy. Oh yeah, I mean just like warrior, right? It has to be reworked in Classic Plus. Sod Warrior was pretty lame, but I think it was intentional. Yes, red is awful. I play Hunter and voted yes. The survey asks you what classes you play, then it gives you questions on those classes. Yeah, that's pretty cool though. I like how it gets down to a class level. I just did the intro survey, so Tents would be copying Turtle WoW. But just because it's copying Turtle WoW doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, Grays really feels strongly about it, and I do hear him. I think it's he just wants a system that people would actually use, you know. If you don't know what I'm talking about, basically in Turtle WoW, they have a system, and it's based on a profession called survival or survivalist, something like that, where you craft tents, and then you can put a tent down, and I don't know how long it lasts for, but it gives you up to a level and a half of rested. Okay, which seems unhinged, right? That seems like a lot of rested, but it takes time to chew through that rested. You have to keep in mind, like you can't. You know, if you have a level and a half of rested, it's still going to take you like hours to go through all that. You know what I mean? And there's a cap in terms of how much rested you can have. It's like 2 levels. So it's not that OP, but it's enough of an incentive that I think like everyone would use it. Everyone would unironically use it and get excited for it. And people would be standing under these tents together and like, you know, socializing, and honestly it would force people to like take showers and like brush their teeth, because like you are min-maxing, but you are taking a break but min-maxing.
Was in TBC 2021, which is different than how it is in Classic Era, which is different than how it was Classic 2019. It's different right now. If it worked this way with the same sort of like the spell power on your PvP gear, the spell power on your AQ40 gear, the spell power on your tier 2 gear, it would be insanely fun. Oh, it would be good. See, that's like whenever I'm saying like I have 2 tracks of thought, because like Reckoning, it was always broken in vanilla, it still is. So you have vanilla here and you have Classic Plus here. They're 2 separate things, and they can coexist. Assuming Protection Paladin gets the support, it needs to be competitive. Should their itemization include spell power? Yes. That is a cool class fantasy that you have spell power. Yes. Duration Paladin, Greater Blessings being classic. I mean, if they wanted to make it 30 minutes, it's fine. Should Holy Paladins get additional resources power while in melee range?
30 minutes? Isn't it 10 right now? Oh, you're talking about Greater Blessings. But standard blessing right now is 10, which is so much better than 5, man. So much better than 5. What was I gonna say though? I still don't know what he means by the seals. Like, does anybody happen to know? Anybody play Paladin in here? Like, what's so different about the seals in TBC versus vanilla? I know you can twist in vanilla as well. He made it seem like it's so different now though, and so much better, and it like helps Paladin out a lot. I'm not sure what he means by that. The new seals? You mean like Seal of Blood and Seal of Martyr? Is that what he's talking about? It's he made it seem like it was the seal mechanics. Like there was something with the seal mechanics. What version of the game you're playing? We're playing just Anniversary TBC, man. We're playing hardcore though. This is hardcore. Troll Warrior. We're leveling this guy Kamisayo style. So sword and board, demo shout first global, testing it out. So far it's pretty smooth, pretty fast. I like the shield. Using sharpening stones, all that good stuff. It's going really good. It's a pretty blessed run so far, pretty clean run.
Holy Paladin being like the front liner, boom, you're doing damage, and like melee healer, like that's like a retail WoW thing. Now that was how Paladins were originally intended to be designed in like the alpha, and they changed it. And I feel like that's a very retail WoW thing now. If you had like some kind of talent, if you changed a talent to be like, if you're in melee range, you get some kind of bonus, maybe it could be cool. But like, again, we're talking classic game design and classic philosophy. I would probably say no. Now, but again, I'm getting pissed at these freaking pigeonhole answers. It says, let me stay in the back with other healers. Each healer is different, okay? In PvP and PvE, I'm telling you, there's a guy. If you watch my old streams from years ago, he's the best Holy Paladin I ever played with. His name is Spoogie. And Spoogie was a badass. He was from Israel, lived in Sweden. We played on private servers together because in private servers, we played on global servers. And Spoogie, man, I remember Spoogie coming in here, Malstar's Defender. He had his tier 2 gear. And back then, we had progressive itemization. So the tier 2, the Judgment set, was a set that gave plus heal.
Progressive itemization? What server was that? What server had progressive itemization? Which private server? Anybody remember? Northdale wasn't progressive. Elysium wasn't progressive. I don't know which one that would have been.
Set until the 1.9 patch, the AQ40 patch.
The progressive itemization servers were like kind of not that popular. Those are the ones, if you don't know what progressive itemization is, it's basically like the gear changes with each patch. So like it literally, your item in your bag shifts. Like you wake up the next morning and like the new patch hit and like it's different. Like the white wands turn into green wands, stuff like that.
Bougie would come in like front line, like, all right, I got this shit, bitches. And he'd run in there and he would just be like with big heels and his full plate armor. And people would be beating on him and we'd be like, repentance, stun. And we'd be like peeling off of him and we'd do the Paladin police force. Oh, dude, me, Drakova, Spoogie, and we'd go in like 3-man with Paladins and we'd be beating like 5-man groups and we'd be doing all this fighting in Black Rock Mountain. Insane. Dude, we had so much fun. Now, why do I even bring this up? Because I miss Spoogie. That's why I bring it up. But the other reason I bring it up is...
Savage Glad turned Ep. Yeah, I think it might have been actually Anathema/Nost, you're right. Because I do remember that. I didn't actually raid on Nost. I didn't do much on Nost. I was kind of just like getting back into it. But I do remember a server where I'm in Thunderbluff and like I saw my wands green and they were white before. And I was like, what is, like, this is so weird. Like, I was like, what is this? Like, what is this kind of server where the gear changes?
all the different
like the lesser magic wand and greater magic wand is what I'm talking about.
Different types of gameplay. So like, let me stay in the back with other healers. Well, you have a resto druid who's like running around, right? He's changing forms, he's shifting forms, he's casting like entangling roots, and he might be doing other stuff, you know, doing druid stuff. A priest is gonna have like power infusion, right? If they're a disc priest, they have like power infusion. They might be a little bit more like, I'm a clothy, I gotta get in the back. A shaman, very similar to a paladin, frontliner. Frontliner, very aggressive. Boom, somebody's casting a spell, Earthshock. Hey, that guy has a blessing of protection on him. Let's spam purge, purge, purge. Help the melee out. Dropping totems, Wind Fury. You know, very similar to Paladin. Paladin is like the battle, like, I'm a big tank. I'm coming in here. I got my plate armor. I got my shield. I'm taking a lot of melee damage. That's cool. That is cool design, right? There's no let me stay in the back with other healers. No, every class is a little bit different. But that's already built into the game. It already works that way. Should classes plus differentiate between long-term buffs, short-term cooldowns by changing names? No. What version of any of Steel Toes has been classic? This is so much more nuanced than anything else, by the way. Like, this is way more... I mean, two-way twisting would be crazy. We have two-way twisting now with Righteousness and Command.
Two-way
We always had two-way twisting with Righteousness and Command in 2021 TBC, but we didn't have two-way twisting with Command and well, I talk about this in my seal twisting video. In this case, like if everything two-way twisted, it would kind of be nuts, but it might be kind of broken. I don't really know. There's a lot more nuance to this question than what this is allowing. Should Blizzard support a shotgun and playstyle? They already do that. Like that's already a thing. I should turn on dead extras and work on all enemy types. No way. That would be broken. It's just we just do too much damage. With exorcism, you do too much DPS in raids, and turn undead I think is just like what you're gonna give them a fear for undead players. I think is just I don't think that's a good idea.
You know, that's actually how it worked though, guys. Back in the day, your turn undead would work on undead players. Kind of crazy. I don't know if it made it into the original version of the game, but like at some point, like it might have been the alpha or like the beta or something, like early vanilla WoW days, you could just fear undead players. They like did not give a fuck back then. Like they were honestly, it was kind of cool. Like they didn't care about the balance as much. They cared about like the fantasy, the flavor, you know. They probably weren't so worried about how balanced the game was going to be in PvP.
Strong. Turn undead actually did work for players, I think in the alpha. I don't know if it was at the very beginning of the game. Okay. Rank the following professions by how much you enjoy them. Engineering is super fun. Then first aid is cool. I just picked the most boring. Gathering professions and mining. You fight somebody over a mining node, I guess. Blacksmithing is okay. You have the fear trinket. Arcanite Reaper. Arcanite Reaper sucks in Classic the way they... With no progressive randomization, Arcanite Reaper is not very good. And also with like the way that stuff is released, no progressive randomization, and having everything on the last patch makes Arcanite Reaper not nearly as good for how much it costs. Many of the ingredients required for crafting are too hard to find. Some of them are. I'm going to use the Arcanite Reaper as an example. So look at Arcanite Reaper. 20 Arcanite bars.
Oh, shoot.
20...
Yo, just want to quickly shout out Buku Brando, dude. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, man. I appreciate it very much, bro. Thank you very much. Shouts out to Kargoz. Always stoked to hear your thoughts on the current state of the game. I'll always be a fan of what you started with hardcore. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks, Brando. I appreciate it, man. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thanks, everyone, for watching the stream, by the way. We're just reacting to stuff, chilling out, leveling. We'll be doing some PvP in a bit. Once Poppy gets on, we'll be doing some Alliance pre-mades. I'll be live all day. I'll be live for another, like another 7 hours or so. So I got you covered today. If you're bored, if you just want to leave the stream up, I got you guys. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it.
Arcanite bars. So you need 20 arcane crystals and transmute them with thorium to get an Arcanite bar. That's really, really, really expensive for something that is not really that good. Now, it was really good back in the day. At level 58, getting an Arcanite Reaper, this thing would crank, and it's a sick-looking weapon. In fact, this is one of the highest DPS blue weapons. It's so easy to...
The actual lore of vanilla, guys, of real vanilla, and I don't really remember experiencing this myself, but I believe this to be true, was that warriors back in the day in 2004 vanilla like were kind of slept on, and they weren't really like super feared or respected. And then they started using Arcanite Reaper. Like Arcanite Reaper was like the game changer. Like it was like the Smith and Wesson, the invention of gunpowder. It was the weapon that like brought the class online and started like starting a whole new era for brown class. Maybe someone remembers a little more detail than that, but I mean that's not an experience you have on private servers or anything like that. But this is a like a watershed like moment in vanilla WoW once warriors or rats or whatever started using Arcanite Reaper. Sig Sauer. Alakazam still has all the 2004 beta posts still up on their forum, people talking about things like that. Same thinking it would require itemization, rework, tons of new zones, dungeons, and ways to even create soft level gates. Yeah, the level gates, interesting. Yo, level gates, guys, plus or minus. Did you enjoy that? Like in an ideal classic plus, like not to say it's it's a limited time thing, like as the server launches they have it. It's not going to be like some forever thing, but like 2-week level gate for different level brackets. Is that something that is that a yay or is that a nay? Is that a W? What is the level gate? Basically think SOD phase 1. SOD phase 1, everybody, was it 29? Or it might have been some random level, like 22. Travel to Crossroads, okay. At 10? Okay. Shouldn't I just do defensive stance quest? Oh, I have to turn this in first. Okay. That's right. That's probably why it's making me do this. I'll hate that. Let them boys grind. What's up, Elon Tusk? Elon Tusk in the house. Nice name. Yes, this is hardcore. Yup. Grinding previous at 25 was cringe. It was 25. It was kind of cool to do RFK at 25 or solo farm those elite dwarves in Hillsbrad. Yeah, I minus. Okay, a lot of minus actually. Okay, a lot of minus. Yeah, a lot of minus. Okay. I think one of the keys, man, with Classic Plus is if they can somehow find a way to put stuff into the game so that the players can make their own content. We talked about this a bit yesterday, but what could they add? Let me ask you guys. What could they add that would allow the players to like create like their own buff or consumable or item that even if it isn't actually truly unique, it has like a unique name to it or something. Do you know what I mean? Like a limited edition thing, some kind of that's totally missing from WoW. Like that's not a thing in the game at all. Like, but that would be something that will allow the players to do more interesting stuff in the world. I was talking to Grace about that whole survival talent thing, like, or survival profession, like maybe you could make your own custom buff. And if people stand under your tent, you give them a custom buff that you've like, it's your own proprietary blend of consumables and stuff you've thrown into the pot to create this like unique tent that gives people a unique buff. Obviously there would be like certain like limits, safeguards in place so it's not like super OP or something, but yeah. Yo, Maxwell, dude, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. There it is, man. We got a good amount of primes going today. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Max, how you doing this weekend, brother? How we feeling? But the secondary skills and create new drops from skinning, fishing, mining, and recipes with low drop rates. Grace is on about those 10s. I think they could maybe let players drop a new leveling world buff that gives flat stats. Yes. Yeah. Can Alk make a flask without the Alk table in BWL Scolo and pre-patch? No, not right now. Once TBC is out though, you don't have to go there anymore. You can just use in Shatrath, there's a table. There's a table in Shatrath up by like the Sethic guys. Hot take, but I have been really enjoying the world buffs as a lobby and pre-patch. Yeah, so is Grace. So is a lot of people. I'm surprised how frequently they're dropping, man. Like people are still PvEing a lot. Can I ask you guys though, who's rated in pre-patch? Like a 40-man raid, I guess even a 20-man. How do you like it? I feel like if I rated, I'd have a hard time taking it seriously. Like I wouldn't even really be thinking too much into the meta. But maybe it's fun? Question mark. Just have to press W. Just soloing dungeons as a warrior. Probably not even smart for me to be killing all this stuff. I'm like almost dying. I have no potions. Everyone is really under-geared, so it's okay. Yeah. I saw Ompi and Savix and Zaryu, they did a 4-man Oni the other day. Anyway, let's keep watching this thing.
The other gear now, and also you have the strongest version of all the other gear without progressive itemization. The solution to this would be if they were to actually rework some of the recipes for some of the gear in the crafting to match the current state of the game. You account for the times of how the player base plays and what's available to them and how much of a certain material is out and about, because the economy of a server, the economy of the game is all supply and demand. Things that are very rare are more expensive and things that are not very rare are very cheap. And Arcanite crystals are pretty rare. So if you want to not affect the rarity and not affect the cost of something like an Arcanite bar, maybe it would be wise for an Arcanite Reaper to not take 20 Arcanite bars and instead maybe take something like, I don't know, 10 Arcanite bars, or even less. I think even 10 Arcanite bars would be super expensive. Like, if they made it like 5 Arcanite bars, that might be a little bit better even. You would finally see people using it more. You're looking at like somewhere in the 150 gold range. How much would Enchanted Leather go for? I can't remember. But like, if Arcanite Reaper cost you like 150 to 200 gold, I think that's a lot more reasonable than the 500, 600 gold that it would cost. Should professions be rebalanced to give more value to diverse profession choices? Having more cool things for the other professions would be a good idea. That's one of the problems with
Professions, man, as much as I love Vanilla WoW, and trust me, I love it, I don't think it needs any changes. That's one of those things where there are some missed opportunities, right? I think we can all agree. Stuff like you just go through, I go through blacksmithing right now, right? And I could just go through every single thing. Copper bracers, rough copper vest. I would like to be able to adjust some of this stuff so that we know actually how people level, and somehow just tweak stuff so that you want to make it and you want to wear it. You know what I mean? Like, we know the modern min-max standard and what people will do and what people won't do. And we carefully, with a fine-tooth comb, go in there and try to make stuff actually good. Because it feels so bad that, honestly, like 80% of all the professions are all just like useless, right? 80% of like everything in every profession is useless. It's only 20% that has any use. Yeah, and it's not to say Vanilla WoW is a bad game, because we talk about playing in the sandbox and all this, like, you know, you can create challenges for yourself. Like Grays did that with Thick Meta one time. Remember, I thought it was a really cool challenge. I was like excited for them to go do it, but they were going to do like a duo hardcore run where they used only gear they crafted. I think that's really cool. But yeah, the professions could use some love, you know. NG is a very strong profession. Other professions need to get up to, but even with NG, dude, it's like 80% of the stuff is still not usable though. Like one of the main issues with professions is that by the time you can actually craft all this stuff, you're way too high level and it's no longer useful to you, you know? Alright, turn in Admiral's orders. I gotta say, bro, it's kind of nice leveling with rested XP, man. Don't have to think, just follow the arrow and chill.
Not all the professions have cool things that you get from them. Should profession quests require that you learn the profession to complete, or allow you to purchase the items from someone with that profession instead? I think you shouldn't even be able to get a profession quest if you don't have that profession to begin with. You should have to have that profession in order to be able to accept the quest in the first place. However, to turn in that quest, like if the quest is like, give me a bronze tube, you shouldn't have to be the one that crafts the bronze tube. Now, maybe there's some part of it that you have to craft on your own or do something, but I think that it's good to give the players that agency to be able to purchase something that another crafter made, that communication, that social interaction occurs. That's good for an MMO. Or you can craft it on your own. You have the agency. You have the opportunity to do whatever you want to do. Yeah, you should absolutely be allowed to purchase it. Should Black Lotus be more accessible? If you add more spawns, there'll just be more bots. I think the bottom line for everything is to fix the bot problem. That's the bottom line. Fix the bots. The bots will win no matter what. Yeah. Which of these new races would you want to see in Classic Plus? Blood Elves and Draenei, maybe. Can I say something? Like, I know some people might...
Oh, is he about to say that he doesn't like Draenei? Do you guys like Draenei? Be honest. I think we all like Blood Elves, right? I never really... I'm gonna admit to you a dirty secret. I never really fucked with Draenei, dude. Like, they could be deleted from the game and it wouldn't even bother me. They're okay. The elephant, just the whole space goat thing, just it's fine. It's acceptable, but it never really resonated with me. You know what I mean? Not a fan. But Blood Elves, though, right? Blood Elves actually they make the cut. They're like their architecture, the style, the lore, definitely an addition, right? I couldn't even tell you, like, how do you even describe the Draenei architecture? Is it like spaceshipy, like kind of space caps, spacey, you know, space age? Belf body type 2 is so good. Model jumping animation.
Like the idea of goblins as a playable race. I just didn't.
He didn't like Goblin, yeah.
A little bit weird to me because you see him in the Steam Weedle cartel and all this other stuff for so long.
I feel him on that.
Odd.
I feel him on that.
That's all.
If you guys could add one race to WoW, what would it be? What's your vote? What is your vote? And it would have to be. It couldn't be for both Alliance and Horde, right? Okay, let's keep it at Horde. If you could add one race to Horde, what would it be? Let's start with that. After 20 years of playing this game, man, what would it be? 20 long years playing WoW.
A huge problem with them. You know, I'm cool with the
Volpera? Okay, I'm actually about to ban you. I feel like you're just saying that to make me crash out, right? Truly.
It was a little weird, you know. Cold Tyrann, dude. I want
The
to make
ethereal
a
nether guys.
in retail so
Ooh, ooh, I didn't think about that.
I don't know. I just think.
Wait, let me see what you guys have to say. Goblin, okay, Volpera, Ogre, and Naga. Metzen apologized for the Draenei retcon in a blue post. Seriously? Ogre, Goblin, Dark Dwarves. Ooh. I think it for me, dude. I think it's gotta be Naga. I always thought Naga looked really cool, man. I don't know how it would work because they're like slithering, they're jumping. I mean, I could see a little jump animation for him. Like Naga would look really cool, man. I honestly think that race looks awesome.
What are you looking for? What can I help you with?
Knowles for Horde. Interesting, man. I kind of like it in a way, man. The Knowles, because it's very low power creep feeling, and I like things that make us feel like a foot soldier rather than a hero. You know, I can't be the only one, man. When Blizzard's just calling you heroes all the time, it's kind of cringe, right? Like that's part of the appeal of Classic, right? Where you just feel like a foot soldier, and they obviously went the other direction with that, you know? So, like, you know, even stuff like dual spec and a lot of the quality of life they're putting in here, it kind of, like, just takes you away from that feeling. You kind of feel like the center of the universe, main character syndrome, and all that shit. Exit Orgrimmar. Go up to the... Oh, we're going to Tirisfal, bruh. What, to get Slumber Send? What are we doing in Tirisfal? Use the Orb of Translocation? Bro, it's trying to take me to the Blood Elf place? Is the Blood Elf place good, guys? I'm trying to go to the Barrens, fam. Eversong Woods, Ghostlands. Bro, I'm a vanilla one trick. I'm not trying to do that right now. Oh, about to go back to Razor Hill right now. I linked Metzen's apology above Kargoz. Oh shoot, I'll check it out. Oh man, is it worth it to go to the Blood Elf Zone, boys? Barrens is so comfy, it's so cozy. A new faction with 4 races. Better quest gear in the Blood Elf Zone.
Strength and honor.
Oh man, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think we stay here, bro. This is where we deviate from the arrow, which feels so bad. Every time you do your own thing with rested XP, you kind of regret it, right? I wish they just had a Duratar to Baron's route, though. Classic 1 to 22. Maybe I should have done this. 6 to 10 Duratar. It's probably this one. Classic 1 to 22. 6 to 11 Tirisfal Glades. We could go to Tirisfal, I mean, to train swords. It's not bad. And to do, like, Slumber Sand. Eversong Ghostlands is a lot of fun, but it's a bit overpopulated.
Man, Paladin is just funny. I think something that could be interesting, I think High Elves and Blood Elves, having both of them is too confusing. In a world where you don't have Draenei, in a world where you don't have Blood Elves, High Elves would be part of the Alliance still. But then you would have to give the Horde something cool, and I don't know what you would give them. Ogres? Actually, Ogres kind of does make sense for the Horde. Because wasn't in like Warcraft 2, couldn't you have Ogre NPCs when you played an Orc? Rexar.
Bro, I still think one of the coolest ideas I ever heard, and I don't think they could actually ever implement this, but maybe you guys heard this already. Do you guys remember what Parla said about ogres? You guys remember? That was one of the coolest ideas. He thought it was an idea of like basically a class that would be played by only 2 people. You would be a 2-headed ogre, and like one person would control one head and the other person would control the other head. And like, yeah, maybe you could only play that class if you had 2 people, right? Like, I don't know, maybe that's the limitation. So you can't play it all the time, but it'd still be kind of sick.
Wait, what? Is Rexar like half ogre? I wrote Rexus instead of Rexar, like Texas. He is half ogre. I actually didn't know that. I actually didn't know he was half ogre. Interesting. If you did High Elves for the Alliance and Ogres for the Horde, that would make sense. Blood Elves and Draenei. But I don't think you can have Blood Elves and High Elves. Now think about how he was made.
Yeah, Blood Elves, High Elves, yeah.
Out of 10, how much do you like the current racial trait system in Classic WoW? It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I think it's a good system, but it's.
Wait, what were the other races listed on here? Let me see.
Out of 10,
I want to see the other like races they listed. Okay. Blood Elves, Goblins, Pandarin. Bro, what if they put Pandarin in Classic Plus? Would you guys play? Would you play? I would say, bro, if they had the panda model from Warcraft 3 and it looked like Warcraft 3, because that's a unique style, it would actually potentially be passable. But if it was the modern panda, it would be a fudging disgrace, right? It would be immediate, like. This is the danger with Classic Plus, dude. Like they're gonna, no matter how they do it, they're gonna lose. They're gonna enrage so many people, right? Would you guys like, bro? What if the game was super good and you liked it, but they put in Pandarin and retail models? Would you play? You know what I mean? Like everything else, that every democracy and all this, you know, you voted on all this stuff. It's looking good. They did the professions. Everything's good. But then you just have those goofy ass retail models and there's pandas. You know what I mean? It's anything is possible, dude. At least Pandarin or a Warcraft 3 race. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In Warcraft 3, it was, you know, it was Chen that Chen, right? Set path of defense. Whoa, I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go do the Slumber Sand quest. That's what I'm going to do here. And I need to train swords as well. Let's do Slumber Sand. Ooh, it's rainy right now, guys. It's rainy in Tirisfal. You know what I do hope? If they, I mean, it's not if. They're going to do Classic Plus, right? Can they make more weather effects? Like more atmospheric, immersive weather? Like make it rain more, make it snow more? Also, dude, if they're going to touch up the graphics, you know these like one-dimensional type of trees and stuff, like what I'm looking up at right here? It'd be sick if they could like not make it look like it's from 1994. More weather. All I'm saying, boys, is like, can we just all get on the same page that they should do the trilogy era just in case as a backup, all right? Just think about it that way, even if you think I'm insane. We just need a backup because it's possible that what they come up with, if it's all democratic, like you don't like it, man. That they put pandas or something in, right? The trilogy era, boys. No. Telling you. Whoa. Whoa. Guys, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture, guys? Guys, where am I and what's going on? What's wrong? What? No one? Nobody? Nobody? Nobody at all? Nobody at all? No, it's not dailies. No, it's not even the blue, dude. Where am I? Where am I, guys? Where am I? First of all, type it out. Where am I? Yeah, I'm in Brill. So what is this? Why does it sound like I'm in fucking Camp Taurajo right now? It's supposed to be Twinkle Twinkle Little Star backwards. Did they just update like the music in TBC? I don't know if that's correct or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's supposed to be Twinkle Twinkle Little Star backwards. It's the new Forsaken Inn music. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bug or if they actually just did that in TBC. Who knows? Oh, music is updated. So this is correct. You're leveling a Troll Warrior for HC. That's pretty hype. Yeah. We're going Kamisayo style. I mean, the music's kind of nice though. I wonder if this is unique to Forsaken. I kind of like it, dude. But I do like that Brill music. It's a vibe for like 8 seconds and then you have to leave immediately and toggle off music, you know? So maybe it's good they got rid of it. I just didn't know if it was if it was accurate. You ever see the spirit stacking Troll Warrior? That's what we're doing, man. That's what we're attempting. That's the Kamisayo way, dude. We're gonna try to level like Kamisayo. That whole guide. We're gonna do like demo shop for sword and board all the way. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. What's your favorite profession, boyos? All things considered, dude. What's your favorite? You like picking herbs, man? Are you an herb picker? You like that fat tap of a thorium vein? Getting that nice crystal in your bag? What really gets your juices going? What's your favorite profession that that you enjoy? What do you enjoy? What really gets the blood pumping? Are you an arcane crystal enjoyer? Alchemy? Leatherworking? Uh-oh. Just crafting a nice, fresh, crispy Devil Saur set for the boys. What is there to love about leatherworking, actually? I feel like that's always been the most underwhelming profession. Drums, just banging on the bongos. Engie. Yeah. Oh, man. In vanilla, I do really like mining, man. Mining's kind of goated. Mining is pretty goated. Like, it's actually kind of a bummer that mining's not so good. You know what I mean? Like, it's way worse than herbalism. Even with the arcane crystals and all that, like, it ends up just making way less money. That might be something they could kind of address in Classic Plus too, because like I love like just the nodes, like even just copper, dude. Some good old copper, some tin. It all hits, bro. Like if you haven't played WoW, imagine you didn't play WoW for 2 years, and you were dreaming about vanilla WoW and playing again. You would be dreaming about tapping some copper nodes. I'm telling you. If it doesn't hit, it's because you've been playing too much WoW. So it's like you're kind of fried in the brain. But imagine you didn't play for 2 years. You would be thinking about it, bro. Smelting up some nice ore. Getting some nice iron ore, some mithril. The big 3-tap copper whopper. Yup. Cooking. Ooh, I like cooking. Are we do you guys like fishing at this point in WoW 2? I feel like fishing has come a long way. Like people used to like never fish at all, but I feel like fishing has become more trendy. I feel like it's become more of a thing people like to do. Why not add the best racials for each class in TBC PvP? They're missing from both guide and BIS list. You're right. Actually, that's good comms. I do have guides on that stuff though already. That's actually really good comms. Thank you for telling me that, because I should just post my guides that I have on the topics. I have 2 guides for racials in TBC. That's great comms. Yeah, I'm gonna post that, brother. But if you have any questions, like what races are the best, you can ask right here. We got you covered, man. We got you. Basically, TLDR, if you can go orc, go orc. If you can go dwarf, go dwarf. Human is BIS for rogue. And undead's pretty solid too. That's it. That's all. I think everyone pretty much knows their main class BIS race, but not their partners and alts. Gotcha. I'm a Tauren warrior. Well, I hate to break it to you, brother, but the hitbox is the same. The hitbox of a Tauren is the same as a gnome, guys. Thoughts? Absolutely confirmed by the actual rank 1 community. And don't think that's changing, my boys. A nice inaccurate bug there, gonna go right into the production code. Taurens should be big mad right now. I don't play a Tauren, but yeah. Sony is working on getting it fixed again. Oh, really? So he knows about it? I thought Tauren has more range. At least I get AoE Sundo interrupt. Yeah, Tauren has longer range. And for hunters too, for warriors, they have like, what is it, 2.5 yards? 2.2, 2.5, 2.7, 2 point something. People just round up and say 3. But you know the really weird thing is Femtor has less. Now that's misogynistic, Blizzard. That's actually needs to get fixed before Subjugate Demon. That needs to get fixed immediately, even before Incubus gets put in, or that's an actual injustice right there. That's an injustice, man. Femtor has like 2.2 yards. Male Tauren has like 2.5 or some shit. Femtor is less than gnome. No, it just has less than the male. The male Tauren has like they both have more than gnome, but it has less than the male. Did they reduce Tauren range in last TBC? No. Last TBC, it was intact. It was working fine. And yeah, Tauren warrior, bro. Like you feel that, absolutely, bro. Absolutely, that's a real thing. That is a real thing, that racial. If you are like trying to line a warrior on the Grand Arena, the one that has the big pillars on it, those columns, like they're literally hitting you through the pillar, dude. It makes that much of a difference. It's very hard to get away from a Tauren warrior around those pillars. So it's absolutely something they should fix. Like it's some people would roll Tauren for that. No cap. Well, men are bigger. Yeah, I'm just trolling, bro. But like that actually is just like a funny thing, right? That for some reason male Taurens have more range. Hey, not all men are bigger. No one's talking about Thrall's Way. What's that? Is gnome good for a warrior though, even though the range is small? Oh no, so all the races have the same range, except for Tauren. Am I right? I just want to like make sure I'm right, but I'm pretty like positive, almost positive. Like everyone has the same range except for Tauren. And gnome is very good. Yes, gnome is the BIS. Gnome is BIS in TBC. But the crazy thing is, man, escape artist racial is 1 minute, and male and female Tauren the same. No, male should be bigger. It should be slightly bigger. Kargoz, as a rogue, do I want my mage to be gnome or human? You want them to be gnome. It's just important that you have the perception. It's not useless if the mage has it, but it's not like he has paranoia or anything, and it's kind of unlikely you're gonna find a rogue if you're just a mage walking around with perception. It's better to, like the gnome racial men, I think. I mean, it's possible, but humans fine too, though, right? Because mage has a lot of mobility, but you will always find value. I'm pretty sure, bro. Who's played gnome in arena before? Type of one in the chat. Who actually played gnome in arena? Let me ask you: do you get value from your escape artist every single game? I bet you do, bro. It's literally any slow or any snare or anything. Like, I bet you press it every single game and are happy you have it every game. It could be a Nova, it could be a hamstring proc, it could be a crippling poison, a frostbolt. Like, it's pretty insane, dude. It's an instant TBC? Yeah, it's an instant TBC, yep. Yeah, no, it's big, dude. And the thing is, you have to realize is, you know how mages deal their damage, right? They shatter you. Like, if you're in a Nova, you're in, like, dire straits. Like, you're about to die. That's how mages work in TBC. So if you're trying to get out of their Nova as much as like, as fast as possible. Or you're using everything you can do to get out of their Nova. So, you can get out of one full, like, wombo combo as Gnome. It's actually insane. It's crazy. Crazy good. But it is a long cooldown. Only at 1.75 minute cooldown. I have a question. I just got JC on my warrior and seen the trinket that increases move speed and on use prevents all snares for 6 seconds. Never seen it talked about before, but it seems OP for warrior PvP. Can you link it? It may not be usable in arena. I'm not sure. No more. Yeah, no more is BIS, John. On Alliance, it's BIS. It's to the point that people actually say, I've heard this before, that it's unplayable. Like, you have to play Gnome. Like, you need it, like, against, like, Rogue Mage and stuff, because Rogue Mage counters Warrior Druid. It's like one of the most hardest black and white counters in TBC. And because you fight a lot of Rogue Mage, like, you have to be Gnome to stand any chance whatsoever. So, like, if you're playing Horde WD, you might just be cooked versus Rogue Mage teams. But you're playing Orc, so, like, maybe you're just, like, way stronger versus the other matchups, right? Like, you have, like, 50% stun resistance. I love that racials have racials have just enough impact in TBC arena. It's like, it's kind of crazy cool. Like, you know, did you guys know if you're an Orc warrior, you take a different talent build as a warrior? It's kind of crazy. And same thing if you're a troll priest, you can take a different talent build. The race is impacted so much. I went any rogue. Am I cooked in arenas? Yes. Yes, you are cooked in arenas, man. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Like, you can probably play it you're probably gonna be fine. I mean, I'm trying to listen to Pepe's advice. I struggle to balance it. If I were you, man, I would just go boost something right now and just it's a whole blank canvas. You're not behind at all. Just go boost a 58 and get the right race, right? Like, I'm trying to save you some heartache here. You don't want to. It's going to be so annoying being found by humans with perception the whole time and not having that yourself, and then not having Wodif, right? It almost feels toxic to say that, but, like, I really would just reroll, man. Warlock PvP will be pretty rough. Warlock PvP will be pretty rough. Rogues and warriors are perma on you, draining. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel good having a rogue on you, but actually having a warrior on you is not so bad. It's not so bad. It's kind of, if he gets lucky with RNG, then he can just pink mist you and it feels really bad and you're like, dude, what am I supposed to do? He literally just, like, mace stun cheap shot kidney shotting me. But if you run out of the gate with shield and you just start manning up in a warrior's face and blasting him, you're, like, winning that big time. Like, most of the time, like, you're going to kill him. Like, he needs, like, urgent help from his healer. He's gonna die. Like, So it does feel bad having a warrior on you, but you're also very dangerous to the warrior. The warrior's not exactly super comfortable. But warlock, you must have the momentum or lose. So you play rogue lock and get opener. Yeah, for sure. But you know, that's why something like lock druid is really good too, right? You have a lot of control. That was one thing I didn't quite realize when I was first learning about the game. You don't realize how much control a druid has. The druid probably has the most CC in the entire game, right? What other class has more CC than them? They have like 3 different DRs, man. Like between Entangling Roots, Cyclone, Hibernate. And dude, NS Hibernate, I wasn't really like putting the pieces together with that. Like that's a huge deal, bro. Insta-cast, just as soon as a druid's in any kind of animal form, you just sleep them 8 seconds. Is Warrior R Shaman good in 2s? Yeah, it is actually good in 2s, but it's played only as Orc. It's double Orc or don't even try. I've never in my entire life seen Warrior Shaman played as anything else. Not even one time. It's double Orc or don't even bother. I've never seen a Draenei Shaman in Arena. I don't think I ever will. Grave Robber. Roots, Clone, Hibernate, Bear Charge, Bear Bash, Cat Pounce, Stun. There's also a Gouge too, Dasta. They have this Gouge. So the thing about TBC is the combo points don't go away anymore, thank God. So once you build up 5 combo points on somebody, it stays the entire match, right? It never goes away. So what the druids do is they get 5 combo points on you, like just at the beginning of the game or whatever. And then if they need to, they can basically like gouge you in cat form. Whenever they need to. At some point in the game. Is it because of resistance? Yeah, it's because of resistance. The stun resist is a big part of it, but it's also the racial too. You know, the Blood Fury. It's a very Zug comp. Warrior Shaman. My understanding of it is that you do well against rogue teams, and you kind of just lawnmower them. You are super all in Zug pop Bloodlust. The warrior goes. It's a different thing, right? Most of the time, guys, the warriors in TBC they go mace spec, right? For you know, you guys know about mace spec where it stuns them and it procs all the time. If you play warrior shaman, you don't go mace spec. You go sword spec, and it's because you have Wind Fury, and it's because it's like the nature of your comp. You're like all in big Zug energy, right? You run in there with sword spec, which has a chance to proc an additional attack. Might even fucking use Hodge, bro. Who knows, right? I don't even know. Like, but then you have Wind Fury, sword spec, Bloodlust, and you just try to like lawnmower the enemy team. So if you're like a DPR and you queue into that sounds like such a bad time. I don't know. Rogues don't like it when warriors are putting damage into them. You have this big Giga Chad orc with 50% stun resistance and Bloodlust and sword spec just like literally pink misting you. Not gonna lie, I prefer mace spec as warrior shaman. Oh really? Yeah. Has anyone else found the AH to be extremely slow / buggy in pre-patch, or just me? Might be you, bro. It's probably you have it's an add-on issue. If you disable all add-ons, try it again and see if it's still laggy. Sometimes they conflict with each other and slow it all down. Same here, mace spec is war shaman. Yeah. Retail globals give me carpal tunnel. Is the global cooldown different in retail? Isn't it the same? I was gonna go Gnome Warrior and Draenei Shaman 2s. Is it actually unplayable? Kinda, bro. Like, I'm just trying to be honest, man. I mean, it's playable, but I'm trying to articulate it. It's playable, but it would drive me crazy. You know, just get a druid, man.
I'm listening.
You know, just get a druid partner if you're playing Gnome Warrior.
I have exactly what you need.
I mean, the thing is though, the counter argument though is like, even if you're playing something off meta, you just have to make up for it in sweat. Like, I played something off meta a little bit with Roguelock, and then my race choice was incorrect.
No.
The first time around in TBC, like, I shouldn't have been Orc. I should have been Undead. So I did actually have an Undead. I leveled an Undead as well, and I had that as my backup team. But the gear was a little bit behind, right? Because I like missed a few weeks leveling it up. So if you're playing something off meta, first of all, it can't be too off meta. Like, the difference between going Orc or Undead, it's not so huge for a Warlock. But if you're gonna roll something off meta, you know, ideally it's not too off meta, and you just have to like play more games and win, and you'll have a lower win rate, but you just play more games. Yo, do we think Classic Plus was essentially confirmed for the BlizzCon announce? What do you guys think, guys? Is it confirmed, or is there still a chance they don't announce it at this point? What are the percent chances? Are we at 90%? Are we at 69%? Are we at 27% repeating? If you had to bet money, you know? I think it's highly likely, dude. Highly likely. Like 85% type of thing. Okay, did we get Slumber Sand? No. Dustbat Pelt. That's in the family. I'm trying to think, yo. Which quest gives Slumber Sand? Isn't it the one where you go up by the Murlocs? Darkhound Blood. Scarlet Warriors. It's the Murlocs, right? I don't even have the Murloc one, though. Maybe I have to do something first. It might be this Darkhound Blood. Might be this one. What do you think about the timing of that, Kargoz? If Classic Plus comes out after BlizzCon, too late? Good timing?
Be quick about your business.
I don't think it's going to come out after BlizzCon. Like, I think it would be insane for them to try to do a Classic Plus while TBC is still running. A lot of people think that there's no Classic Plus until after Watluka Anniversary. I want to say that's the most common take right now. That they're going to do an expedited 10-month TBC and then probably an expedited 10-month Wrath, and then that'll be Classic Plus after that.
I haven't got all day.
I think the earliest case though is like TBC finishes and then Classic Plus open beta starts or something. I could see something like that happening. That'd be like the most optimistic though. Wrath. Yeah. I don't even know what I'd be hyped to play if we went back to Wrath. Would you guys play, man, if it went to Wrath Anniversary? I don't even know, bro, if I could go into that and even convince myself to be hype again, to be honest. The best thing about it would just be leveling. I think I might like level some characters for fun, just like to kind of like hear the music and go through the zones and just like not even care about the meta. I don't think I would arena. I don't think, bro. I tried it. I literally tried it. It wasn't so fun. Had my fun. Ulduar. That might be the only incentive, right, to go do Ulduar. You love Watluka Synod? What do you like about it? Where are my Wrath enjoyers at? What do you? Because I don't want to throw shade. It's one of the goated it's one of the goated games. It's on the trilogy. We just have to remind ourselves why it's good. Why is Wrath good again, guys? Ice Crown Citadel is an awesome raid. Ulduar is an awesome raid. It's a beautiful game. Music, yeah. Uldor was amazing. I like it for the zones, dungeons, raids. The heroics are pretty good, right? I enjoy it. They're pretty atmospheric and fun to do. Utgard Key, Pinnacle. The that the undead ones. TBC heroics are bis though. TBC heroics feel different. What was it? Badges? Was it frost badges, boys? Is that the name of the badges for Watluka? Watluka hype. I just remember watching tons of Azimus videos before going into that. You must log out to the character screen one time. Okay. I'm in a guild, boys. Super Weenie Hut Jr. I feel like the goblins should be able to choose faction. Wrath was the beginning of the slow slide into retail. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I agree. Ooh, yo, look at our warrior, though. Thoughts, guys? He's actually looking like a handsome boy. I like it, dude. The white hair. I never made a troll like this before. It's like an albino troll. Light blue skin. Gray hair. That's my posture right now. I've been playing too much games. Which props for warrior at 70? BS engineering? For PvE, Nikos? Or PvP? BS for sure. BS for sure. Right? Because you need your weapons. Whether you're PvE or PvP, you need it. PvE. And I guess I don't know how important engineering is in TBC comparatively to vanilla. Like in vanilla, it's hella important, right? Is it as important in TBC? Possibly. I mean, they have a new sapper charge, right? They have super sapper charge. And my understanding is you have to be engineering to use it. You still use battle cocks and stuff, but it doesn't count for logs anymore. And I think it invalidates your logs, so I don't think people are going to use that. You still have dynamite and stuff, right? Like, depends if they allow it in arena. Oh no, NG is disabled in arena. We're just talking about PvE. Yeah, open world PvP for sure. You can still use that belt, open world PvP, and in BGs, right? And the portals to the old world are a bigger deal than you think. You have to go back to the old world quite a bit, more than you think. You're just sitting in chat, Wrath, and think about how long it's going to take to get the gadgets in. Right? And you just get the port there. Or winter, spring. Warrior's going to suck early. People won't get the maces fast. I think they're broke. But you're going to be getting insane points from arena, and the weapons are cheaper. So that is actually my advice for you. Even myself, I'm not getting points, even though I love twos and all the arena Andies love twos. No one's getting their points from twos. Everyone's playing fives. So that's one of the first things I advise you guys to do. Once you're like situated at 70, try to find a play group to do fives with, and try to push as much rating as you can, because pretty sure, like, even if you can just get to like 1700 fives, you'll be, or maybe 1800 fives, you'll be able to buy your Glad main hand weapon in 2 weeks, which is nothing, bro. Yep. Kalena, how you doing, Kalena? Welcome to the stream, Kalena. Yeah, we got a nice little vibe going. We got 400 on Twitch. Let me check out YouTube, bro. YouTube's still at a solid 114, man. You love to see it, dude. You love to see it. YouTube, well over 100. I appreciate you guys very much, bro. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yo, what's your TBC hype level out of 10, guys? Type a number. Are you still TBC? Are you still foaming for the mouth from the mouth? Are you still stoked? Are you burned out from pre-patch? I have a little bit of burnout, but it's not much. Like I'm still at like an 8 out of 10. I'm just stressing a little bit about some of the like how the leveling. If you're gonna play multiple characters, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. Let's say it takes you. Let's say it's gonna take you 36 hours to get to level 70. You're staring down the barrel of 36 hours to get to 70. $10 plus. 10 plus. Let's go, Smokey. 10 plus. 0 hypnoidal. Okay, dude. 0 hype level. 6, 8, 10 out of 10. Drazon at 0. What are you up to, Drazon? Are you gonna not play TBC? Just run a cheese comp. I don't even remember the good comps in 5s, bro. What's the best 5s comp, guys? I feel like I heard people say like one of all the good classes. That's one thing I heard. So like mage, warlock, shaman, warrior, rogue. Pretty sure if you go out there with like if you just stack healers, it's probably pretty good. 2 heals. Maybe Resto Sham, Disc Priest, Resto Sham, Disc Priest, Warlock, Mage, Warrior. That seems pretty good. Paladin, Warlock, Mage. Ooh, Paladins are nasty in 5s, though. You're right, actually. The big coolies. That's right, bro. The auras, the blessings, the bops. True, though. Paladin, that's like their bracket, honestly. Paladin's kind of cracked in 5s. That's good comms. I'm just a turtle enjoyer. I also hate TBC with a passion. What? What is there to hate in TBC? I feel like the people who hate TBC are people who hate flying mounts. That's my guess. Because I really don't know what you can hate on in TBC. But some people, it just grinds their gears. Like they see someone flying and they just crash out. I don't know, bro. I feel like TBC was like made for flying. As long as it's not flying in the old world. I'm 36 hours to level 70 for the average leveler. Is it 36 hours to 70? Yeah, we calculate. I mean, we just assumed, we're trying to be conservative, that it's going to take the average Andy like 4 hours to get a level, right? 4 hours, so just multiply. By like, if people pre-quest to, they pre-quest to 61, you got 9 levels, 4 hours each, like 36 hours. TBC is the first expansion. WoW became seasonal and destroyed the fundamentals of vanilla. Oh, so for you, you're just all vanilla pretty much. I respect that, because that makes sense to me. You just basically don't like expansions. You don't like that, because I mean, you are right, dude. Like, it's vanilla is unique. Vanilla is the only RPG, really. I don't know if people feel immersed, like they're playing. I don't know if they're immersed in their class fantasy anymore. I don't know if they're immersed in the world. I don't know if they're immersed in the community or any of that stuff in TBC and beyond. It becomes more of a meta game. TBC is the only one where like I feel those feelings though. Vanilla is the greatest game ever made. TBC is just a great game. Yeah, I like that. That's based. That's big true. For vanilla players, TBC was eventually accepted as great, but Watlika was a disgrace. But the thing is, bro, we got to be careful though, bro. If Watlika is a disgrace, then what is retail, dude? What is like You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we need to be like, we need to carve out like some diplomatic immunity for Watluka too, even if you're more of a classic like TBC guy, because like it's still the trilogy, you know? Still the trilogy, like still the trilogy. Get rid of flying mounts in the trilogy. But TBC was like fundamentally made for flying mounts. Like, how are you supposed to get to Alcatraz, Botanica? You know, there's lots of islands you have to fly to, you know? Like, it's literally built... I guess you could do flight paths. That'd be the way. It'd be flight paths. To be honest, TBC is 10 times better than Watluga. Watluga is nostalgic for me as well. Still gotta do that shit with first aid. Go buy books, etc. You can just watch. You can level it. Yeah, you still have to do it, right? You still have to do all that. Unfortunately, bruv. But you can just buy it on the auction house. But all the other professions, you don't have to go to those, you know, like enchanting as Horde, you have to go up to Stone Talon, and Alliance, you have to go, like, Feralist or something. Like, you don't have to do that anymore. You can just level in the city up to 300. It's nice. Favorite Watluka zone? Favorite Watluka zone? Favorite Watluka zone? Gotta be Grizzly Hills, gang. I know that's like the generic answer, right? How TBC people say Nagrand, but it is for me, because like I do remember. I like Dragon Blight as well. Is kind of cool, but I remember like studying for the SATs, the Grizzly Hills music, you know. Like, I really like the soundtrack and the vibe. I would and I didn't actually listen to some YouTube video. Like, I went to Grizzly Hills and like AFK'd there and was studying for the SATs. Borean Tundra. TBC, I started day one. Yeah. Grizzly up. Grizzly. You know, I have certain memories of Watluka that I'm fond about, you know. Getting those like spirit animal pets, that was pretty cool, man. They had a heel on them, and they're like these exotic pets that were like kind of hard and rare, and you had to camp them for hours on end. Or like hunting like the time lost proto drake. Things like that, you know. I have some nostalgia for that stuff. You think they should make TBC last longer this time? As long as they make Era, we're good, right? I hope they make Era, but if they rip through a 10, because right now it's a 10-month TBC, guys. Like, just to let you know, it comes out in February and it'll be wrapped up by like the end of the year. That's pretty short, you know. Vanilla anniversary Vanilla is like what, like a year and a half, year and change. So it makes sense, I guess, that it's a little shorter than Vanilla. But I just hope they do TBC Era, man. Like, we're putting all this time into these characters. It still blows my mind that the character that you played in summer 2019, where is it right now? What did you guys roll in summer 2019 when this game came out, and where is that character? It's probably rotting, deceased in Mop, hard stuck at like level 70 or something, or maybe 80. You're probably hard stuck at 80, right? Let's be honest here. You probably have sick fucking vanilla gear in your bank, and you're just at level 80 because you never played past Wrath, and that character is just dead. It's tragic, bro. They didn't give us enough time. They didn't prep us for that clone. They didn't make... I mean, that was it for the clone, bro. They only let it last for like a week or two, and a lot of people didn't clone, right? And have big regrets. Tragic. Okay, that's the quest I need. Valfin skills. Dwarf Warriors sitting on some servers, sitting at 85. Oh, it's mopped? You guys are mopped? When did you guys stop, though? Did you guys try Kata? It's okay if you did. I forgive you. I forgive you for your sins. Did you try Kata? Did you level cap in Kata? Let me play this for 1 second while I go just grab a drink.
Professions, races, let's start professions, sure. How much do you enjoy the current profession system in Classic WoW? It's solid while leveling. At max early, it's solid, but then it falls off. It's not bad. Could be better. I think everyone needs to be engineering or like tailoring. So it's kind of weighted on one. Could definitely be better towards endgame, like get some more crafted stuff. But while leveling, it feels really nice, which is like a lot of the game for a lot of people. Some more endgame stuff would be nice. Rank the following impressions on how much you enjoy them. Well, yeah, so first aid's up there. Engineering's number 1. Cooking, lower. Herbalism, probably lower. Fishing last. Here, let me put my camera up here. I think the gathering ones in general are just like not as fun. Like fishing, herb, and mining, but like they're gathering, so it's like, of course. I'd say alchemy's kind of all right. I don't know. All of these in the middle are kind of whatever. Alchemy, tailoring, engineering, and first aid. I definitely like those two the most. I don't know about the rest. It's like all somewhere in the middle. Yeah, maybe something like this. I don't know. How useful do you believe the current profession system is in Vanilla Classic WoW for the following? For leveling, it's great. I mean, I don't know if I'd put it to a 10, but like it's like an 8 or a 9. Like it's pretty good. For raiding early, it kind of sucks. Or for raiding early, it's kind of good, but then later it kind of sucks, falls off. And then for PvP, I mean, for PvP, it's really...
So are you saying the professions are good in vanilla, though, for leveling? Would you guys agree? I mean, engineering is pretty good. Other than that, I don't know. Like, as you're leveling, you don't really use the stuff that you make. That's the problem with it. Okay, let's go do the Murloc quest. Bosses should drop more loot if they accelerate it that much. Yeah. Dude, I'm really curious to see how this economy is going to look in TBC Anniversary. What do you guys think it's going to be like? Is the price of gold just going to be getting higher and higher? Is everything going to be cheap? Is everything going to be expensive? Any predictions? I have no idea. Oh, we need to put talent points in. Okay, we go Fury to start, 2 crit. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many 50... The 58 boost. First of all, buying a 58 boost and turning it into a profession alt with cooldowns. That's a good investment, right? Like, it sounds kind of a bit monka to think about it in that way, because I feel like it's not really in the spirit of the game. But yeah, I mean, it is, right? If you boost a 58 and you just turn it into a profession, you can get all the profession cooldowns at 58, right? You level up tailoring, you level up alchemy, you have double cooldown. Did that like 8 times, you know, and you just like used the cooldown every single time it was up. For all of TBC, it's insane gold. Yeah, it's gonna be scuffed one way or another. We are where we are, man. The boost is in the game. I'm gonna ask you though, boys. I'm gonna ask you something a bit spicy right now. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna ask you something a bit spicy right now. I'm just gonna put it in the poll. Okay, go ahead and vote. TBC token or nah? The thing is, bro, they put it in Watlook already and no one really batted an eye. I thought people would have made a big deal about that, but they actually put it in Watlook Classic. There was the token. I forgot about that. I didn't even really pay attention to it. And I don't even know how to navigate this economy right now. Like, the way I look at it is like you basically have to boost to make decent gold. I can't think of another way to make decent gold. Like, you're getting paid pennies on the hour unless you boost as a mage. Like, you pretty much are going to have to be prop pally boosting, doing slave pens, slabs, maybe shattered halls, you know? I don't really even know the implications of a token though. Like, how is it in retail? Do people still do gathering in retail? I don't even know the implications, man. Strath, but the Strath farm is a boost as well, isn't it? You boost people while also getting like righteous orbs and cloth. So many people have alts and anniversary. See, like, yeah. Pretty good with that boost. I think boosting is allowed again. Or maybe it was never banned. I see people posting already. They're already posting again in the channels, boosting for like Strathome right now. So there will be slate pens boosting stuff, right? Oh, thank you. Yeah, good comms on the sharpening stone. Good comms. Good comms. Yo, do we even need to cap honor since we can get all the rep PvP gear? Yes. Yes, you do. Pretty much. I mean, you don't have to, but it's still good. Because you're going to have to grind honor in Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, and have to redo it anyway. So, like, just the more you can do, the more you can do now, the better, right? You'll save pain and sweat later. But it may not, like, just for Season 1, you may not need honor cap. It just depends on what class you are. You have to calculate like how much off pieces you use, and then also the gems, because that's another one that people may not be thinking of, is that there's the BIS gems are from honor as well, and they're about 7,000 honor each. So like rogues, for example, you have to spend 14,000 honor on gems. I bet you didn't even realize that, right? So it's like, yeah, like 14 or 14. It might be 15k actually. Is gnome or human BIS for lock? Go gnome. Go gnome. I like. Nah, I think if you can handle it, if you can play a gnome and you don't mind it, it's probably gnome, bro. BIS and PvE. It's not so bad to play human though. You know, you have paranoia, and like perception does work really well with paranoia. So I think it's possible you could say it's equal. Like, especially if you're playing, like, my comp in particular is weird, right? I'm playing Roguelock. And the thing about Roguelock and why I decided to go personally human is that, like, I'm kind of all-inning with the idea of, like, we are the stealth team. We're the stealth detectors. We have the highest stealth detection in the game. My rogue is human. I'm human. We both have paranoia. My rogue will have goggles as well. And like basically me going to one side of the arena with perception and him going to the other side, like we will basically 100% be able to find the team. I'm just like committing to that as being our thing, right? But if you don't get value from perception, and once the game starts and you're past that, or if you're fighting like warrior druid or something, gnome is going to be miles better, right? Miles better. How many times a warrior charges you, hamstrings you, and roots you on the first hamstring? That really messes with your script, bro. You're trying to get over to the druid, you're trying to fear him, and you just get rooted in place 6 seconds on the very first global that the warrior does to you, and you're just getting your face beat in, you're getting cheap shot, kidney shot by mace stun. Like, it's brutal. Imagine they charge, they hamstring root you, and you instantaneously, without missing a step, escape artist out of that and keep W key to the druid. Imagine. That is monumental. Or imagine you're in a 1v1 with a mage, right? And you should win. You're good on resources, he's good on resources. but you know he's winding up a big shatter on you, right? Like maybe you're blanketed, and he puts and he's winding up a big shatter on you. The pet novas you in place, and you're you know you're about to take insane damage, but you can escape artist and go around the corner and get out of the nova. It's really big. It's really big, man. Okay, I'm gonna abandon some of this stuff. I'm gonna go back Barons. I might just grind a second to get 12 so I can train. Yo, this quest guy's Putrid Claws. I don't have Questy installed. Off the top of the dome. Where do you get these again? My undead enjoyers, Putrid Task brings 7 Putrid Claws. It's not the animals, right? Is it zombies? What's up, Blanchard? I have a friend who was banned by mass reporting as they attempted, though, to sell high-end boosts. They were threatened to... What up, Park Money? First time in the chat. Zombies under the bridge. Oh. Before Brill. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that one real quick. It's probably these, right? It might be these. Yo, Troll Warrior is kind of cool, guys. Yes. Troll Warrior is kind of cool. The animations are nice, huh? Troll Warrior, kind of cool. But better than Orc, though. I wonder how it sims, like, if you're into, like, PvE min-max. Like, maybe it's not so much worse than Orc. I don't know. With the berserking shit. I'm pretty sure Blood Fury is better, but maybe it's not by that much, you know? It still is a DPS increase, you know? In vanilla, at least, some people would Dark Rune themselves and start with, like, no gear, and then Dark Rune themselves to get, like, the maximum haste. Troll Warrior and full max base actually sims higher. I'm thinking TBC, though, bro. TB Sizzle. TBC. Ooh, a small black pouch. Let's go. Where's Grace for Days at when you need him? I want to hear his... Oh. What nameplates are you using? They're nice looking. It's called Midnight nameplates. Thanks, bro. Blessed run, baby. Yup. Yo, by the way, if you guys have seen any good videos, anything that you think would be cool to react to, maybe about Classic Plus, about TBC, we can watch it. I do have another one lined up. It's a class picking guide for PvP in Arena, or maybe not just Arena, but PvP in general. It came out recently. It's by Earpugs. He does a really good job with the tier lists, but like his 2v2 tier list is honestly like the best one right now out. But he has this PvP class picking guide.
There are 9 playable classes.
I've never watched it, so I think it'd be cool to watch.
A different playstyle on how they kill their opponent. And in this video, I will be covering every single one of these classes. To start things off, we are going to be covering one of my favorite classes. We are, of course, talking about the Priest. The Disciplined Priest is an extremely aggressive healer that relies heavily on their instant cast abilities. The 3 most common spells that you're going to be pressing in the arena to keep your team alive is Power Word Shield, which gives you a fairly powerful shield, which is instant, as well as having Prayer Mending, which is an instant heal.
And Power Word Shield, like, I'm pretty new to Priest, right? Priest is so fun, guys. I think people are maybe even sleeping on it. You get a lot of kills as priest. You actually do insane damage, and it's most of it is your shield. Your shield basically deals 50% of its absorb back as damage, and it's crazy damage, right? And like you don't really have to actually heal much by casting anything. Like you have instants, right? So even like Holy Nova is strong in TBC. You know, a lot of times in arena, like you're not even really casting anything, right? Like you like Psyche Scream, it's instant. Shadow Word Pain, instant. Holy Nova to heal and deal damage, right? Prayer of Mending, shield, renew. It's pretty sick. And like if you're gonna cast something, like you can try to go for like a mana burn, which always scares the shit out of people, right? And then if they kick you on that, then you can heal.
Healing each time they take damage, and finally having renew. These 3 spells are very, very core for your class. And
oh yeah,
the
mushroom,
majority
yeah.
of your total healing. You do have abilities like Flash Heal, Greater Heal, and Binding Heal, which you need to use sometimes if somebody is taking a ton of damage and have the ability to free cast. Disc Priests also have the single best dispel in the entire.
So Binding Heal, I don't have that yet, right? At 60. I'm not sure why it's so good. People are telling me I can't wait. You know, you can't wait till you get to use Binding Heal. Where are my priest players at? Why is it so good? It looks like it just heals the target and yourself. Is it actually just like really good value? What's the use case? If I'm full health and my target's low and I want to heal them, I would still flash heal them, or I would Binding Heal them? I just don't quite understand like where it fits in. My guess was that if I'm damaged and my partner's damaged, that's the best. It's 1 heal that heals 2 people. Well, yeah.
As it is the only dual purpose dispel. This ability actually removes 2 helpful debuffs off of the enemy and dispels 2 negative debuffs off of your teammates. You are the only healer in the entire game that is able to dispel 2 magical effects at the same time off of your teammates. Why you would enjoy playing Disc Priest is because you like being aggressive and pushing in for feet.
Oh, the sound is kind of low? Okay. I'll turn WoW down. WoW's already kind of down, though. Just let me know how the sound's messed up. Hopefully this is better.
On top of that, having the highest damage output of any healer in the game. You also have the highest damage reduction cooldown with Pain Suppression, allowing whoever it is cast on to stay offensive and start trading damage. Combining those factors with your instant heals, dispels, and purges, this makes the Disc Priest a very scary sight when played correctly. The reasons why you wouldn't want to play a Disc Priest is that they are the only healer in the entire game with no freedom or movement speed buff. This forces you to walk through the arena while being slowed extremely often. You are also the only healer in the game without a poison cleanse. This has a massive impact since rogues are extremely common in the Burning Crusade and you have absolutely 0 ways to deal with their poisons unless you are a dwarf. You also need to be aggressive as a Disciplined Priest, because if you are not utilizing your fear, damage, and offensive purges, then you will lose momentum, since you can't compete with other healers that are able to dispel the wound poison while setting back in healing. You are the most...
That is a crazy thing, man. So, as like a non-priest player, as like a non-healer, you can sometimes get confused on who can cleanse what, who can dispel what, right? Priests can only dispel magic and disease, right? They can't actually cure poison at all. And poisons are such a big mechanic in the arena. It's like probably a top 3 mechanic in the arena, right? Wound poison, crippling, mind numbing, like whatever, right?
I haven't got all
so
day.
That's like a major shortcoming of priest, that you can't dispel that. Druids can, shamans can. But the fact that you can play a race, you can play dwarf, and suddenly you can now dispel poison and become immune to it for 8 seconds is like wild, you know? Dwarf is just... It's the best. It's just actually just the best race. It's just the best race in the game. I think so, man.
Positioning, since you have no freedoms or movement speed buffs, while also needing to run at the enemy to be effective with your fear. This will make or break most games for you. If an aggressive playstyle isn't your thing, then Disc Priest probably isn't either. In the Burning Crusade, your race actually changes some of the abilities on the Priest class as well. I will put all of the unique abilities from your race on the screen. The quick synopsis is that if you are Horde, Undead is the best for you as a Disc Priest, since there are a ton of ways that you can get feared, and Will of the Forsaken is really strong, since it has no internal cooldown with your trinket. As for the Alliance, Dwarf is certainly the strongest, since you not only have Desperate Prayer, which is a huge heal, but also have Stone Form, which will clear any bleeds or poisons off of you. This allows you to use Stone Form, removing Wound Poison, and then Desperate Prayer, giving you a very large instant heal for yourself. You also get Chastise, which deals damage and is a 2-second root, giving you a total of 3 extra abilities just for playing Dwarf. A very important piece of information...
Yeah, 3 extra abilities for playing Dwarf is crazy.
is that silences in the Burning Crusade do not have a diminishing return, which means they can silence you infinitely and it'll never be shorter the next time. One thing that's important to know is that Stone Form is the biggest counter in the game to Garrote as a healer, seeing as if you press Stone Form, not only will all the bleeds and poisons come off you, but it will make it so the rogue is unable to re-Garrote you and silence you for a second time. You are completely immune to Garrote silence while having Stone Form up. Whereas, if you did already have a Garrote on you, it will not remove the silence, but it will remove the bleeds. This is absolutely insane into rogues in general, and especially comps like Double Rogue. Moving on to the most hated class by mage.
Oh, is it too loud? Oh, my bad. Is it too loud, boys? Too loud, too loud, too loud. Let me try this.
In all of the Burning Crusade, we are now covering the Warlock. This class is a control-based caster that primarily uses instant cast spells to do damage. As a class that primarily uses dots for damage, your 3 main ones are going to be Corruption, Curse of Agony, and then Siphon Life, with Siphon Life being the longest dot in the game.
Should be better now.
This spell specifically is extremely strong because it not only heals you, but is instant, lasts 30 seconds, does a ton of damage, and of course is non-dispellable by druids and shamans. And you are going to be fighting a lot of druids and shamans in this expansion. In the Burning Crusade, you are only allowed to have 1 type of curse per target. This makes you choose sometimes if you want to control or do damage. For example...
It's not true, actually. It's actually not true. Actually not true, bro. But it's kind of like a weird interaction. It's the troll curse. The troll can happen. I mean, obviously a warlock can only put 1 on, but the troll priests have a curse, right? That's actually like why, like a big reason why you would go troll priest if you want to play with warlocks, because you can add like an additional curse, and basically make it so like you have almost like curse protection. But I think what he means is obviously just like, as a warlock, you can only put 1 up. Yeah, I mean, that's of course what he means, because if you played with another warlock on your team, of course they can add a curse as well. So it makes sense, yeah. Makes sense.
Curse of Exhaustion to slow them down, which would allow you to kite them. If you want to switch it, you can immediately bring it to Curse of Agony, or if it's a caster, you can slow them down with Tongues, and then if it's a melee, you could even reduce their damage with Curse of Weakness. All of these are interchangeable and are switchable on the fly. You would enjoy playing Warlock if you like multitasking by tracking all of your dots on multiple targets at the same time, while also managing your pet's position and cooldowns like dispelling your teammates.
Yo, one thing that I feel like it is so big for Arena that people don't really know how to do is like make weak auras. Like, where did you guys learn how to make weak auras? I feel like if that's how you really elevate your game to the next level, because people have all these things that they want in their head for weak auras. Like, I wonder if you could just tell ChatGPT or something to make you a weak aura for something. Like, if it could understand the syntax, probably, right? But there's like weak auras can track whatever you want. It can track like if your enemy's in combat, if you're in combat, if your pet's in combat. Yeah, you know, the sky is the limit with that stuff. And like looking at like Skryna's weak auras, he is the most insane weak auras I've ever seen, man. Like to the point where whatever he devours on his Fell Hunter, he knows what he devours. He knows exactly when his pet's in combat, when the enemies are in combat. He has weak auras for all friendly parties if they're missing any buffs. He has weak auras for, you know, his own Nightfall procs. He has weak auras for, honestly, really everything.
Devour magic. You also have the best spammable CC in the game with Fear. This spell has no cooldown and is extremely strong.
Best spammable CC in the game. Is Fear the best spammable CC? Why is it the best? Why is it the best? Why isn't it like Poly? Or like Cyclone? Why is Fear the best? I mean, Earpugs knows a ton about the game. He's like insane player, but just makes me wonder.
It won't instantly break on damage like Polymorph does. This makes it...
He explains it. Yeah, okay, because it doesn't instantly break on damage. Something like Cyclone, right? Like it's got the other effect on it. Like you can't even take damage. You can use it offensively or defensively. It kind of just like snapshots the guy where they're at, but then Cyclone doesn't last as long.
Very impactful, since you can take whichever player you want out of the game whenever your DR is up on Fear. Warlocks are very tanky, thanks to their Soul Link talent giving them a flat...
Kargoz, I hope you realize that you have people who follow you just to hear what you have to say, not just WoW, but life, business, and all that's in between. Oh, thanks, Lich. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. First time message in the chat as well. I really appreciate that, guys. Yeah, like... I was able to, you know, earlier in the year, I did a lot of IRL streams, and I took you guys with me when I went to the gym, when we went to go get food, you know, we went to like just get lunch together, and we're still able to have a couple hundred people there, and that was really dope, and I want to do more of that stuff too in the coming months. Hopefully with TBC I can build up my audience more and then be able to do more IRL streams. So, but thanks for that message, bro.
20% damage reduction whenever their pet is alive. Since Resilience in TBC does not give flat damage reduction, this only makes Soul Link stronger. Pairing that with their extra healing abilities, Health Stone, and a lot of CC, this is a very hard class to take down. A major con of the Warlock class is that you have absolutely zero mobility, so your potential to kite people is completely based off of your usage of Fear, Curse of Exhaustion, and Death Toil. This makes your positioning matter immensely, seeing as getting caught out of position will only assure your death. One of the reasons Warlocks pair so well with Rogues and Druids is this exact reason. Since you don't have any major ways to get melees off of you, especially Warriors, you need your teammate to do it for you, with spells like Cyclone and Entangling Roots, as well as having Cheap Shot and Kidney from the Rogue. You are extremely reliant on your pet for not only its spells, but also its health. Once your pet dies, you can only resummon it one time for 15 minutes with Feldom. This ability is actually purgeable by the enemy, so if you press Feldom and get purged on it, you are in a very bad situation, seeing as you just lost your Dispel, Interrupt, and Soul Link. Warlock has one of the highest amount of decisions to make during the arena, seeing as you are always looking at 3 different enemies and having an option to engage with all 3 of them in a certain way. On top of that, monitoring your own positioning, making sure you're not getting caught out while pushing in and being effective, as well as keeping your pet alive and keeping your pet's positioning in a good spot. All of this makes Warlock a decently challenging class for a new player. However, once you get the hang of it, it is not terribly hard in the Burning Crusade. Moving on to our first melee in the video, and of course the weakest class in the entire game, we are now covering the Rogue. The Subtlety Rogue is a control-heavy brawler that is able to duel any class in the game and come out ahead as long as they have the right cooldowns to do it. The primary playstyle of the Rogue is utilizing your stealth, which gives you new abilities.
What do you guys think, boys? Do you think Rogue is OP in TBC? Is Rogue OP?
What now?
And Garrote. All of these are very strong in certain situations because it allows you to get an advantage over your opponent. For example, if you Cheap Shot, not only is that a 4-second stun, but it has no diminishing return with Kidney. Sap is also a monumental ability, seeing as it controls the target for you for 10 seconds, assuming they are out of combat. This allows you to get a perfect opener on them with something like Garrote or Cheap Shot, as we saw before. The 2 primary abilities you'll be pressing the most are Hemorrhage, which is your primary source of damage, and then Shiv, which will help you apply your poison. Both of these abilities...
Shiv is such a crazy ability, man. It's new in TBC. If you're unfamiliar with TBC, it only costs 20 energy, and it basically just 100% applies your poison, but on your offhand weapon only. So that ability changes the game massively for Rogue and allows them. It just gives them like the ability to use any poison, and that's why Rogues have a bunch of weapons in their bag. So like they'll keep a weapon with mind-numbing poison on it, for example, and that's basically like Curse of Tongues, you know? So they'll just keep it in their bag, and if they need it, they'll swap their offhand weapon and then just shiv you and put that on you. Then swap back or keep it, you know? Crazy ability.
Is apply combo points for a grand total of 5 when you are at your maximum. Combo points can be used for an assortment of abilities like Rupture, Kidney Shot, Eviscerate, Expose Armor, and many more. Utilizing your abilities in stealth, while also your abilities out of stealth on top of your combo point and energy management is key to being a successful rogue. You would enjoy this class if you like stunning people while also utilizing your control abilities like Blind, Sap, and Gouge to stay ahead of the enemy team. Since you are able to go back into stealth when you drop combat, this promotes a gameplay style where you stun a target, deal a bunch of damage, and then have the option to go for a re-stealth, allowing you to now utilize your stealth abilities. Rogues also have the largest toolkit out of any class in the entire game, giving you an extremely broad range of strategies on how you can defeat your opponent. Thanks to your poison.
Biggest toolkit in the game? I don't know about that one, bro. I really don't know about that one. I actually disagree with that. You guys agree with that? Rogue is the biggest toolkit in the game? Think about Druid. Think about Warlock, dude. Think about how many abilities you have. Rogue has like 10 abilities. Of course, you can use them in like crazy ways, right? Biggest toolkit in the game, even if you factor in all the poisons. I mean, there's so much you can do. Like, there's just no shot that's true, bro. There's just no shot. Think about it, bro. Warlock has all the pets. All the pets have different abilities. Like, even the Succubus has Seduction. You know, it has Invisibility. The Imp has Fire Shield. The Voidwalker has Taunt, AoE Taunt. It has Sack. You know, and some of that stuff is useful in Arena, too. Like, the AoE Taunt ability, you can get people out of stealth with it. Felguard, Tongues, Exhaustion, Range Slow, all the dots, the different, like... There's no way it's the biggest. I think it's maybe the most powerful, but there's no shot it's the biggest, bro. It's just no shot, dude. Yeah, even Shaman, you know what I mean? Rogue has like 10 abilities, bro.
Best slow in the game, with crippling at 70%. You are also relevant the entire expansion. There is never a time when Rogue is weak, making it a rewarding class to pick at any point in any season. Putting all these factors together, you have the most comp availability as well, allowing you to play many different comps for a wide variety of different playstyles, all with one class. A major drawback to the Rogue is that they are extremely cooldown dependent. While they do have the largest toolkit in the entire game, they are also the most reliant on this toolkit. They rely heavily on their stealth abilities as well to generate pressure. If a rogue is unable to utilize Vanish due to them being fairy fired, for example, they are significantly less effective. Since rogues are so reliant on their opener, getting knocked out of stealth by an ability before they're able to open can completely flip the tide of the game. They are also fairly weak to physical damage since they have a low amount of armor and no baseline damage reduction. This allows them to die rather quickly once they have used all of their cooldowns and have no way left to control the enemy. The Rogue is a class with good sustained damage, good mobility, and decent defensives. Combining this with their large toolkit and comp variety makes the Rogue a very solid choice for TBC Arena. Up next is the King of Zug. We are now covering the Arms Warrior. This class is a damage-focused bruiser that makes up for what it lacks in control with raw damage. Your primary mobility utilizes your charge out of combat to get to your target, since you only have one in-combat charge with Intercept. It is absolutely essential that you do not waste your Intercept since it is a 15-second cooldown. If you use your Intercept and then get caught out of position, you are no longer able to get to your kill target. Moving on to your core rotation, your most important ability as a warrior is Mortal Strike. This reduces all healing on your target by 50% for 10 seconds. It is absolutely essential that you keep your Mortal Strike up on the kill target at all times. The difference between you killing somebody and not killing somebody is usually linked to this effect. Outside of Mortal Strike, your main damaging abilities are Rend, Whirlwind, and Heroic Strike. Something that is unique to Warrior is their different...
Whoa, that's interesting. One of your main damaging abilities is Rend? Huh. I would think that would be like a waste of rage. Like that wouldn't be... It would just be used to like... I'm not like a big Warrior brain when it comes to Arena. Like I played it a bit in Arena, but not like it's a super high level or anything like that. That's what I figured it would be for. Rend just keeping, putting bleeds on rogues to make them not re-stealth. But interesting. Rend actually does a lot of damage, according to earbuds.
Which cause you to lose rage when you switch between them. If you find yourself with a bunch of excess rage, spamming Heroic Strike and Sunder Armor is a great way to dump it quickly. Why you would want to play Warrior is because you enjoy beating things to death with a big hammer. On top of that, you also have the highest baseline damage out of any class in the entire expansion.
That's true too, yeah.
You do have decent mobility as well, with Charge, Intercept, and Intervene. If you go Gnome, you also get the Escape Artist racial, which is extremely strong, since you have no way to remove roots and slows off yourself, and are often paired with a Druid who can't dispel Mage's Frost Nova. Warriors also have stun resistance as a passive talent, which is very good, since rogues are so prevalent and their primary way of killing things is to stun them. You can increase this by an additional 15% if you are an Orc for a total of 30% stun resistance. This is extremely strong, since you can sometimes just win a game by resisting a stun, as seen in this clip.
We're killing chip shot. I'll sap, you have time? Killing chip shot?
4 seconds, 4 seconds.
Yeah. He has to die in chip shot.
I understand.
Resist! Resist, Garrett! I'm done. That's it for me. Yeah. Thanks for watching the stream. Make sure to follow, hit subscribe.
Warriors are pretty tanky in general on top of that, especially in the later seasons, thanks to the amount of stamina the gear gives. They also have some generally tanky abilities like Defensive Stance, Spell Reflect, and Shield Block. You are also the only class in the game with Disarm, which is extremely powerful if you use it at the right time. Getting rogues out of stealth is not that difficult for you, since you have a very wide shout with Demoralizing Shout and Piercing Howl. One of the major weaknesses that the Warrior has is that they are very reliant on RNG for most of their damage, since you are heavily relying on your mace stun to proc or your sword to proc, plus...
Yeah, it do be procking though, my boy. It do be procking. That procs so much. This is not like buying a scratch-off ticket at the gas station. Like, this is like, it is constantly procking, like, insane amounts all the time.
Getting a critical strike to secure most of your kills. It can also be a problem for you if your mortal strike gets dodged. Putting all of these things together makes it so that sometimes you do no damage and sometimes you global a target. You are of course very susceptible to being kited since you don't have a way to remove slows outside of the gnome racial, assuming you are that race. Furthermore, you are very weakened to mages as a general matchup since you don't have any great way to connect with them. Once you use your intercept, they can simply blink or nova you and then walk away. You also don't have a super large toolkit as a warrior.
I don't mind pausing it and answering anything. It's cool though, man. Like, even though I've played like a good amount of TBC Arena, like just being able to watch videos like this, you pick up little things here and there.
All of these factors leaves Warrior in a very rigid but powerful position for TBC Arena. Speaking of mages, they are the next class that we are now covering. The Frost Mage is a class that has tons of control and the biggest burst damage in the entire game, assuming they are in the right position.
I agree with him on that. I've said that many times. I didn't know if it was 100% true, but I do agree. I do believe that. Yes, Mage has the biggest burst, 100%, bro. They do insane damage.
To make it happen. Your primary damaging abilities as a Frost Mage are Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Fire Blast, and Cone of Cold. One thing unique to the TBC Mage is that their Water Elemental is actually a massive amount of their overall damage. For one, their pet's Water Bolts actually hit quite hard.
Oh yeah.
On top of that, their pet can cast Freeze, which is off global since the pet is actually the one casting it. This allows you to cast a Frostbolt into an Ice Lance, and at the very last second, freeze the target with your pet, increasing the damage they take dramatically.
Yeah.
Mages are also one of the only classes in the game who can actually remove a Silence with Ice Block, seeing as you are unable to trinket a silence if
didn't think about it that way.
On top of that, mages have the second highest burst in the entire game with their shadow combos. The damage they...
I thought he just said they do the most damage in the game. Didn't he just say that 1 second ago? He was like, they do the most? Maybe he says Ret Paladin is number one, or...
can do is absolutely absurd, assuming they are able to free cast, especially in the later seasons. Why you would want to play Mage is because you enjoy playing a caster who has good instant damage along with a ton of control and good defensives. Mages have an absolute boatload of crowd control with your Novas, Slows, Silence, and Polymorph. This allows you to pair well with many different types of classes since you are able to contribute with more than just damage alone. Thanks to all of your crowd control, you allow not only yourself, but also your teammates the ability to reset and eat when needed, which is incredibly important for comps like Rogue Mage and 2v2. You also have some of the highest consistent damage output in the entire game, assuming you are able to free cast and have uptime on your kill target. A major downside to the mage, though, is that they are incredibly mana dependent. While mages deal a truckload of damage, they are on a timer since they use so much mana while dealing the damage. Combining this with the fact that their water elemental only lasts 45 seconds and has a 3-minute cooldown, this forces them to get value when using their CDs, and if they don't get value while they use their CDs, then they immediately fall behind. They are also extremely cooldown dependent as a class. If a mage has no water elemental and no icy veins, their damage will be significantly reduced. This also translates into their defensives as well, since
the main takeaway, boys, I've said it a bunch of times, but until you play TVC Arena yourself, and so I know there's a lot of people that are new to the arena, until you see it yourself, like the water elemental does ridiculous damage, man. Like redonkulous. You like can't tank the damage. If you just fight a mage in open field, like the Ellie will like massacre you. Like we saw Skryna fight. Like when we were watching some games from Skryna, right? And he's playing like Roguelock versus like DPM. I just remember that one game in my mind, right? They're versus DPM on Blade's Edge. And, you know, they're playing basically a hyper-aggressive comp. They're playing double DPS, you know? They're playing Roguelock, and they're trying to, you know, apply tons of pressure. His first 2 globals of that game was Tongue's Mage, Tongue's Ellie. You know, it wasn't even applied damage to the Priest. It was Tongue's Mage, Tongue's Ellie. So, because the Curse of Tongues, it's all casts, the Water Elemental. It's not like an actual auto attack. It's a casted spell, so... Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Heavily on Ice Barrier, Blink, and Ice Block to stay alive. Mages also have the lowest amount of base armor in the entire game, making them very susceptible to physical damage from classes like Rogues, Warriors, and Hunters. This is why they rely so heavily...
Does anything... What'd you say? Does anything beat Rogue in TVC? In a 1v1? Like with full... It depends, though. Like full cooldowns, in open field... No LOS. A mage will beat them. They are kind of the kings, though, bro. They are kind of the kings, but they need LOS, actually. They get stronger with a line of sight object, because they need, like, the line of sight to reset on certain classes and stuff. So if they're forced to fight you out in the open, they can lose some matchups. If they have to fight out in the open for some reason, or if they're down cooldowns, right? Because a lot of times they just like tempo out all their cooldowns super fast. But yeah, if they have like a pillar, it just becomes infinitely harder. It's tough, man. Just have to hope to catch them with missing some cooldowns, you know.
To stay alive. Combining all these factors puts the mage in an extremely strong position across every single season of the Burning Crusade, and definitely a fun one if you enjoy playing casters. Moving on to our next class, we have the Marksmanship Hunter. This class has a very specific toolkit for running the enemy team out of mana while utilizing its traps and pet to secure victory. The Hunter has a fairly wide amount of different damaging abilities, however, certain ones can be more situational than others. As a general rule of thumb, your primary damaging abilities are Arcane Shot, Serpent Sting, and Multi-Shot, while also utilizing Viper Sting off cooldown onto whoever's mana you are trying to drain. The primary playstyle as a Marksmanship Hunter in the Burning Crusade is using your control abilities like Scatter Shot, Frost Trap, Freezing Trap, and Silencing Shot to stay alive long enough to kill the enemy team. While you do deal a bit of damage, you are not a super bursty class and rely heavily on outlasting the enemy more than killing someone with raw damage. This makes them pair well with anyone who can play longer games, for example, the Restoration Druid.
I will say though, like I've been playing some Marks, right, in pre-patch. That you do have a good amount of control. Like so traps, you can use traps in combat in TBC. Just like on a baseline level, most of you probably already know that, right? But that's pretty nice compared to vanilla. There is no more dead zone, and Silencing Shot feels really good. It's an interrupt, but it also like blankets them for a few seconds, and it's a short cooldown. You know, it's just only like 20 seconds or something. And then you also have Scatter as well. So a lot of control tools, and you have Entrapment. You know, to That's the one that roots them if they walk through your trap. Whoops, hold on.
Maging off cooldown onto whoever's mana you are trying to drain. The primary playstyle as a marksmanship hunter in the Burning Crusade is using your control abilities like Scatter Shot, Frost Trap, Freezing Trap, and Silencing Shot to stay alive long enough to kill the enemy team. While you do deal a bit of damage, you are not a super bursty class and rely heavily on outlasting the enemy more than killing someone with raw damage. This makes them pair well with anyone who can play longer games, for example the Restoration Druid. You can also play Priest Hunter in 2v2 as well. While there are other comps they can play, these two are the ones that have the most success. If you don't like long arena games, then this class probably isn't for you, since the only short game you will ever fight is a double DPS one. Why you would want to play the Hunter is because you enjoy playing longer games where your goal is to outlast the opponent, utilizing your toolkit of control to keep the tempo of the game in your favor. The strengths of the Hunter is that they have a solid toolkit of slows, roots, and crowd control to keep the enemy team's momentum controlled while you try to get the edge.
You're saying a Hunter can win versus a Rogue? Yeah, a Hunter actually can win versus a Rogue, yeah. They can. But the main problem is the Rogue can probably... No, I mean, a Hunter can beat a Rogue, yeah. But if the Rogue is able to reset on you, right? If he's able to slip away, you'd have to like keep him in combat with like a poison. You know, you'd have to keep like Serpent's Thing on him when he's trying to reset, and you'd run around a pillar and try to get out of your grasp. You have the pet on him. Hunter has a good shot though, honestly. You have a lot of answers to their stuff. If you're a Dwarf Hunter and you have a Frost Trap down with an entrapment, like that's really tough for a Rogue to kill you.
Ability, since it has an extremely wide range and is very difficult for rogues and druids to deal with. You also have the best mana drain in the entire game with Viper Sting. This ability drains mana at an alarming rate, especially in the very early seasons. Hunters are very good at outlasting and winning on mana into almost any type of team, since their pet is so good at preventing the enemy healer from drinking, combining that with their Viper Sting. The weaknesses of the Hunter is that they have absolutely zero mobility, so if they do get caught out of position with none of their control spells available to save them, they might die right there. They are also...
I don't know if that's true though. Would you consider aspect of the cheetah mobility? I would consider that mobility. That's mobility, bro. It's like 30 to 36% movement speed increase if you have talons.
Very reliant on their pet, so this makes it a great target for the enemy team, which can drain your healer's mana quickly, trying to keep it alive. Hunters themselves are also surprisingly mana dependent. If they find themselves dead it can spell disaster for them, especially if they are in a situation where they can't res their pet. Lastly, Hunters have no major defensive cooldowns. This forces them to play a very defensive and pillar-focused game most of the time, because if they get caught in the open, their death is all but guaranteed. The Hunter...
Yeah, he says major defensive, so that's probably true. But if you're a Dwarf Hunter, you have some minor ones, right? Stoneform's really good. And then also you have Deterrence. Deterrence gives you a ton of, what is it, dodge and parry? Something like that. So you're going to use Deterrence and also go aspect of the monkey. Give yourself more dodge. And it's kind of like a bubble. You're not going to die during that if you're fighting a melee, but like a caster will just ignore it, obviously. But that is true. Like Hunters... They can just die. They're one of the few classes that you just apply damage and they die.
Outlast class in the Burning Crusade that has a decently wide toolkit of spells to slow the game down and control the pacing. Assuming you don't get run over in the opener and can control the momentum of the game, you will find success with this class. Up next, we have the Lord of Lifebloom. The Resto Druid is a very diverse healer with the largest toolkit in the game in terms of its capabilities. It has control, healing, mobility, and defensives, making it a superb healer throughout the Burning Crusade. Your primary heal in this expansion is Lifebloom, a 7-second healing over time effect that refreshes and stacks up to 3 times every time you cast it on a target. You also have Rejuvenate, Regrowth, and Healing Touch, however, these are more emergency heals and situational depending on how much damage someone is taking. The primary way a Resto Druid keeps its team alive is actually with its crowd control. Utilizing Entangling Roots, Feral Charge, and Cyclone, all while rolling Life Blooms, is paramount when trying to keep yourself and teammates alive. You have the best mobility in the entire game out of any class as a Restoration Druid.
Thoughts on warriors in open world PvP? Can a skilled warrior still compete, or is it just GG? I mean, the thing is, Riley, is there's so many like noobs everywhere. There's so many people who are just not PvP minded. Maybe they're just like half AFK. They're just like eating food. They're on alts. Like, Warrior is a lot of fun in World PvP because, like, most people are not even PvPers. They're just like out in the world PvEing, on alts, undergeared, not set up for PvP. So versus all of the above, you're going to absolutely like pink miss them. You know, you are going to destroy them. Like, and Warrior is a class that could just kill them so fast, insane damage. Like, yeah, like Rogue said, you can just bring FAPs and stuff to undispellable, super good. But if you go out into the open world by yourself and you fight an actual person, pretty much of any other class that has gear, that's ready to fight you, that knows the script, like, you're basically going to lose that 1v1. You know what I mean? But that's just a 1v1. If you go out to open world with the healer, then you're just like playing twos, you know? You're just like going out there and you're insane. Like, Warrior is insane damage. It's like the most pressure out of every class. The damage is crazy. The stuns are crazy. But yeah, it's just like that's the weakness, right? If you're solo and you're fighting almost any other class and like they're ready to fight you and they know that you're a warrior and you need like another class to help you to do good, then you have a tough time. But thank you for the question, Riley. First time in the chat. Good to have you here, brother. And then PD Rozzy in the house. How's it going today, Kargoz, brother? A little change of pace feels good, man. Just doing the non-lurk check-in, homie. Oh, yeah. Thanks, bro. Thanks, PD. Yeah, just switching it up. I think we'll be doing some PvP in a bit with Bobka when he gets on. Let me check Discord. Maybe he messaged me. Nope. But yeah, we'll probably be doing some Alliance pre-made stuff in a bit. We're just like chilling. But this is a hardcore troll warrior. Leveling them Kamisayo style, sword and board. Just relaxing, watching some videos, having a good time. Hope everyone's having a good time.
Having any root or slow being instantly removed from you simply by shifting in or out of any form. Not to mention you have a travel form giving you a baseline speed buff. It's important to manage your mana as this class and not overcommit when it's unnecessary. While your toolkit is absolutely massive, overshifting and attempting to deal damage in a situation where you aren't going to land a kill will ultimately put you behind. With that being said, however, you do have the largest toolkit to finish kills since you can actually kick their healer with Feral Charge, as well as getting combo points on your target to get a maim ready. In a situation where your kill target is low, but looks like they are going to survive, you should be utilizing Cyclone to keep that target at a low health, allowing your teammates to set up a way to finish the game. Since you can only Cyclone one person at a time, this allows you to make a play where you switch your Cyclone early, catching the enemy team off guard. Why you would want to play Resto Druid is because you enjoy instant cast healing, as well as having a ton of mobility with the most crowd control in the game. Resto Druids have the strongest instant cast hots, making them great at keeping their team healthy without ever having to stand still and cast a heal. They also have the largest crowd control toolkit in the entire game. With Cyclone, Entangling Roots, Feral Charge, Bash, and Fairy Fire, the amount of CC this one class can put out is absurd. When played correctly, this class has the best survivability in the game out of any healer, thanks to Bear Form and its absurd amount of mobility. No other healer in the game is able to charge across the arena, wall rolling instant hots, and then also control the DPS who is trying to kill them with an NS clone all at the same time. Cyclone is arguably the best crowd control that has ever been put into the game, since it locks anyone's health bar in place and makes them immune to literally every spell in the game. This makes the skill ceiling with Cyclone quite high, allowing you to single-handedly win games with proper Cyclones. The downsides that come with Resto Druid are...
Yo, using Cyclone is a massive draw to Druid. Like, it makes me want to learn Druid. I kind of really think it's so cool, that ability, you know? Just being able to be offensive with it too, because like that's what they do, right? If they get you low and it's advantageous, like for you to just get into a better position or something, like maybe like you're low but you're a little bit separated from your warrior or something, you Cyclone the person in place so you can catch up, you lock their health in place. You can let, like, if they have like life blooms rolling on the target and you like Cyclone them and all the life blooms fall off, right, and none of it actually hits them. You know what I mean? I love that, bro. That it's both offensive and defensive, and defensive, and everything in between, honestly. It's sick.
But very prominent. The first one being that they do not have a magic dispel, which is an extremely big deal in a ton of different matchups. This means that whenever there is a mage in the game, the Resto Druid's partner will be sitting in a truck.
Warlock Druid Arc for Kargoz, no joke, dude. I want to play LD. I really want to play LD. I want to play DPL too. I just want to play all the comps, man. They all seem really fun. You heard Skrina say that he thinks the strongest comp season 1 for a Warlock to play is DPL, Disc Priest Lock. I believe him too. It's not the first person I heard that from, you know. Season 1 in EU, 6 teams got rank 1 DPL. You know, you're literally just 2 clothy, shadowy, spooky boys, and you know, you're capable of, you're rank 1 capable, and like you don't really have so much control tools, right? You just have fear and you have mind control on the priest, but you do insane damage. Insane damage. And you can, you know, play super. You're really good versus double DPS. I think he was saying that against Warrior Druid you're unfavored, but you can still win potentially. You just have to like kind of work together, like basically mind control the warrior off to like peel him from the warlock.
CC like Sheeps and Novas, since the druid has no way to remove them. Resto druids are also very weak to purges. Abilities like Abolish Poison and most of the Resto druids' heals are very costly on mana, so if they are spamming these all while getting purged down, it puts them on the back foot not only on their mana but also...
Oh, sorry, I missed that question, my bad. Hey, Kargoz, I decided to main warrior in TBC after watching your guides. What are you going to play? I'm going to play a lot of classes, brother. I hope some people are in the same boat. Even that's like kind of the silver lining with the boost, right? That suddenly, man, kind of want to play all the classes, you know. I'm playing priest now. Didn't think I was going to be doing that, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I'm going to be going warlock first, and then probably priest second, and then hunter third. And I kind of want to be playing all of them, you know, in twos, and just learning the different comps. You know, I want to play lock druid. I want to play disc priest lock. Just kind of expand my horizons. You know, learn more about the game, and yeah, I'm super excited for it.
Whoever is dying. While they do have a great amount of survivability thanks to their bear form and ability to shift, if the Resto Druid finds themselves with no trinket and gets caught out of form, it is very easy for them to die in a set of stuns. A unique spell that is imperative to the Resto Druid's toolkit is Innervate. This spell is a strength and a weakness all in one, since it is purgeable. You do need to find a window to use this, because if you are low on mana and get purged on your Innervate, your demise is almost guaranteed. The Restoration Druid is an incredibly powerful healer in the Burning Crusade, and has the largest toolkit of any...
Dude, TBC is so goated, man. Yeah, I asked Pepe yesterday, 20x rank 1 priest, right? His philosophy on the game, like why he likes TBC, etc. One of the things he said, if you guys remember, he was saying he feels like in a good expansion, there's a good melee rivalry, and there's a good healer rivalry, and a good caster rivalry. And that is the case with TBC, right? Oh my god, the damage is bananas, bro. Holy shit, bro. I need to fucking maybe skull here, bro. I need to skull, actually. My god, dude, that storm cloud, and I think I have another one pulled. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Being here at 12 is so monkey, dude. This is what RXP does to you. RXP takes you here at 12, guys. I want you to do this Cauldron Stir quest early. Oh my god, thank god I had skull there. Yeah, what I was saying though is we need to make sure that the troll doesn't aggro us too. We're fried if it does. We literally will die. We'll get netted and wombo combos. Yeah, these nets, dude. These nets. But yeah, like a good caster rivalry, mage versus warlock, a good healer rivalry, druid versus priest, and a good melee rivalry, like warrior versus rogue. All of that's in place in TBC. Damn, bro, did they add more mushrooms in TBC? Look at this, bro. There's 4 mushrooms in it close. I feel like they did. They made them all sparkle too. But like TBC isn't homogenous, you know? Priest is really strong, druid is very strong, but they're so different. How cool is that? Like the playstyle is so different. Priest way more offensive. They mana burn. They dispel. They have no mobility. They're kind of the opposite of a druid. You know, the druid has tons of mobility, can't dispel, but you know, can't mana burn, but has good like insane sustain with Innervate. way more control. So like they're not as offensive, but they have way more control tools. You know what I mean? It's like a yin and a yang. It's a balance, but they're both really good. Like it's balanced in the best possible way. I don't know if it's like that in other versions of the game. I don't know enough about other versions of the game, but I like that a lot about TBC.
The entire game. If you enjoy healing over time effects and being immune to polymorph, then this class might be the right one for you. Speaking of healers, up next is the Restoration Shaman. This class has the best buff in the entire game with Bloodlust, along with a great amount of offensive abilities to keep your team aggressive while having enough defensive capability to survive.
Here, guys. I'm so
Your primary heal is
scared,
Earth Shield, which is an instant cast spell that heals the target every time they take direct damage. You also have castable heals depending on what the situation calls for. You are the only healer in the game with 2 different ways to stop incoming spells thanks to Earth Shock and Grounding Totem. This makes you great at mitigating casters. You have a good amount of support for any class thanks to your wide array of totems, with some of them being extremely powerful like Wind Fury. Why you would want to play a Resto Shaman is because you like having an aggressive playstyle while also having a solid amount of disruption for casters with Grounding Totem and Earth Shock. Bloodlust is a major pro for the Shaman, with it being the strongest buff in the entire game. You also have great mobility thanks to your spell Ghost Wolf. This makes it so you cannot go below your baseline movement speed even while you are slowed, and then without slows you gain a speed buff. Into teams without Purge, Earth Shield is a very strong ability since it has 6 charges and heals for quite a good amount. You are the only healer in the game.
This combo been killing hardcore people since the dawn of time, right? The Kolkar Wrangler into Stormer 2's team. This is a 2's team in the open world, bro. This guy nets you. This guy puts the cloud over you. GG. See you later. Back to Camp Narachi.
Totem, Frost Shock, and Frostbrand weapon, making you very good at kiting. Some of the negatives for the Resto Shaman is that they are forced to cast to keep their team alive in many scenarios. This makes them very susceptible to Curse and Tongues since they don't have a decurse in this expansion. This is also a secondary negative for them, since this means they are weak to being tunneled since they are forced to cast to stay alive. Having no magic dispel is also rough, since they pair so heavily with warriors, and warriors are extremely punished by frost mages. They also don't have any great healing over time effects like Renew or Life Bloom. Since Earth Shield is such a large percentage of their total healing, this makes them extremely weak to Purge, because Earth Shield not only comes off with 1 Purge, but is also very expensive mana-wise. This is probably the biggest weakness that Resto Shaman has, because anything that is purgeable is very difficult to keep alive.
Yeah, that sounds really rough to deal with as a shaman. You don't... Earth Shield is such a sick ability, but there's so much Purge and Dispel in Arena, and it's such a high priority for everybody, you know what I mean? To the point where people are putting up tons of trash buffs to cover, you know, shield or whatever it is. So you have this really high impact ability that's super cool. Earth Shield, right? I love it, man. It's like a lightning shield for healing, but it just gets dispelled nonstop, and it's so expensive. That's such a, like a boner killer for a shaman, right? You know, as a priest or as a warlock, you throw up like 2 trash buffs, you know, underwater breathing, lesser detect invis. Like priests are throwing up even fade, levitate, you know, maybe some rank 1 stuff just to protect their inner fire, protect their shield. You know, a lot of these classes, like, does the shaman have any trash buffs they can throw up? That's the crazy thing, bro. Like you have this really powerful ability, but you don't even have any like dispel protection for it. Maybe there's talents though. There might be some talents. I kind of vaguely remember something along that. Yeah.
The Restoration Shaman is a class that has a very solid toolkit for keeping your team offensive and generating pressure with its very aggressive spells. If you enjoy an aggressive playstyle and purging things until they die, then this class might be right for you. And the very last class on our list...
Oh, water walking, water breathing? Oh, okay. What would the race's choice be for a warlock on Alliance/Horde? Perception sounds nutty, but so does Gnome. Yeah, I think on Horde, man, it's generally going to be Orc. It's going to be better. But honestly, for noobs and stuff too, or like if we're just getting into it, Undead's pretty solid too. Just having that like extra trinket type of thing for fears. There's so many fears that go out in Arena. So either way, like Orc or Undead, really good. I think like the absolute min-max is Orc for most comps, with Undead being for some comps Bis, and then Alliance is going to be mainly Gnome. But if you're playing, yeah, but you could go Human as well. It's not so bad because you have your own little combo. You have your own little combo with Perception and Paranoia. So those are your options.
May your blades never dull.
we are of course now talking about the Retribution Paladin. The Ret Pally has the most unique damage rotation out of any class in the game because almost 100% of its damage comes from something called seal twisting, which is utilizing 2 different seals at the same time on your auto attack. This is possible because Seal of Command stays active for a short window of time after you have switched to another seal. This allows you to have a small window where you actually get the benefits of both seals at the same time. In order to do this efficiently, you need to start in Seal of Command, watch your weapon swing timer, and then at the last sliver of time, roughly 0.4 seconds, switch into Seal of Blood, allowing you to have both seals go off on the auto attack, giving you multiple seal.
Wait, that's all it is? That's all seal twisting is? You're about your 0.4 seconds left on your swing and you just change seal, that's it? That doesn't sound bad at all. I guess you have to go back to the other seal after. I feel like you would drain all your mana though. Maybe use rank 1 or something. So that's all seal twisting is. You probably just have a swing timer and then there's a little like highlight of when you switch it.
This means that if you line up your seal twist correctly and the stars align in terms of RNG, you can truly 100-0 any class in the entire game. Why you would want to play a Retribution Paladin is because you enjoy playing a melee who has a very solid amount of utility for their team, along with the highest burst in the entire game. Ret Paladins have the most support utility of any class thanks to their large toolkit of spells to help their team, like Blessing of Freedom, Sacrifice, Bop, and Off Heals. They also have a friendly dispel for not only magic but also poison and disease, making them the only DPS in the entire game to have this.
Yeah.
You of course have the biggest...
Dude, that's why, bro, Ret Resto is insane, boys. Ret Resto. You have to think about it, man. You have to think about it. Ret Resto. Resto Sham, Ret Paladin. Like, they are literally the yin and the yang. It's the beacon of the Alliance and the beacon of the Horde. They're opposites, but they come together and they go crazy. Shaman, no defensive dispel. But they have offensive dispel. Paladin is the inverse, right? Just the buff synergy, Wind Fury, Seal Twisting with Wind Fury. They combo each other, you know what I mean? And they can both heal and they can both live forever. So that's kind of their strat. Like, they just live, they can, oh, I'm getting damage, yo, heal me. Oh, I'm getting damage, you heal me. You know, you peel me. The Paladin can put on Seal, what is it called? Blessing of Sacrifice on the Shaman. And there is some kind of dispel protection on it, right? I forgot exactly what talent it is, but it's hard to take it off. I try to devour it on my Fell Hunter and it like resists all the time. It doesn't work. But if you put Blessing of Sacrifice on a target, like, so if the Paladin puts Blessing of Sacrifice on the Shaman and you go Shaman and you're trying to kill the Shaman, right? Because you don't want to touch the Paladin because Reckoning. The Paladin is absorbing so much of that damage. It's crazy. You're killing the Shaman, and the Shaman's at like 20%, and then the Paladin's also at like 30%. That's how much of the damage that Blessing of Sacrifice is absorbing. It's a crazy ability.
Game thanks to Seal Twisting, Wind Fury, and Reckoning. Rets are also incredibly tanky to physical damage if they put on a shield thanks to their plate armor. This allows them to survive for quite a while dueling any type of melee. Moving on to the weaknesses, they are very prone to going if their mana is not used properly, with this only being amplified by anyone who has a mana drain on the other team. They also don't have any gap closers. While they are slightly faster than most classes, they still don't have a charge or a shadow step. This forces them to often use Repentance to reach their target. With them being tanky into physical damage, it is quite the opposite for casters. If a Ret is caught out in the open...
Bro, is it Seal of Judgment of Justice? Does that slow you guys? If you judge justice, I forget. I don't think so, right? I think how they catch you is Frost Shock. It sounds like the dumbest slow ever, but it actually works, dude. When you play against a stupid comp, like you see the Paladin, you see the Shaman's stupid Frost Shock hit you, and yeah, the Rets come in, and then like you dispel it with your Fell Hunter, and then it gets applied again. And they eventually connect with you, bro. Like, it's enough. That little baby slow with Frost Shock. It's like 50%. But the Paladin doesn't have any slow, right? It's not Judgment of Justice. They have Hodge, they have Repentance. Repentance kind of long range, though. Repentance kind of long range.
Good chance they can die simply by being
prevent you
out
from
of
going past
position.
100.
Touching on that further, if a Ret's freedom gets purged, they are very susceptible to being kited. This can also drain their mana quickly if they are forced to spam the spell. The Retribution Paladin is a class with phenomenal support for their team, allowing them to have both offensive and defensive playstyles. Combining that with the fact that they have the biggest burst in the entire game puts the Ret Paladin in a very strong position across every single season in the Burning Crusade.
Dude, Ret is good in TBC, huh? It actually is. It's like fine in PvE and really good in Arena. Like, I feel like that wasn't always the case. Like, people used to think it wasn't so good in Arena. I don't know if it was private server tech or what, but like it's good, dude. Ret is actually just good in Arena. Just a good spec. Especially when partnered with Shamans, man. But that's all you can play though. That's kind of the bummer with it, right? If you play Ret Pally and you play twos, you can just play with the Shaman. Maybe with the Rogue too. That's one of the ones that people are saying that maybe it's a little bit unexplored. Like you could go pretty far with a Rogue. Oh fudge. Oh please die. Dang, that was cool. That was actually a good video. I really enjoyed that. Here, I'll link the video to you guys if you want to bookmark it or something. Here you go. It's only good with one comp, and even then it's RNG. But then again, the comp will be good because of the Rogue. No, it's kind of both. I mean, just think about it. Like, it's the Paladin brings a lot to the table. The Rogue brings a lot to the table. The Paladin is able to peel for the Rogue. I'd say like, you don't have much CC, like as much as like, so if the Rogue plays with a Warlock or a Mage, there's way more CC, right? So you don't have nearly as much CC if you play with the Paladin. But I don't know, big butt. Like, what the fuck does a Paladin bring that the Mage doesn't? I was gonna say more burst, like the Paladin brings more burst, but there's no Wind Fury, and like a Mage deals absolutely bananas, busted buku burst. Like the Paladin's without the Shaman, he's not bursting that hard. You know what I mean? So it's probably it's probably like a B tier comp. You know, you'd probably just play with the Mage every time, and the shot and the you know, the Paladin wants to play with the Shaman every time. Unless I'm not thinking of some interactions, you know, like Hodge as well. Hodge probably shares DR with Cheap Shot, right? Yeah, it was a good video. Let me see if Earpug got anything else. We're just listening to videos, reacting, chilling, vibing. If you have any questions for me, feel free to put anything in the chat. I appreciate you guys being here. PvP tier list, I've seen that one. Blizzard must fix PvP before TBC launch? Uh-oh, what's going on with this?
It has some extremely fun PvP once you hit level 70. The problem is that so many people don't get to enjoy it for a plethora of reasons. Starting off with number one is the gearing issue. When the Burning Crusade originally launched, it came out with a new game mode for PvP called Arena. This had a 2v2, 3v3, and 5v5 game mode. It also came out with a separate set of gear called the Gladiators set, which was a stronger version of the honor-based High Warlord set that you could only get with the new currency system of Arena points. The only way you could get Arena points was by creating what's called an Arena team. This was a charter where you'd have to talk to a goblin, pay gold, and then come up with a team name, invite other players, then create the team, and then queue up with said team, causing your rating to go up every time you won. Once you got to your respective rating after winning however many games, you then get rewarded with arena points, which you only received one time per week every Tuesday. The higher your team's rating was, the more points that you would get. On top of that, 3v3 and 5v5 gave you significantly more points than 2v2 Arena did, which still ultimately made no sense because 2v2 was the most popular version of WoW Arena and always has been even to this day. To give you an example, if you played 2v2...
Even back in the day, huh? Because you guys remember it, man? Like, I'm not like some like super OG PvP head where I was always some like rank 1 Andy, but like, I do remember like there was a long time where people didn't take twos seriously, and Blizzard actually like took away any title or any recognition from twos, and it felt so fucking bad. That was one of like the biggest Blizzard griefs for no reason. Like they were trying to almost like discourage the bracket. Like they took the incentive to play twos away. I feel like it was in Wrath, bro. If I'm casting my mind back, I feel like it was in Wrath. Like maybe TBC was in place.
Had a team rating of 1500, you would get somewhere around 700 points on the Tuesday reset. But if you played a 5v5 team and had a team rating of 1500, you would then get 1200 arena points on that same Tuesday, giving you a significant advantage in gearing, which also forced people to play fives, which was the least popular bracket. The other problem that this system has is if your team is unavailable to play for 1 week, you will then get 0 arena points for that week with absolutely no way to reclaim them. They are simply lost forever if you didn't play at least 10 games that week. This then puts you behind on gearing since you are now 1 week behind all the people who did play, and if your team rating is low, then the points you would have been getting are also low, especially if you only played 2v2. So you can see how rapidly it deteriorates to the point where people just say, you know what, never mind, this isn't worth my time. As I was editing this video, Blizzard put out a blue post announcing that there is actually going to be no arena teams this time around in the Burning Crusade Classic, which is a phenomenal system. You are going to have the individual rating system, the same as Wrath of the Lich King Classic, allowing you to group up and queue with anybody you want at any time, which is much, much better.
That's awesome,
great job,
right?
Blizzard,
Honestly,
this.
man.
However, there are still more changes that we need.
That's so good, bro. That's part of the reason why I'm so excited this time around. But if you don't make the connection here, basically the first time around you'd have to create an arena team, right? The arena team would cost gold. You'd have to go, and it was kind of a pain in the ass. You had to go have a guy sign a charter, and then you had to fly out to Nagrand, turn it in, and then like name it, make the little banner for it, and then your team would be made, right? If you think about it in hindsight, there's actually a lot of friction. Then you would queue at 0 rating and play probably 20 games against a complete hodgepodge of skill levels. Some people could be really good, some people could be really bad, and it was just pretty annoying calibrating back up to your actual MMR. And then the thing is, in order to get points from your team, you would have to have a certain amount of participation in the overall games, not even just the weekly games. It was overall. You need to be like 20% minimum overall. So like if you left the team to play with friends, but you still want to come back to your original team because it had a higher rating, you want to get more points from it, you'd have to play a bunch of games again to meet that minimum threshold. So just a lot of barriers to entry, right? Like you can't play with your friends. People are getting a little bit weird about their rating, kind of like not wanting to play with each other because they're like worried about losing rating or tanking the team or whatnot, right? This time around, everybody is their own team. You are your own team. Your rating is just tied to you. And like you're not going to tank anyone's rating or whatever, right? Everyone has their own rating, so it's pretty sick.
Classic Blizzard made even more changes so that each week you would now have a total cap of 4,000 arena points per week.
Oh, let's go. Hold up. We got a sub alert. We got Grabber Meyer with the Twitch.tv Prime subscription. You love to see it, dude. Thank you very much, man. How we doing, brother? I appreciate the support. They took rank 1 titles from 2v2 because Paladike was so strong in Wrath. I see. I think they just thought that 3v3 was more balanced, so it's more worthy of a title. As a new arena player, do you think I'll get smashed, or will there be a lot of noobs like you as well? There will be a lot of noobs. Yeah, there'll be a lot of noobs. You could literally just queue games the whole time at like 1500, 1600, 1700, and like honestly, man, you just like have fun and chill, and it'd be fine. But I think you're also gonna learn really fast too, bro, because like you have so many good resources out there now to learn that you'll be a noob, but only for a short period of time. You'll be able to catch up and get on the same level as everybody else, you know? Just started watching tonight. Oh, nice, man. Welcome to the stream, brother. It's great to have you here, man. If you have any questions, Grabber, about TBC, PvP, or really whatever, man, we'll take care of you. Yo, is this TBC HC? That's right, Thraxos. Yup, we're playing a little hardcore right now. Troll Warrior Kamisayo style. Sword and board. Just having a good time. We'll be queuing some BGs later. How's the AV weekend treating you? You guys in BGs right now?
Tuesday, you would get 250 arena points per win in any bracket of arena, instantly after the game. This allowed you to gear up whenever you were playing the game instantly, as opposed to waiting for every Tuesday. This 4,000 arena point cap increased by 4,000 every single week and was retroactive, so that if you missed a week, you would still be able to get those previous 4,000 points at any time simply by logging in, playing, and winning an arena. This system stacked infinitely every single week until eventually you would have a large enough point cap to where you could buy all the gear for your character, which was usually in between 20 and 30,000 arena points depending on what class you played. This point system allows somebody who didn't play for the first 2 months of an expansion to come back and get full PvP gear in a couple of days simply by logging in, playing, and winning arenas, regardless of your rating or bracket. This allowed a more flexible way to play the game, even if you couldn't play every week. This obviously had unlimited benefits since it allowed not only people who couldn't play as much to play, but also people who wanted to level alts halfway through an expansion. Since this system is so much better for every single player, it is very important that Blizzard changes the TBC arena point system to the same one as Cataclysm Classic, giving not only personal team rating, removing arena teams, but also giving the 4,000 arena point weekly cap, as well as getting 250 arena points per win. Touching on that further, in the Burning Crusade they have a type of currency exclusive to this expansion in vanilla called Marks of Honor. These are specific tokens that are awarded after playing in the respective battleground. You get 3 marks for a win and 1 for a loss. This is a currency that you need for every single off part, and you need quite a lot of them.
That's what we're stacking up right now, guys. That's right. Make sure you have a good amount. It doesn't necessarily need to be 100, but make sure you have a good amount so that you can buy your gear when you get to 70. Save yourself some time later.
Cost for these items was cut in half by Blizzard midway through the Burning Crusade once they realized how absurd it was to ask a player to play hundreds of battlegrounds just to get a few off parts for one character. Even though they did nerf it, it is still not enough, and the Marks of Honor system needs to be completely removed. If you are a normal player and do not have PvP gear or a pre-made for your battlegrounds, then let's assume your win rate is 25%.
Wait, he's calling for the marks to be removed? That's kind of a weird take, no? I wouldn't mind it. I'm all for like more accessible gear, but is it really that bad to just queue some BGs, bro? Is it really that bad? I don't think it's that bad. It's been pretty easy.
If you are lucky. With the current Marks of Honor system, you would need 10 Marks of Honor for bracers, 10 for neck, 20 for belt, and 20 for boots, on top of the tens of thousands of honor additional to these marks that you will need to purchase the gear. Keep in mind that if you lose a battleground and get stomped, you can get as little as 50 honor per loss, since the Burning Crusade does not have the daily battleground reward that was implemented in Wrath of the Lich King. This means that you would have to play over 40 battlegrounds.
Daily battleground reward wasn't in TBC. Well, they added it for this. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay. Wait, didn't they have it in the last time, boys? I swear they had, like... Maybe it wasn't the daily battleground quest, but wasn't it like the first battleground of the day you'd get extra honor or something? There was something even in 2021.
Enough honor to buy the pieces, putting you around somewhere over 60 plus battlegrounds just for a few off pieces for one season out of 4 seasons on one character. Keep in mind, you haven't even bought a trinket or a single main piece of gear yet. For all of that total, it would take close to 200 battlegrounds per character. The arena point system in Cataclysm also fixed this problem entirely by allowing you to buy every single piece of gear for your character with just arena points. In the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, you could only buy main sets and weapons. This means that you would only have to do battlegrounds at the very beginning of the expansion before the first arena season begins. For all these reasons, Blizzard should remove the Marks of Honor completely and convert the gearing process to the same style as Cataclysm Classic, since it is such a better system. Moving past that, in vanilla World of Warcraft there is a thing called Heartbeat. This causes someone who is in a breakable CC, for example a blind or polymorph, to instantly be taken out of a crowd control by complete RNG. They had this in the game because in vanilla the crowd control durations are absurdly long and well over 30 seconds for certain abilities. This meant the only way to make it quote-unquote competitive...
59-second sap hype, 1 minute sap hype, 1 minute polymorph hype.
A random chance to break the crowd control, thus allowing the player to play again. In the Burning Crusade, they changed it so that the longest CC in the game is 10 seconds with the exception of Freezing Trap, completely negating the need for Heartbeat to exist since there is no longer 50-second polymorphs. All Heartbeat does now in TBC is break a random crowd control for no reason and make the game much less competitive and much less engaging. For these reasons, Heartbeat needs to be removed. The pre-game lobby in the Burning Crusade is around 1 minute and 15 seconds from the time the queue pops. This is quite a lot of time wasted for a lot of comps like Rogue Mage, for example, who only need maybe about 15 seconds to buff and make food. In retail, they've added a system where there is a lever in each of the starting rooms, and if each team pulls the lever, the game will then start in 15 seconds. This needs to be added to the Burning Crusade Classic since it affects no one negatively, because if you need more time, you simply don't pull the lever and the game doesn't start, but if you are already done buffing and don't want to wait extra time for no reason, simply pull the lever and the game begins. So for those reasons, that's a no-brainer to add. Another thing that needs to be changed is class stacking. In the Burning Crusade, there is a comp you can play called Double Rogue, which is a counter comp specifically designed for being very good into certain teams and absolutely terrible into others. This is obviously not competitive in any way, and an extremely boring playstyle that could easily be fixed by removing the ability to queue arena with 2 of the same class in your group. Removing class...
Yeah, that could be good too, bro, to be honest. Like, I've talked about this a bit before too, like, a lot of the rank 1 types and people who are really good at this game, they speak about Double Rogue like it's basically should be TOS. Like, they really don't like it. Like, they like reluctantly admit, like, they don't even want to admit that it's really good, but they like know deep down that it's really good, and like they basically know deep down that it's like S tier. But like people, they like don't want to encourage that type of play, you know. It's weird, bro. They're all like weirdly on the same page with it. Like, they don't like Double Dog. If you play Double Dog, you're kind of like a rat. It's like Arena Code of Honor or whatever you want to call it.
Plus for the entire community of Arena. Speaking of cheesy things, in the Burning Crusade you cannot see the enemy team's class or spec before the gates open. This is obviously a problem for a multitude of reasons and was fixed in MOP to show you the enemy team's class and spec before the gates opened. This gives double stealth teams an unfair advantage since they can start the game in stealth and get a great opener while the other team doesn't even know what they're fighting, whether it's Rogue Mage, Feral Rogue, or Resto Druid Rogue, etc. While the stealth team knows exactly what they are fighting from the time the gates open since they see them. On top of that, there are many players who will spam /who to figure out who they are fighting and then counter gear against them, which this would also negate since both teams would be able to see what classes and...
You know what I heard, boys? There's actually... tell me... I still don't understand why this is a thing, but there's like some secret talk that people are going to be putting on full NR sets and sniping people. And it's like going to be problematic. Like, who would that... What would that even be good for? What is the NR set for? Is it... Who's wearing that? Who can even afford to wear that? I don't know. But yeah, sniping is obviously like an issue. Stream sniping and like, you know, finding out who's queuing at what time. On private servers, that was actually something that Brandon and I did a bit, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't super like high amount of queues, right? So like you could kind of predict when people were playing. Like, you knew when the Warrior Druid was playing. There was one team in particular that we wanted to target. Like, it was like a Warrior Druid team that we wanted to queue into against a lot, right? So we like knew what time of day they would queue, and we'd try to queue up against them. I mean, we weren't like stream sniping because they didn't stream or anything, right? But we like tried to intentionally queue into them. But with TBC Classic, I feel like the queues are so much more. There's so much more people queuing that I don't know how people are able to do that. Maybe at like the ultra high level, that's probably what they're talking about, right? Like 3K plus type of thing, where there's only so many 3K plus teams queuing. So if you see Mir queuing at 3K, you kind of queue roughly around the same time. Maybe you have a good chance of fighting him, and you're playing like LPL or something.
Gates even open. Moving on to one of the biggest elephants in the room, we are now covering PvE gear in Arena. For some classes, such as Rogue...
what is NR set? Nature resist set. Nature resist set. Like, so actually wearing resist sets in the Arena is already kind of wild, right? I don't know who that would be good for, though. Maybe against, like, Druids for roots? Like, maybe it could be a Warrior wearing some NR pieces so that, like, roots don't hit him. I don't know. Roots or
gear for
Cyclones?
every single off-piece outside of your 5-piece main set. This means that if you want to be competitive in Arena, you are forced to do all of the raids every single week, waiting for an RNG drop that could actually never end up dropping, since it's completely up to getting lucky in order to get the item. This is incredibly taxing as a player who doesn't enjoy PvE, since you are forced to find a group who runs the raid, then also clear the raid, then get loot priority so you can even receive the drop, and then maybe the drop will actually come after running it for every week and week and week, and spending hours and hours and hours just to get some off pieces.
This is something that Pepe said yesterday. Let me know what you guys think about it. He had an idea of you're able to spend arena points on PvE gear, but it's broken PvE gear, so you can't wear it outside of the arena. I think that'd be so sick, bro. So you don't have to worry about like getting all this stuff, you know. Oh my gosh. Broken PvE gear.
This is one of the biggest reasons that people get burnt out of trying to play Arena, since they don't have hours and hours and hours of extra time
and no GKPs this time. So a lot of rogues and mages this last time around, you know, they'd go buy glaives, they'd go buy Skull of Gul'dan from these GKPs. There'll be a lot less of that this time, which I'm actually hyped for as a Warlock player.
Not even play Arena and simply go do raids to wait until they get the gear to then allowed to play the Arena. It is a redundant, outdated, and antiquated system that retail has fixed eons ago. While there are many ways you could fix this, an easy one would be to simply add PvE gear onto a new vendor that would cost arena points. This PvE gear would have an item level of 0 and then scale up to its proper item level only when in an arena or battleground. Combining this with the 4,000 weekly point system would completely eliminate the need to raid for PvE items, which would boost the player count in PvP immensely, since the most complained about thing of all time in TBC and Wrath is having to raid for PvE gear just to play Arena. Another thing about gearing, in the Burning Crusade, you don't have access to spell penetration on your offhand or wand until Season 3. This is obviously a big oversight that they didn't recognize since they just came out with Arena and didn't really have a good grasp on how it was going to go. Later on in the expansion, Blizzard of course realized this, and in Season 3 they added a spell pen offhand and wand, which then allowed you to get some much needed spell pen since it is such a difficult stat to get in Burning Crusade. This would be a super easy fix for Blizzard. All they would have to do is add a spell pen, wand, and offhand for Seasons 1 and 2. Lastly, something that needs to be changed is the ability to override your healing over time effects as well as your damage over time effects that are currently more powerful. An example of this would be you are using a trinket that buffs your overall spell power, creating a more powerful dot or healing over time effect or shield depending on your class. Once the stronger buff is on them and your trinket proc fades, you can no longer refresh that ability until it completely falls off. This means if you have a dot that has 2 seconds left, you cannot override the dot and re-put a new one on there since the other one is technically stronger than the one you'll put it on. This is obviously extremely stupid and was fixed in MoP, however, they could simply implement this into the Burning Crusade Classic since it has no purpose to be in the game. To finish it all off, we got a no-brainer. Simply remove legendary items from Arena. I am, of course, talking about...
remove legendary items from the Arena? Thoughts on that one, my boys? You just want to have a no-glaive rogue Arena? It'd probably be more balanced, yeah. It's kind of cool, though. It's kind of people's, like, childhood fantasy to have glaives in the Arena. But I do think it, like, as a Warlock player, bro, that sounds good. Because, like, when they get those double glaives, bro, they just start, like, pink misting your pet. It's got that demonic set bonus, like, attack power, 200 attack power increase. It's like they have a constant trinket pop when they're fighting your pet, dude. It's bad time.
Unwell Bow, and then of course in Wrath of the Lich King, Shadowmourne. There has never been a single tournament in history where Blizzard allowed legendary items to be in a tournament for Arena, so why are they allowed in regular Arena? Nobody in the world knows. And with all that being said, that concludes the list of changes that should be made to TBC Arena, which would not only increase the player base, but would also make the game...
That's actually true. With it being so fast this time with TBC, and no GDKP. Yeah, honestly, man. I don't know if these rogues are even going to get these glaives. And they're also, dude, they're going to give glaives to warriors now, I heard. More so, like they simmed it out or something. I honestly think it's fucked up though. If you have a rogue in your raid in your guild that's a PvPer and like pushing raiding, I feel so bad taking it on warrior. I don't know if I could.
Game much more competitive and engaging. Thank you for watching, and we will see you guys in the next video.
I'm a warrior and I'm playing just to keep arena ladder glaives. Oh my god, you're sick, man. You're sick, brother. Any tips on fun alt for dungeons and PvP battlegrounds? For a fun alt, a fun and flirty alt for dungeons and PvP battlegrounds. What's the most fun class in dungeons? Let's think about this. For me, in terms of raw fun, if you just actually have fun playing the dungeons, you get to be the leader, you get to be follow me, and just organize the group and like get all the gear and like people think you're cool. It's probably Prop Paladin. It's probably Prop Pally, right? But that's probably not a great time for BGs. Outside of Prop Pally, I could see like tank's the most fun in dungeons, right? Outside of, I mean, Warlock, right? Like Warlock's a DPS, but like they're awesome in dungeons. You know, good AOE, utility. I mean, mages too. Mages are crazy. You got portals, food. You make everyone happy. You buff them. Like everyone loves having a mage in the group. They love having a light blue class in the group. They get so excited. They get so happy. Yeah. Those are the two classes, bro, that are people get most excited for in a dungeon. You see a Prop Pally tank, you feel like you're in good hands. You feel like the heroic's going to go through. If you see a Prop Warrior, it's kind of toxic. You like don't feel good about the dungeon. People won't run with you if you're a Prop Warrior, actually. That's a fact. Some people will. You'll be able to fill the group because the bottleneck is tanks. But if people detect that you're like an undergeared warrior or something, or you don't know what you're doing, they're not going to run with you. Because Prop Warrior is rough. It's rough. And easily get into group. Betas are basically going to be required for unnerfed TBC heroics. And how is a paladin in battlegrounds? Like right now, in pre-patch, if you're playing a red pally, it's very strong. It's not as good at 70. It's not going to be as bursty. I don't think it's going to be as good, but it'll still be fine. I still think you'll do fine damage. And you could, if you queue, I mean, if you queued a BG with a, what's stopping you from queuing a BG with a shaman? Like you could do that, right? That actually sounds fun as hell. Yeah, I think red paladin's good, bro. Honestly, paladin's good. Just queue a BG with your shaman buddy, and that sounds like an amazingly good time. Yeah, I think paladin's in a really good spot in TBC. Like no one's gonna go paladin and regret it, right? The only people I could see going paladin and regretting it is if you love holy paladin. I could see that. I could see you not feeling that valued and important and feeling good about things. You're still fine, you know. And you still have, you know, 5s are going to be really good. 3s, I don't know. I don't really know if there's any top teams that would run like a Holy Paladin in 3s. I don't know of any off the top of the head. 3s is just like a lot of priest and a lot of druid, you know? H-Pal, BM Hunter, Ellie Shaman. That's a weird one, dog. That's a weird one. What is that even called? Yo, mate, do you know how many marks in each BG you actually need to buy the 70 piece gear, but not including the yacht's neck? I think it's like 10 to 20 marks per, bro. There you go. H-Pal, BM Hunter, Ellie Shaman counters RMP. Not many people know about it. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. Who here? Is anybody here like a a healer main and like knows about the PvE of healing in TBC? Does anybody know about that? Like, what is the pecking order? Like, who's like doing the most healing? Who's like, what's the top of the food chain? Is it Holy Priest? Is it Arsham? Is it maybe it's Holy Paladin? I mean, there's no bacon, right? No beacon of light for Holy Paladin. I feel like if I had to guess, it's probably like Resto Shaman. If you're running less healers too, I feel like Resto Shaman's sick. Lost. Oh, Circle of Healing Priest. Priest is always best single target healer. Is there anything cool for Holy Paladin? In PvE? Is there any kind of thing you can like latch onto? Priest go fast though. Mage gets blown up so fast. And you bop the Ellie on his lust and he pumps damage. Resto Druid is sick in PvE, I think, in TBC. Resto Druid just seems so fun in TBC. It's like their expansion, man. Like Life Bloom. How fun is it to press Life Bloom, guys? I want to experience this. It just looks cool, man. Rolling it, seeing it just drizzle in some nice healing, super mana efficient, hyper mana efficient healing. If they like dispel it, it pops and blooms and heals them giga. You can like just like have it. It's actually one of the most fun looking abilities to use. It's like a little mini game. You want to keep it rolling at 3 stacks, right? Illumination is nice for mana longevity, but nothing too great. Yeah. It's Holy Pally is probably one of the least cool specs in TBC, I would imagine. You do see sometimes Shakadin played though. You'll see like Shakadin and Mage played in twos together sometimes. It's not like a never see comp. Yeah. Our guild had an H-Pal as a main tank healer. Yeah. So the only 2 legendaries in TBC are Glaives and the Bow, right? Glaives and the Bow. So if you ban legendaries... And the Bow is the one that has infinite ammo for Hunter. And I think that one's only Sunwell. So... Oh my god, I'm looking mighty red right now. I think Resto Druid based on some experience and like every top 2 setup has R Druid. Yeah, dude, R Druid looks so fun to play. And Pepe said, but at the same time, you know, you heard what Pepe said yesterday? The easiest class to get boosted up on if you're trying to like play with way better players and get carried, he said it's Priest. This Priest. He's like, you can play with really good players. They'll tell you exactly when to pain sup and like who to dispel and like what to do, and it's like the freest like boost. He was saying like some rank 1 players got like their girlfriends and stuff rank 1 last time and stuff. Hey, that sounds good to me. That sounds good to me, my boy. Carry me all the way. I'm fine. I'll press pain suppression. I'm down. No, but at the same time, conversely, he was like, Resto Druid is like the one class that's really hard to carry, and it's all skill expression. So there's that, right? If you really want to prove yourself, really prove that you're a beast, just play Resto Druid. I feel like Pepe, I feel like he likes Druid more than Priest. He started Priest, played that for most of his career, but now he's just Druid pilled. I don't know if any of you guys watched that episode with him. It was good, really good episode though. Is an H-Pal good in 5v5 arena? Oh yeah, I bet it's insane. Yeah, I feel like it's Shaman Paladin might be the foundation of every 5s team. Kind of need both, right? They have like big ass cooldowns, right? You have like Bop that will save someone. You have Bubble that'll save yourself and make you be able to blast heals. You know, you have Lust. Offensive and defensive dispel just baked into those two classes. Having a class with movement is just light years more fun. Watching that made me want to play Druid, not gonna lie. It's supposed to make you want to play Priest, bro. Nova, you're seeing it all wrong, man. You need to want to play priest now. That was supposed to be priest propaganda, dude. Back to that HC live. Just for a minute, man. Just for a minute. We've been doing a lot of BGs. We've been playing hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of BGs every day, like 8+ hours. I feel like we're a bit desensitized to the Battleground experience. I think it's nice to reconnect with the open world, take a breath of fresh air, take a page out of the Graze for Days playbook. Touch grass, touch dirt, touch the cracked mud of Duratar. Just crack a nice copper vein. Get some rough stone, turn it into a nice little rough Sharpie. Yup. Already at 43 mining, we're blasting, guys. It's been a clean run though. Nothing too crazy. Had to use my skull already though. That's on Forge. Doing our D-stance quest right here. This will be nice. We get Sunder. Meanwhile, I'm doing a ZG to take a break from BGs. Yeah, I mean, I probably should be doing that type of stuff. I'm just feeling a certain type of way today. I just need to not die on this character, because then I will feel real bad that we took a break from BGs and then accomplished nothing. Damn, 7.1 DPS, two-handed sword. Okay. Okay. I can't try. I could have trained two-handed swords at Undercity too, but we need to do this the Kamisayo way, okay? We need to do this the Kamisayo way. Don't let me use a two-hander, chat. Chat, don't let me use a two-hander. Hold me accountable. I don't care if a sick two-hander drops. I don't care if Corpse Maker... Okay, except for Corpse Maker. If Corpse Maker drops, we have to use Corpse Maker. But other than that, and other than Whirlwind Axe. No, not Brumsky. Dagger and shield feels good. Yo, I've not been on WoW since WoW Classic came out. What's the latest shiz? As I kind of want to get back into my level 60 warrior. It has Rag. Was one of the first on my server. I just assume you're from the UK. I don't know why. Smash and Bash X. What's up, brother? TBC is out. The Burning Crusade, aka patch 2.4.3. We're in the pre-patch right now. There's boosts. If you want to switch classes, you can, bro. You just you're not really behind, right? He's not behind at all. You're really not. You could just get into the game right now. You're not behind at all, dude. At all. You're actually blasting. Pendulum of Doom. But yeah, TBC's coming out. If you want to get back on your warrior, warrior is looking really good in TBC. It's top DPS. It's a top tier DPS. It's up in that S or A tier, depending on who you ask. So come through, brother. The game comes out on the 5th, right? So we're 4 days away. 4 or 5 days away. Do you think it's better when WoW has patches instead of sitting one patch the whole TBC? Yeah, I like patches. I mean, I'm just thinking about like vanilla, right? Like, I like having Dire Maul separated, ZG separated, everything separated, then everything just being there from the start. I like it. It's something to look forward to. It's kind of hype. It's kind of a hype thing. Bro, the best thing, though, about going sword and board, guys, is you have an interrupt as a warrior at this low level. You know how huge that is, guys? Do you actually have any concept of how huge that is? What level do you get your interrupt as a warrior normally, guys? It's a long time. It's almost ridiculous, actually. It's kind of where you need engineering. It's like 38 or something, or like 36. You get pummeled. It's like crazy talk. It's madness. Madness. I feel like we're like blasting though. We're still using our Tomahawk level 4 from Senjin Village, but crushing right now. Oh, level 1 because you go Blood Elf? Oh, checkmate. You got me. You're right. Wait, can you go Blood Elf Warrior? Can't you not? Am I tripping? Yeah, I've never seen a Blood Elf Warrior in my life. You can't go Blood Elf Warrior. That's like Blizzard's way of throwing shade at that class. That's Blizzard's way of confirming that that class has low T. 38. Yeah, that's insane, right? Our Holy Warrior. Nacho HC in the house. Can't wait for the Classic Plus shop. Yo, guys, are they adding a token? What do you think at this point? Are they adding a token at this point, bro? What are the chances we get token in the next 6 months? What are the chances? I don't know. What are the chances? I feel like it's pretty high, to be honest. And I actually, and I'm not even entirely sure it's gonna be a bad thing. I'm not sure. We're so far gone. These servers are so far gone. We're boosting. We're literally like, if you want to play OG old-fashioned way, you play hardcore. These servers are just straight full send commercialization. I don't even know anymore. We've fallen far from grace. Uh-oh, we're doing the Fizzle quest. I really like how throwing weapons have no limits. Did your Belf die? Yeah, he died at level 20, unfortunately. Is token a problem when we already have boost and 50% of players are buying gold? Dude, people think way more than 50% are buying gold. I mean, when I asked the chat before, and pretty much when I asked some of my other friends too, what percentage of the player base do you think bought gold in the last year, guys? Cast your votes. Cast your votes. But that's kind of what I'm saying, though. And apparently gold is at absolute all-time record, never before seen, ever before in the history of WoW prices. 70, 69, 70. Yo, Kargoz the Cuck Master? That's me, dog. The Cuck Master X here. Reporting for duty. How we doing, Wizok? How we doing, buddy? Let me pull this guy. I don't know what the move is. Do we kill Voidwalker first? Do we kill... Yeah, I think we kill Voidwalker and range. And we range the caster. And we don't pull a dinosaur. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Resist. Clutch resist. Thing is, I'm doing this quest. Am I really going to turn in Fizzle, though? Not even sure, man. Oh. What's up, Musashi? First time in the chat. Welcome, 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 welcome. 80% of my guild buys gold. Price is so high that it's proof people still... Okay, be honest. What's the price of gold right now, guys? What's the price? What are we at right now? What is it? How bad is it? Dude, there's 4 copper veins around me. Okay, this is it. Let's see if we can do it. This is it. Come on, Fizzle. 96 health. Oh, the shield bash is nice, but the shield bash misses. Oh god. I need the potion. Oh. The shield bash missing is tragic. We're in there though. Dude, the shield bash missing is tragic. That cost me my big potion. Oh no. Ooh, there's some ore here though. Yo, what's the best strat, guys, for getting to tin as fast as you can? I wonder, you know how like you have to hit a balance between mining and then smelting the ore to try to give you skill ups? It's a balance. You know what I mean? Figured it out. I feel like I just like... I mine a few, and then when I get to the city, I remember to smelt a few. And then, because the thing is, smelting doesn't give you skill all the way, you know? $300 for 5k gold. $300 for 5k gold. That sounds like a lot. So $100 for 1k gold. Wait, $300 for 5k gold. So it's less than $100, like 80? 80 for 1k? That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. Yeah, no, this is Dream Scythe. We're playing hardcore right now, but all my characters are on Night Slayer, yeah. Like my actual characters. We're just doing some hardcore right now. This is my hardcore. I'm gonna join C-Dank and main tank Glaive Prio at the top. Yo, so Graze, is Graze still doing hardcore, guys? I'm a bit confused with that too. He was saying last stream he was saying that he might actually come PvP on Night Slayer. So I need to get caught up on the Graze, on the latest Graze arc. But I never thought that would happen. That's in G2G Horde Night Slayer. I wouldn't believe that till you see it. He says a lot of stuff. Graze is a tent right now. Yeah, you can't control Graze, dude. It's that Texan energy. It's that Texan energy. You can't tell a Texan what to do. They'd rather die. They'd rather die, brother. They'd rather fall on the sword. You can never tell a Texan what to do. They got independence. They got independence racial plus 10. You can't tell them to do jack shiza. They're gonna do what they want to do whenever they want to do it. Amen, brother K. Kona. We'll see what happens when he runs the marathon. He'll be thinking clearer. Oh yeah. What makes me scratch my head is that people will spend a lot of money for gold to pay for the bots, but then complain about the lower token. You know the sinister one, the more sinister one that I actually have no idea though is how many people bots. Right? Like that's a completely alien concept to me. Like that's I mean, I'm not gonna lie, back in 2004 or whatever, like me and my friends, we messed around with WoW Glider. It was like a kind of like really like ghetto basic bot or something back then, but other than that, I have literally zero experience with it. I don't know how, but if there's so many bots, surely people are botting. That's the crazy one, right? Like what if, you know, it's half the people fucking low-key botting? Did I miss the memo? Yo, Glider was not ghetto. You remember that? Yeah, my buddy got, I remember my buddy Chris, he got like banned. He got banned pretty early into our WoW friend group experience. Yeah, I just don't know, like, I don't know what the economy is going to look like at all in Anniversary. If it's going to be, is there a chance that it's cheap? Everything is cheap? All like cooldowns at least, transmute cooldowns. And maybe there's so much Terracone, you know, like they created so many spawns of it. The consumables are cheap. Zaryu was caught botting for real? What? Are you serious? Zaryu of all people, I would never expect him to bot. I feel like he's like a, yeah, I don't know. I just figure like he just wouldn't be into that. Oh, like 12 years ago. Dead serious. If they gave us token, it would cost 20, but not sure how much gold it would give. Bro, if they're making money now with the boost, you're telling me that the market rate of gold is like 60 bucks or 80 bucks for 1,000? and if Blizzard puts in WoW token, and let's say it's $20 for 1,000, bro, how much money do they make? Oh, buddy, I don't want to know, dude. I don't want to know, dude. The cash register is gonna go burr. Oh my god. Market would be so inflated. I wonder what would happen though. Like if Blizzard puts in the token, and let's say they have all these like Chinese sites that are selling the gold and stuff, then they just have to start like liquidating it, right? They would just have to start liquidating all of it. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be so insane. I bought but can't find a new bot. Okay, so I'm sure there are some people in here who have bought it. I'm sure. At this many people here, gotta be some people who have dipped their toe into the water, so to speak, right? Like, do you just not get banned? Like, don't they have detection systems for it? Like, I feel like they do. They did back in the day. They had Warden. Are you just getting banned and then making a new account and just like doing it over and over again, and then you still farm enough gold to make it worth it? Or maybe you just don't get banned. Sitting on 70k? Sheesh! Oh my gosh. I used to do it back in 2005 to sell the character to high school buddies. Never bought it in my own account though. Yeah. You have to be a dumbass like Soda and buy over 6k at a time.
What are you looking for?
6k, dude. Buying 6k gold. Bro, there was actually guys though. So during SOM, who here played Season of Mastery? Do you remember how much everything was selling for? Like the GDKPs, the prize pools, bro. I would raid in SOD. We would do like an MC BWL. And the prize, the prize pot or whatever, like the gold cut at the end, I would make over 1,000 per raid. I'd make like 1,200 gold a raid. And I remember hitting that point where like you're getting more than an epic mount per raid. It's kind of cool, bro. You like never have to worry about consumes or anything. But there were people like just giga swiping SOM, dude. Giga swiping like every week, like spending thousands of gold every week.
For the Horde.
We did a ZG GDKP and SOM. I made over 5k gold on the AH and SOM off flasks. Bro, at this point I want the WoW token on retail. No one buys gold from third-party website either. Prices are obscured. Yeah, that's the thing though. So retail actually is a case study for the token. So nobody buys gold on retail. That's done. Because why would you? Because there's a token. That's the first thing I'm understanding. And what is the retail economy like? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it reasonable? Like, do people still gather? Are there people gathering? Is it completely fried to even try to like gather anything in the world?
Strength.
You know what I mean? People still do, but not the average Joe. We don't really need gold in retail, to be honest. People 100% play the AH and gather shit. Yes, lots of gathering. Define reasonable. Yeah, dude, that I kind of miss those days. SOM, bro. SOM was, oh, my Frank 14 warrior doing GDKPs and I did GDKPs on my hunter and just getting tons of gold. That feeling, like, it was pretty fun, bro. It was pretty fun. Shout out to Crow's GDKP. And like, it was like an experience. I don't know. I understand the downsides of it too. I'm not like a huge Euler GDKP like pro guy. You know, I only did it like a couple times, like where I participated in them, like when I was part of like a consistent GDKP, you know. But there is like a cool gameplay loop in a way. Like you really look forward to the raids. Like you're kind of excited. And I didn't even need anything, bro. I was playing Hunter and I got the puller cut. Everybody has a job, and like even if you're top DPS, you get more. Second place, you get some. Third place, you get some, and then you have like the carries at the bottom who don't get anything, right? Right. Then everybody does a job. Then you go meet up after, go to Iron Forge, split up all the gear and the money. Hey, would you prefer Warlock or Rogue in TBC with focus on PvP later? Rogue, dude, if you're still deciding Rogue right now, you're probably cooked. Because Rogue, it's going to be really hard to get a raid slot as a Rogue. It's very competitive because a lot of people want to play Rogue because PvP. But it's also kind of like a bit of an underperformer in PvE a bit, especially relative to like Warrior. So, and like, it's a tough class to learn too, right? Like it doesn't have many abilities, but it's super easy to see a bad Rogue. And it's a very intimidating learning curve, I'd say. It's probably the biggest, most intimidating learning curve out of all the classes, at least from my perspective. So if you're kind of like at this point deciding on a class, I wouldn't go for Rogue unless you have like a really good play group that's gonna help you out, and then you have like a lot of time on your hands and you're really determined to learn how to play it in PvP, because it is kind of like the king class. Then do that. But I mean, Warlock's chill, dude. It's on the opposite end of it. You're like very desirable. Go for Rogue. Yeah. Bro, it's a brain dead class if they aren't hopping straight into the arena. Oh, I'm saying for the arena though. But yeah, like
what do you need?
PvE, it's probably not so bad.
Be safe.
Okay. I'm 60 mining right now, dude. 60 mining, kind of wild. 60 mining hype, level 13, 60 mining, guys. Thoughts on that? Isn't it 75 for 10? Oh, it might be 60 for 10. 125 for iron. I'm doing really good on the mining. Where would you rank Shalazar Basin in your tier list for Lich King zones? Shalazar. It's a pretty cool zone. Yeah, everything like big and juiced up. It's up there, man. It's pretty. It's a pretty zone. Grizzly Hills would be top. Second place, Dragon Blight. Dragon Bite or Black Dragon Blight? Dragon Blight, right? Second place, Dragon Blight. Third place, I don't know though, dude. Like even like the Ice Crown zone is kind of cool, right? I did so many laps in that zone. Even Storm Peaks is kind of cool. It's hard, bro. Sholazar Basin is almost like Willy Wonka land. It's kind of like cutesy. Or everything else is a more serious zone. I just know that Borean Tundra is kind of boring. Like it's okay, but it's not like I'm not like nostalgic about Borean Tundra per se. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying. All right, let's run over here. Yeah, I mean. Storm Peaks is massive. Shalazar Basin is like an updated STB with special pets. Yeah. No, Netherstorm is actually a really cool zone though in TBC. It's one of those ones that it feels very like alien and weird at first, but if you look around and go to all the different parts, like even that like little ghost village and the little bubbles that have all the juiced up, like that one's extreme, right? You know those, I forgot what they're called, but they have those electricity kind of electricity humanoid guys. I think it's Consortium. And it's like the animals got juiced up with electricity or magic or something. Like you have these gigantic alligators and crocodiles. That's really cool. Ethereals, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Kargoz, have you ever played played Souls games. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro. They are all absolute bangers. I played Dark Souls 1. That's how boomed out I am. That's it, man. That's it. It's Dark Souls 1. But it was a really fun game. It was a really fun game, and it was hard. Dark Souls 1. I look back at all the games I've played, guys. I haven't played so many, but just throwing it out there because it might trigger some nostalgia. This is basically my gaming journey in a nutshell. Okay? First game I ever played, and the first game I got on PC, Age of Empires 2, Return of the Kings. I believe that was 2, right? Blue box, had like a guy with a crown on it, had the chess cinematic at the beginning. Absolutely goated game, fell in love with gaming there. Saw my buddy Carlos playing it, and went through beat every campaign, just spent so much time in the game. It's absurd, right? Like just custom map editing every campaign. Even you could actually play multiplayer against like your friends somehow. I don't know if it was LAN or something, but you could somehow do it. Level 22 down. And then from there, got PS1. And my first game on PS1 was Abe's Oddworld something and Tekken. And Abe's Oddworld was the game where you're like this weird looking humanoid bug guy, and you're working in a meat manufacturing facility, and you have to escape it because you find out a secret that you're the meat, and they're like basically killing all the workers and turning them into the meat, so you have to escape it. It sounds really dark, but it's kind of like weirdly stylized. So that and Tekken, and then I basically got a Game Boy Pocket. It was black and white, had Mario and some other games on it. I remember like playing that while I had like tennis lessons I was doing, and I would like play like that Game Boy Pocket in between like my tennis lessons. It's a little kid, right? Then from Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color, got Pokemon Blue version first. Ended up getting Pokemon Red later. I still remember very clearly the day I bought Pokemon Blue. It was in a Comp USA, which is rest in peace Comp USA, no longer around. Obviously got super into Pokemon. Love that. This is like mid 90s, right? There's Pokemon cards going crazy. I was buying the packs, using my dad's laptop to like look stuff up on the internet kind of too. Like that was like some new like cutting edge thing that like you could even do that. But yeah, getting Game Shark, learning about like Missing No, all that stuff, like you guys remember, right? And like using I'll go to so much of my life was around tennis though, thinking about it. I remember the very first trade I did was with an older kid, and I felt like I scammed him. We were at the tennis courts down the road from my house, and I got a Gyarados from him. I'm pretty sure it was Gyarados. I forgot. I traded him something random, like a coughing or something, and he gave me a Gyarados. And in my mind, I was like, oh my god, dude. Like, I'm getting such a good deal. Like, I didn't even have to evolve this from a Magikarp, dude. I'm getting like a Gyarados. It's like my favorite Pokemon. Yeah. Anyway, like, it was Pokemon for a bit, and then I got N64. I was like really jealous of N64. My buddy Carlos, same Carlos. He had N64. I had PS1. And instead of going over to my house to play all the games, we were over at his house every day watching him play games, because N64 was basically better than PS1, right? I still had some cool games. There was a game called Darius on PS1 that I enjoyed a lot. It was like a fighter pilot game. It was kind of like a side, like a side scroller type of thing, fighter pilot game. But there's a few on PS1 that were good. But yeah, we played N64 over at his house. All of it. That's that was like Ocarina of Time. You know, then when I got my own N64, I still remember buying like Super Smash Brothers in Best Buy. You know what I mean? Like, it was the 90s was just an insane whirlwind of vibes. Like Pokemon TV show, Who's That Pokemon, going to school, trading cards, fucking like so many things, bro. Pogs, those little there's also those little like plastic, like hard plastic like figures that were like they were called like crazy something, like crazy beans, crazy something, like the little skateboards with the how did all that stuff fit in such a compact time? I don't even know, honestly. But yeah, it was like, yeah, the slammers or whatever, right? Like so N64 was like insane vibes. I mean, I had like every game, right? Like I think like Diddy Kong Racing, fucking yeah, Super Mario 64, but I got that one really late. Like I had already basically beaten it at my buddy's house. And same with Ocarina of Time. By the time I got my own copies, like we had already beaten it at my buddy's house a lot. But I had my own copy of Super Smash Bros, of course. Donkey Kong 64 was a banger, right? You needed like the RAM expansion pack. There's also another game out that people don't even know existed probably, but there was StarCraft for Nintendo 64. N64 StarCraft was a thing. RTS on the N64. Absolutely wild. That was a thing. NFL Blitz, you know, you guys know the gems. Bringing me back, bro. Donkey Kong Country, Mighty Beans. Yup. I mean, GoldenEye, dude. GoldenEye at the birthday parties was like our very first taste of esports. Like that was the very first, even before Halo 1. That was it, right? Like I remember specifically there was one dude, Robert Kaufman was his name, and it was his birthday party, and his parents were like rich parents threw like a crazy birthday party, so all the kids were over there, right? And back then, I mean, you would give someone a game for their birthday, bro. Like you would give someone an N64 game, like brand new in the package, crispy. Like that was an insane birthday gift, right? Like a GameCube game or an N64 game. And I remember me and my mom, we picked out like an N64 game for him, and like you would get insanely almost jealous of someone's birthday because like they're just getting all these games, right? But being over at a birthday party and everybody basically seeing how they stack up in GoldenEye. Yup. No screen peeking. Yup. Split screen. Yeah, so it was an N64 angle for me. I mean, everything from like Mario Party 1 was goated. Mario Party 1 and Mario Party 3 stick out as like the main ones I think I played. I don't remember Mario Party 2. But N64 just had so many bangers, man. So many bangers. I don't even know. Does anybody feel the same way? When you look back on your childhood, that it doesn't even make sense. How were there so many dope things that happened in such a concentrated period of time? How is middle school only 3 years, but somehow like there was like 50 IPs that you got into concurrently at the same time? Maybe not 50, but like 10, you know? I look back and it was like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Warhammer, WoW, GTA, Halo, all of these at the same time, kind of. How is that even possible? Let me bind something here. How is that even possible? Possible. The internet. Yeah. Conkers. Oh, yeah. Conkers, Leisure Suit Larry. Remember that one, guys? Remember that one? That was like the first like NC-17 game. My buddy Chris got that. We were all like peeking over our shoulders to see if our parents were coming to go watch. We were like, yo, what is this game, bro? I heard they have like boobs in this game. You can now call it Galo and I won't be offended. Bro, I fucking love Halo. That Paramount show, man. Oh, man. Master Cheeks, man. Oh, my God, bro. See, that's like, I always draw that analogy with WoW, dude. Like, why does all the stuff that we like just get eroded and turned into, like, slop, man? It's, like, so sad, bro. Even Lord of the Rings to an extent, man. That show, like, maybe I'm boomed out. Didn't really like it, bro. I know it's a hot take. I don't even like saying it because it just triggers everybody. But it was just kind of like woke and weird and didn't really hit the same, you know? Sorry, man. I like... It's just not hitting, man. It's like I worry about WoW in that same way, right? Like Classic Plus, whatever they end up coming up with. It's my fear, dude. Everyone loves it. Everyone is just like bricked up. Like, this is the Classic Plus we always wanted, man. Vanilla is a, you know... Thank God we're not playing vanilla. That game is trash. Classic Plus for the win. Big Blizzard coming through, saving the day. Thank God we have. Thank God you fixed all the talents in vanilla. WoW. Sunder Armor. The WoW movie sequel. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on the WoW movie. What are your guys' thoughts on the WoW movie? I don't know. Let me hear what you guys have to say about it. All things considered, like... Hey, did you hear about player housing? No, man, actually. What's going on with that? That sounds like what I need, what I've been looking for. What is that? Can you explain? Can you explain, bro? It was decent for the wider audience. I went through levels of it. It first came out, it was a massive disappointment. Thought it was trash. Then I went through a time where I was thinking like, actually, you know, there's kind of some cool scenes on here. Now I watch it and it looks kind of like, it looks really bad, dude. I know for some people it's cool, but it doesn't look Warcrafty, man. Like, let me pull up a scene, dude. Like, nothing is even like proportionate. It doesn't really like follow the source material. Warcraft movie. I want to like it, you know, even in a vacuum, scene to scene. Well, like, look at this, dude. Like, I don't know. The fact that they used like an actual girls or women for the female orcs, and then the actual orcs just looked completely disconnected from the female model. You know what I mean? Like, hold on. Let me find... let me type in Blackhand versus Lothar. Like, let's look at this. This is probably... Am I gonna get fucking copyright strike to all hell? I don't know. I don't care. Like, some things look kind of cool, like for a few seconds there, right? Kind of looking lit for a few seconds here. Griffin tearing people up. This is looking cool. I'm still cool. It's still cool. Still kind of cool. Still kind of cool. Griffin just murking orcs. You think this looks good? Just keep watching though, bro. Just keep watching, Crazy, because there are times where it looks kind of cool. Like right now, it's looking kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it's looking kind of cool right now. But you'll see. Hold on, dude. I think it's when you see the female orcs, bro. Like, it doesn't even look the same as the male at all. That was one thing that dragged me out of it. Like, you'll see, dude. Like, all right, I'm kind of locked in right now, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of locked in. I'm kind of about to turn this up. did this come out, boys? when did this go out?
For my son.
2015. For my son. See, bro, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You see what I mean? Come on, man. Right there, dude. Right there. Like, that's the start. Like, dude. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense, dude. Oh, she's half? Okay, maybe. Maybe, because she's half? Okay, maybe. It's like, you know what I mean? But not knowing that, bruh, like it doesn't even look remotely similar, right? Like this guy's clearly some CGI thing, and this is a human with makeup. So she's half human? The lighting on the animation on the green screen pulls me out of it. Go to the scene where Thrall is born. They have a better female orc. So the other female orcs don't look like this. This is a half orc. Garonda kind of fine, not gonna lie. Hey, guys, you're missing the point. Stop talking about how hot the orc is, okay? All right, stop it. Stop it. It's kind of fine, though. You're right. But it doesn't look... It looks disconnected from the CGI. Like, my immersion is broken. I'm broken. Are you guys broken?
Kill him!
The Makara is sacred. The human one. Fairly. Let your warriors honor their tradition.
Oh, I see an orc female in the back. Dude, that's looking so rough, bro. You know what I mean? It's not even close, guys. I'm trying to like rock. I'm trying to hang in there with you. Dude, look at the orc in the back. That looks like a piece of Play-Doh, dude. You see the orc in the back? You see? Go to the scene with Duraton and his wife.
I will not be disobeyed. What are you waiting for? Do as I say. Traitors.
The orcs look kind of cool.
Do it myself.
Who will obey you? If you're gonna
I think that's what it is, bro. It's like it's looking fine. Like if it was just these orcs and they were consistent with it, I'd be able to lock in and like it would be more on point, right? But you see all these big monstrous things, and then it cuts to.
Get out of my way! I'll do it myself.
Who will obey you? If you're gonna war
That's
with
just a
mankind.
woman with makeup on, right?
If you do this, you will lose the war. And this war is only beginning.
The griffin looks sick, though.
For your son. So your spirit can teach him.
Black Hand versus Lothal. I mean, it was better than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, like the orc female, right? The orc female. The orc female. Yeah. You haven't seen that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I have actually, bro. Like watched it start to finish. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that? Kind of want to watch another scene, man. Go to 2357 timeline. What do you mean? But yeah, I was talking about my gaming history. So yeah, it was basically N64. And then I want to think, is there anything in between? N64 straight into... You know what it was, actually? There was something. There was something. There was a console that came out in 2000... At the turn of the century. Guys, what console came out at the turn of the century? It was actually an insane next-gen console, but nobody liked it somehow. No, oh, I guess Xbox kind of did. But no, it was Dreamcast. Yeah, dude, I had Dreamcast. I actually had Dreamcast, and I was watching it. Well, I wasn't watching because I was playing Sonic. I was playing the Sonic game. But my like the Y2K, Times Square, like everyone thought the world was going to end, right? I remember playing Dreamcast as the clock hit 2000. I was playing Dreamcast and just like listening to like the chaos in the background. Like everybody was like bracing themselves and I'm just like playing Sonic. Dreamcast was lit though. Such a goated memory. Yeah, they had like a little mini what even was that thing? It wasn't like a Game Boy, but it was like a Tamagotchi. Like Sega Dreamcast had a little removable Tamagotchi from the top of the controller. It was like this big, and it had a screen on it, but the screen was just black and white. And with the Sonic game, you could literally nurture your like Sonic pets like Tamagotchis. There wasn't that many good games for Sega Dreamcast, but I know I had two other games. I had Echo the Dolphin, ECCO the Dolphin. Actually wasn't bad. I would use that to like show people the graphics on Dreamcast because that game was like really crazy looking. And then I also had Crazy Taxi. I think that's all. I think that's honestly the only games I had on it.
May your blades never dull.
Dreamcast, yeah. Oh, the tennis game. My mom bought the tennis game for herself. It was one of the weirdest things ever. Like, my parents aren't even really gamers, right? My mom went to GameStop, or EB Games, bought the tennis game. It was called Top Spin for herself. She's like, oh, this is my game. Yeah, like, I'm going to play this. I was like, okay. Yup. And so then after Dreamcast, I want to say it was GameCube. I want to say it was... Yeah, I actually had a GameCube before I had an Xbox, I think. I'm not sure. I'd have to like go back and look at the timeline. But I believe I had a GameCube before Xbox. But it could have been the other way around. I know I got Halo 1, right? But I didn't get Halo 1 at launch. I remember going over to my buddy's house. This was in, I guess, elementary school. Maybe 5th grade. But I'm over at his house watching him play campaign Halo 1 with the big Duke controllers, right? Like the large controllers. Were in his basement, you know, eating chicken tendies. Actually, we never, honestly, New York kids, we never got coddled by our parents, actually. They never brought us food. They never did anything. We were completely independent. Starting in elementary school, I don't know if you guys had similar experiences. In California, it's not that way. The kids get like pretty much shuttled around by the parents and everything just like taken care of by the parents. Starting in elementary school in New York, bro, you were on your own. Like, you would go get breakfast on your own. You'd go to the deli. You'd go... You know, I had like a girlfriend in like 5th grade, you know? Like, starting in 5th grade, bro, I was taking...
Patrol Warrior up.
Hardcore
TBC hype.
I went on my first double date when I was in 5th grade. You know, I like literally, it was just to like the deli. It was to the deli, Manor Deli. And I took my girlfriend Katie and my buddy Graham took his girlfriend Carl, and we like literally had like a double date and like bought them like a bagel with butter on it. Oh, yo, Super Steve, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime, man. I appreciate it, bro. The Troll Warrior Arc Hardcore TBC hype. Yo, thanks so much for the Prime, man. I appreciate it, dude. You've been keeping me company these past days. I've been seeing you in here a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it, bro. Grown man control his BF Carl. No, it was Carly. It was Carly. Yeah, it wasn't his BF. But yeah, dude, I remember being amazed that I even was able to attract a girl. I'm an only child, right? And I was coming from another country. I literally had an Australian accent, guys. I know you can't even believe that that's true, but I swear that's true. Like, I had like Australian lingo, you know, runners, Barbies, what do they call barbecue, right? Like all that. And I'm coming here, my sense of fashion is fried compared to the New York kids. They're so savage. They're like so like mean, but kind of in an endearing way, you know? So like, anyway, like I have like my first girlfriend, you know, like I'm calling her at night on the phone. Like you call your girl at the time then, and like there could be like a parent listening on the other line, like they pick up and they're just like listening in on your phone call, right? And this is like the era of like fax machines and stuff too, right? Like all of that, you know. I remember like sneaking down to my den to like call my girlfriend at the time and like be like a good boyfriend. Anyway, to get back to the gaming thing, I remember watching my buddy play Halo 1 at his house. This is in the era of Family Guy. Family Guy is like brand new, fresh, and like insanely edgy and good. South Park already been around. South Park was already goated. Oh, that was another one though. N64, I had some South Park games that were lit. There's this one like almost like a trivia game show game for South Park. Anybody remember that? For N64? G'day, Kargoz. Yup. Shrimp on a Barbie. Can you explain how you do the pre-quest hand-ins from Rested XP? I don't have that guide, man. I kind of remember it from back in the day, though. So the ideal way you do it is you get summoned around, and if you're with a group that's going to like dungeon cleave or whatever, you just need one of you to have a summoner, like a warlock in each location. You can just run characters out, and you summon all around the world, and you turn it in that way. That's by far the fastest. It's way better than flying, and it's a lot easier achievable than you think if you have a play group. You know, a lot of people are going to have the same pre-questing route, so I almost guarantee you people will be selling summons as well as you would be able to like just like make it happen with your... Oh, I'm in a bad spot actually. I'm in the middle of no man's land and there's red mobs all around me. Holy shnikes. Oh, okay. Let me go this way. But if you were going to do by yourself, I think you have to set your Hearth EPL, is it? You start Silithus, turn everything in Silithus, go like Ungoro if you have anything there, Hearth EPL, turn in all those like crypt parts, all that stuff there in EPL, and then there's a bunch of stuff in Winter Spring too, right? Somehow you have to get to Winter Spring, like maybe use your teleporter or something, but you have to go to Moonglen, whatever that place is called, where you turn in like the Purifier of Light quest chain there, maybe some Fellwood stuff, some Winter Spring stuff. You just have to kind of make a route, man, that makes sense. Did you not play Super Smash Bros? Oh, I played Super Smash Bros. Yeah. I remember clear as day buying Super Smash Bros. And reading the manual in the car home, opening the box. I remember putting a cassette into the car to play music. I don't remember what the cassette was. Probably was like Linkin Park or something like, you know, Blink. It was probably Blink 182. Those OG Blink 182 albums were goated, right? But it was in a Jeep, some kind of like Jeep Cherokee or something like that. It was probably my parents or my friend's dad. But yeah, I got Smash Bros in a Best Buy late night car ride home, reading the manual. Yeah, I definitely had Super Smash Bros, man. 8-track music cassette. Ashes of Creation shutting down? Is it really? Who's your go-to character in Smash? It was... It's gonna sound really questionable. Pretty sure it was Jigglypuff, bro. And then I kind of like learned that Fox was cracked, and I started playing Fox. And like some Samus. But I think I was a Jiggly main, dude. He was kicking me back, dude. Fox, yeah, Fox was cracked though. Fox was like the most OP of the original Smash Bros. Fox was the most OP, I'm pretty sure, man. Pikachu and Kirby. Playing 2004 RuneScape private server. Did you play RuneScape back then? I did not. I missed that, actually. I totally missed that. I played some EverQuest at my buddy's house. Well, I kind of like watched him play. I don't know if I actually ever played. I watched him running around the gigantic world and stuff. He was playing it on console, though, boys. I don't know what console that was, but it wasn't computer. But I remember him playing on console. And then, yeah, so like I had pretty much, I believe it was GameCube first. First game was Luigi's Mansion and Madden. Those are the two games that I got. Yo, we got that big Tolduck raid. We got that big raid from TD. That's my boy TD Tolduck. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. What's going on with this RIP Ashes of Creation? I thought that game was just about to start blossoming. What's going on with that, dude? What is that? Can you give me the TLDR? Ashes of Creation dead? Are you guys trolling or what? Are you trolling? Big Tolduck in the house. Yeah, I love Tolduck. I love Tolduck. They laid off everyone? What is this? RIP, AOC, RIP, Steven, RIP, staff rug pull confirmed, fired. Everyone has been fired and they are no longer a company after February 2nd. "39 minutes ago." I mean, doesn't seem very legit of a post, but it's just some guy who posted that. There's 120 upvotes though. New World has officially outlasted Ashes of Creation. Going EA on Steam just to cancel development 2 months later is such a despicable move. Steven knew this was coming and did one last rug pull in December to get as much money as he could. Everyone knew that shit wasn't ready to go. And that's it, folks. No MMOs on the horizon. Everything in NA MMO sphere is cooked. Bro, that's crazy. You think that's true? You think that's true, guys? You think that's true? Matt Shepard. It's weird how the only successful MMO that has ever been made since EQ is WoW. Steven resigned and staff let go. How anticlimactic. Watch the video. There's a video? Where's the video at? Oh, open. Hold on, let me open it on this monitor. Just make sure it's like fine. Damn, we were just getting good with all the gaming nostalgia.
The Warren Act that Intrepid was not able to renew. As of February 2nd,
hold on, I'll get it going on.
Employees at Intrepid Studios are laid off. Steven also sent out his own heartfelt letter to the entire team. Steven has resigned from Intrepid Studios. You just read Margaret's letter.
Right.
So we're done. This is it. GG.
So, wait, you said this was in relation to something in California that just went into effect?
Yeah, there was a labor warrant act. You'll have to get the
yeah, I'll have to get caught up from somebody smart there.
I would,
my humble goat. My humble goat.
There was
so Ashes of Creation early access, endgame grinding. Wait, was this the game? Yo, guys, I'm so fried right now. Is this the game that like Shobek was playing that like Bobka said was gonna be good? Like, I'm so fried. I know you guys love other MMOs. I'm kind of a WoW one trick. I don't really try anything. I don't really fucking do anything. I'm either like playing WoW or like Halo or like pickleball. Is this the game that like everybody was like hyped for like 2 seconds ago? Yes, yes. This was the super ambitious MMO. Like, this was the one that like Shobek was playing like a couple months ago and had massive viewers on, no? And like posting shorts and like, wasn't this like, I feel like this just launched or something. I was hearing a lot about this a few months ago. Biggest red flag ever. Long ago, they were charging $300 to $400 for alpha access. Paying that amount of money didn't even get you access to the real game. This game has been hyped for like 5 years. I mean, I remember hearing about it like 5 years ago, Wave Cadet. Like, people were talking about it and hyping it up, right? And then it went quiet for a while. I didn't hear much about it. And then, like I said, like a few months ago, I feel like everybody was playing this. And this was like some big deal. And people were asking me too, like, yo, Kargoz, you gonna play that? You gonna play that? I thought something happened, like it finally launched or something. That was my assumption. But let's play this video. Yeah.
There was some labor stuff that apparently that they couldn't get worked out, and it's California laws, and it is affecting the entire company, and they're done. So as we have seen, there's been UCC filings for loans and stuff like that. Some of these loans that were filed were also opened up. The Warren Act that Intrepid was not able to renew. As of February 2nd, all employees at Intrepid Studios are laid off. Steven also sent out his own heartfelt letter to the entire team. Steven has resigned from Intrepid Studios. You just read Margaret's letter.
Right.
So we're done. This is it. GG.
So wait, you said this was in relation to something in California that just went into effect?
Yeah, there was a labor warrant act. You'll have to get the.
You guys buy that though, dude? Like, I live in California. I don't know, bro. To shut down a whole fucking company like that, like, I feel like that's like suspicious. Like, that feels like a. I'll just blame it on California type of thing. I don't know. Like, I still don't know. Honestly, the details. Just my initial impression, right? Let's just keep listening.
Smart there. My humble go.
Like, it'd probably be better just be like, yeah, we fucked up. Like, we couldn't, like, you know, we couldn't make it profitable or whatever the real issue was, you know? I just, like, I'm suspicious that California really shut this down and it wasn't just bleeding out the whole time, you know? So, like, it's live, though, isn't it? This game is live? There are people playing it, like, now? Did it launch? I have so many questions. Did it launch, guys, or was it still in like beta, alpha? Game was in production for 9 years. The alpha is on Steam, so it's just the alpha. Okay. I mean, somebody could still save it, I would imagine. Like, if the game world's already made and it's in alpha and like it's going and like this guy's playing the game actively and there's other players around him, somebody might just swoop in and try to like buy it.
There was some labor stuff that apparently that they couldn't get worked out, and it's California laws, and it is affecting the entire company, and they're done. So as we have seen, there's been UCC filings for loans and stuff like that. Some of these loans that were filed were also opened up. The Warren Act that Intrepid was not able to renew. As of February 2nd, all employees at Intrepid Studios are laid off. Steven also sent out his own heartfelt letter to the entire team. Steven has resigned from Intrepid Studios. You just read Margaret's letter.
Right.
So we're done. This is it. GG.
So wait, you said this was in relation to something in California that just went into effect?
Yeah, there was a labor warrant act. You'll have to get the.
Yeah, I'll have to get caught up from somebody smart there. My humble go.
There was some labor stuff that apparently that they couldn't get worked out, and
the game doesn't even look too nice.
California laws, and it is affecting the entire company, and they're done. So as we have seen, there's been UCC filings.
Dude, this is like hot off the press, bro. This is all happening like today, like a few minutes ago.
Were also opened up.
30 minutes ago.
The Warren Act that Intrepid was not able to renew. As of February 2nd,
Even this?
employees.
Oh, this is live.
Stephen also sent out his own heartfelt letter to the entire
This
team.
stream that we're
Stephen has
watching is
resigned
live. This
from
is
his
just like a little bit
studios.
behind in the VOD. It's like literally live
you
right
just
now.
read
There's 200 people
Mark's
watching.
letter.
Right.
So we're done.
What?
That's it. GG.
So wait, you said this was in relation to something in California that just went into effect?
Yeah, there was a
Oh,
labor
it's like
warrant.
it's just repeating. It's like a clip. Okay, yeah, this is actually like live though. Like there's people watching right now. I can go to like I can go to
the Warren Act.
An
This is the
hour
live
of
right here.
Indeed speed running each day. Like I don't think you guys understand.
Wait, they
you
actually
might
have
actually
the
see me
thing?
do a subathon. So
Whoa, dude, they have the screenshot from him? Hold on. What does this say? I'm gonna make it as big as I can. I'm gonna make it as big as I can, dude. Hold on. This is the guy. This is like the guy who made the game. Okay, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue Warren Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserve better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me. Obviously, I've been in this situation before where you have a board, right? Like you're an entrepreneur, you think you're your own boss, but once you take a second of anyone else's money, you actually have many bosses. It's actually a pain in the butt when you have a board and they want results, and it's like actually incredibly stressful. And I remember the first thing I did when my last like company where I raised money for ended, the first thing I did is I joined the military because I just like wanted to do the opposite of like what I had been doing and just like be told what to do and just whatever. I don't think it was a good call in hindsight, but that's not what I ended up doing. Okay, so control of the board shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. So he didn't like what the board was doing. So he resigned and caused like a big snowball avalanche, and then the whole project went to shit. Kind of depends what they were trying to do, like the board, right? Obviously, like it just depends. But you could have seen that one coming, right? If you're like literally the entire face of this thing and all that. So it kind of just depends what was going on. Kind of depends, man. Cauldron stir. Let's go swim this pot.
Victory for Philippa.
I'm gonna use this cauldron stir for like 2 seconds, all right? Don't get mad. I know we're going Kamisayo. I promise. But I need like a one-hander. Like I have like a 3 DPS axe. Okay. Let me Did the board charge 300 for early access, Keck? Yeah, I can keep playing it.
You guys for money. What kind of job? Ideally none. I like streaming. Ideally none. But I mean, realistically, sales was pretty chill. Fable, thank you for the follow. I mean, I live in Maine, so open to opportunities. Like, if you let me work remote, I will just fuck off and play video games all day.
Bro,
But
so this guy's an Ash's content creator, and because the game is dead, he's literally trying to find a job now. Oh my god, that's actually wild comms. That is wild comms, bro. The game that you're covering just like shuts down randomly, and you're like, well, what am I gonna do with myself now? That's crazy, bro. That's too funny. Man, it's great that you're pumping back so much TBC content, but nothing like kicking back with you in some old school Azeroth HC leveling. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Chiswick. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm trying to do both. Like, and I feel like it's a good balance, actually. Like, if I'm just playing Arena and we're just talking about that stuff, like, it doesn't really... That's fun, too. But sometimes you got to do the opposite. Like, we can actually connect with your community, talk. Immerse.
Walk.
And do all that. And I think it's the perfect balance. Like, let me ask you guys something. Can you reasonably PvE sweat and PvP sweat? Can you do both? I don't think you can, bro. Like, that's no life, bro. Like, I mean, it's gonna cost so much gold. I mean, maybe you can, but like, I'd rather just have multiple characters that I cap games on per week in Arena. I feel like that's like more bang for your buck and better. So I guess what I'm getting at is like, I don't think I'm gonna PvE sweat at all. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna really touch raids. Maybe we can just pug some raids as like a community. Like, it's gonna be brain dead easy. Like, everything that we want to do, we can just make a pug. You know, I'm not trying to like do splits and stuff, you know. The balance is great. Your old YouTube just chatting leveling was goated. Hell yeah. So if you're new to the stream right now, if you don't know what's going on, I guess Ashes of Creation is dead. TBC stonks up and to the right, boys. TBC looking good, bro. All the Ashes refugees coming in here, man. We welcome all the Ashes refugees. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. More than welcome. This is Paro Gold from Bobka. Bobka's community is filled with Oilers, man. Like, they literally go so hard. You know, he's like my size as a stream, right? He has like 3K subs, like 2.7. He's got like, his community is like drinky crows, man. It's awesome though. I'm happy for him, bro. No cam, does what he wants to do. Got his dream car, bought it cash. Fucking love Bobka. I know who the real ones are too, man, because like, even when I had all that drama and stuff, like Bobka like was like having my back massively, like trying to at least. Everyone else was just quiet. It was the most deafening silence ever, bro. Everybody dogpiling up on your boy and everybody just quiet. Quiet. Yo, what is this guy doing? Oh my god, there's a troll on YouTube. And hide user on channel. Sorry about that, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. You guys spamming like 900 messages. Yo, anybody on YouTube want to be a mod? I need some more help on the YouTube side of things, man. Type something in the YouTube if you want to be if I like notice your name, you've been here a little bit, watching a good amount. Can just help clean up the chat if there's like robots. Bobby has good salesmanship too? Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. $2962. Oh, whoops. Let me see if I can. Alright, Farah, I got you guys. I got you. New mod hype. New moderator hype. Gambler too, I got you, bro. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We still got a solid, like, almost 80 people on YouTube, you know what I mean? It's pretty solid. If you ever want to see my VODs, by the way, guys, even on Twitch, YouTube's probably the best way to do it. All my VODs just get auto-saved there. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. We've been live for over 7 hours now. Just grinding, leveling. What up, Exos? Yeah, doing an HC run. Yup, we're leveling the Kamisayo way.
What brings you here? Winds be worth digging.
Anybody remember Gray's first hardcore dinger?
Greetings, ancestors.
Many moons ago. Gray's first ding level 60 in hardcore. This was like in 2020. We made a massive line all through Bloodhoof Village. Pretty much to like... Yeah, it was just to that bridge. But it was pretty much from here all the way to that bridge. We just lined up with characters on either side. And Gray's walked through all of it. And then he actually busted open a bottle of champagne in real life and like poured it all over himself. Yeah. I'm leveling with my brother. He's Prot Pally, and I'm full Destro Warlock with Pyroclasm, Hellfire Sun. Oh yeah, that sounds fun, man. Pally Warlock's sick. Even in vanilla, it's pretty sick. Yeah. Yup. Stormbringer belt. Oh shit! Did you just get that? Oh wait, should we do solo self-found, or we should just play normal hardcore? But I don't got the time to do solo self-found. Would be huge. I had a guildie just find this.
Yeah. Real ones
Big
remember your
good to see
dwarf
y'all.
Pally.
Real ones
Also,
remember
did
your
you
dwarf
actually get
AOE
divorced?
Pally. Also, did you actually get divorced?
Oh shit, Rudy Garcia, thanks for the $10, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Big Kargoz, good to see you. Real ones remember your dwarf AOE Pally. You know that dwarf AOE Pally, Rudy? Believe me or not, that was the first character on Bloodsail. In the server, when I rolled that, dude, there was no one playing on Bloodsail pretty much. There was one guild, and it was just like Aper Kit Kat's guild. And the server was pretty much dead, other than that. And that character was like even before hardcore, bro. But that was like right before hardcore. Like I finished that run right before doing the whole Iron Lad arc, and we basically like blossomed to Bloodsail from there. But yeah, dude, thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. Did you actually get divorced? Yes, unfortunately, that is true. That is true. My family is 3,000 miles away on the East Coast. Yeah, I hate to see it. And I am on the West Coast. Those are my favorite streams I've ever watched. Yeah.
Be careful.
I remember Matt Shepard was there for sure. I rolled on Bloodsail because of that tune. The homeless gnome in the starting area that asked you for copper. Bro, that's like wild. Yeah, that you remember. It's so crazy to me that that's what streaming can do for you. People remember the smallest things from 6 years ago. Yup. Kind of feels like yesterday in a way. That was 2020. That's crazy. Man, Ash as a creation is dead, boys. Ash as a creation is dead. Gone too soon. Man, oh man. Thoughts on that? Are you guys like devastated, or you guys don't really care? Did anybody like... I mean, you're not going to get refunds, right? So if people spent like $400 on that, are you just fried right now? You can't even play anymore? One of my favorite miniseries you made back in the day was that WoW Safari. Oh yeah, 4.0. Yeah. I had fun with those. I still from time to time get people asking about him. Except Kyle's gone missing. Oh, isn't this a new quest put in for TBC? Kyle's gone missing. It's all coming back, dude. This is a... Pretty sure you have to go like find this like wolf pet in Blood of Village. If you read what I wrote, everyone in here, we should all be happy to be alive. That's good comms, dude. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had someone that I wasn't really so close with, but someone who I saw in the last week that died yesterday. Yeah, and it's the dad of, you know, it's like a dad of a teenage girl. She's like 15 or something. She's one of my friend's daughter's best friend. And like, I was just talking to her. Anyway, like I was talking to her dad, and he's like dealing with some drugs and stuff, right? Not doing so good overall. But like, I talked to him about a week ago, and he was like gonna try to show up a lot more for his daughter. Like he was like getting it together, that type of vibe, you know? Like, all right, time to get my shit together, time to show up for my daughter more, blah, 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 blah. Car accident yesterday. Car accident yesterday, bro. You never know, man. You never know. Yo. Yep. The Lost Pet quest, that's very touching. Oh, like what the actual quest text? Yep. No, but it's good comms. I don't mean it to be a bummer, you know. It's just like, you should be happy if you're alive, honestly. You should be happy if you're alive, and try to just like make your peace with everything you've done every day. You just never know. You never know. I think a lot of us probably never envisioned ourselves as like, you know, 30-year-olds, mid 30-year-olds, whatever, 40-year-olds, however old you guys are, 20-year-olds, like. Running MC on my Torn Night Slayer. Hope you're having a good night, homie. Thanks, Vertigo. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks for that $10 again, Rudy Garcia. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, all the and honestly, even if you're just watching the ads, I know they're a pain, and they tend to hit at the worst moments. But those ones actually support me in a big way too. So even if you're just watching the ads, I appreciate it as well, honestly. You know, or if you just leave the stream up, you know, if you're gonna go somewhere, if you just leave the tab up. I'm just in the early innings of kind of like rebuilding my presence online. I'm 6 weeks back, boys. 6 weeks. And I feel like it's going pretty good for being 6 weeks back. You've had some really good streams. You've had some just like kind of lukewarm streams. Put a lot of videos out. Building it back up. Building it back up. My worst nightmare. I have kids. I've made a lot of decisions to better my life. I'm almost 6 years of sober now. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome, bro. 6 years, dude. It's... yeah. Yeah, we all have our demons, man. When's the last time you talked to Def Camp? Recently. He's actually on Night Slayer. He actually is down to come back. I messaged him on Discord, Hail Mary, because of like our discussion we had the other day. And he responded back and he's like, yo, I've been thinking about coming back. And I was like, yeah, you should come through, join Bobby's Guild. You know, we're here. Told him some of the Scarum boys that are still playing the game, you know, people that he would recognize. And he's like, all right, yeah, I'm going to boost something. So I think he boosted a priest. Crix is back too, if you guys remember Crix from YouTube. Warlock guy. Yup. TBC dragging our asses back for one more arc. Maybe the last arc? Is this it, guys? Is this the last one? Is it time to grow up after this last arc, guys? Make our peace with this game? Until death do us part. This is the one. Oh, no. Kyle's gone missing. This one's great, though. Why is it telling me to do this? The Ravaged Caravan. Yeah, we returned this one. This one leads to the Venture Co quest. You know you're playing this game till you can't breathe. Bro, this is like a weird thing with my UI, actually. So these mobs are gray to me, but it's displaying as red. I need to fix that. Told myself I was done after Sod. Oh boy, then they're gonna open up just as we're about to rinse the addiction, guys. Just as we're about to get free. We're about to go cold turkey. Wow, this is the last trilogy I'm running it back on. Just as we're about to escape the clutches of this game. What did they do, man? They go make Classic Plus. Jesus. My God. We're cooked. Just as we're about to escape the clutches. This troll is looking strong. What up, Rosie? How you doing, Rosie? How's your Saturday going? It's late for you, huh? Probably 2 a.m. 3 a.m. Imagine they do Titan Forge servers and NAEU until Classic Plus. The Titan Forge servers are looking kind of interesting to me, bro. Until you guys told me today that you can buy 25 men raid loot. That's just insane. I don't think any of us want that, right? Or do you? Or do you? You trying to swipe a Shadowmourne or Frostmourne? Like Warmade? I wonder if they'll put that on that server. You can just skip all of it and just buy a Frostmourne. Wait, is it Shadowmourne or Frostmourne? Or is it both? 0707 Rosie. 3:30 a.m. Damn, where are you from, Rosie? Rosie's also a Night Slayer. One of the 7% of my female audience. 93% Sausage Fest up in here. Netherlands, gotcha. Shadowmourne. What's China? They have different rules in China. Yeah, for sure. Bro, the crazy thing, has anybody ever played one of those 4X gacha games on phone? It's okay if you have. I have too. The most recent one I played, I basically played free to play. Just for the lulz for a second. I already quit. But like, I spent like 20 bucks on it, right, over the course of a couple months or whatever. Right? Like, the first one I played, I spent like 10 grand on. It was not good. And I regret it every day. But those games, man, it's unbelievable how much people spend on those games. You guys, if you haven't played one, you have no idea, man. You have no idea. I'm talking like 100 plus per day, and you're like a mid spender. You're a mid spender. You're not even a kraken. You're not even a whale. You're not even a fucking octopus or a dolphin. You're just like a mid spender, dude. It's insane, man. Pokemon Go. Yeah. I probably paid 3K on Clash of Clans. That's the worst. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Oh my god, is he leashing these things to me? He heals me to transfer the threat? Bro, this is like looking grim, dog. What's this guy trying to do to me, bro? Buffing me to give me threat too? I mean, I'll peel for you. What is going on, dude? There's a bald or blood elf warlock running out too. Do we turn? There's like 20 mobs out here. Oh my gosh, man. What is going on in there? What is going on? Are we all homies now, dude? Did we just survive something epic? Yeah, you're bonding. Yeah, I'm bonding. I'm bonding. I'm bonding. I'm bonding. Yeah. Is there much open world engagement, guys, in TVC? Tell me about open world interactions you could have in TVC. Maybe while leveling, if you're leveling natty. I don't know if there's much, though, at like max level. Kind of one of the weaknesses of TVC. Karazhan entrance, Noka's flying bounce. AFK at chat, yeah, dude. AFK at chat, just bonding with the boys. AFK. Who's gonna be the first? Everyone crowding around the ashes of Alar mount, bro. I will say, when I got that Glad mount, it was kind of sick, dude. People would actually come around the mount and just like not say anything and just like stand there and look at it. Like in the days after the season, that was really satisfying and cool, man. It is a glorious looking mount, bro. I don't know if it will be this time around because they put this like fucking, you know, boost bullshit mount in there that kind of looks similar to it, which is actually a huge bummer. What was your rating to Glad? It was like 2806 or something. It was the cutoff, or no, 2807, I think. But the cutoff was like 2808. And so we like didn't actually get it by 1 point, and I made a whole video on it saying I missed it by 1 point. But they ended up banning the cheaters. And a couple days later, we actually ended up getting it. So it was actually like a real roller coaster of emotions, man. Like it was. I actually thought we didn't get it, you know. Which mount? The Phoenix one? Oh no, the Glad mount. Like you get like a Nether Drake when you get Gladiator. 310 speed. 310 speed. It's like a little Lambo, a little Ferrari, little Porsche. Oh, that was the first season, speedballing. That's the only season I really played. We were pretty fried after that, me and my partner. But we did get it on season 2 and Windrunner. Playing Lock Rogue. And actually, Lock Rogue, it might actually get stronger in season 2. People think it's a season 1, like one trick type of comp, but Warlock gets really strong in season 2. Warlock is like basically peak strength in season 2. You get all this armor on your gear randomly. You become way tankier. I got Duelist 3 seasons. It was tough to push. What do you think of this KJ idea for Classic Plus? Let me see, brother. See what we got here, bro.
We did have the talks of a third faction very early on, but it wasn't ogres, goblins, gnolls, etc. It was demons.
Demons? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is an idea that not many people have heard, but we considered a third faction made up entirely of different kinds of demons. And it was going to be a pure PvP, a free-for-all PvP faction. Like, they would fight each other.
Holy shit. I've never heard that, man. Dude, I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff I want in Classic Plus. I don't want modern day Activision or Reddit to come up with Classic Plus. I want it to be kind of like the long lost vanilla files, man. Please, man. So we can just like pull from some sort of like objective truth, you know? That's crazy, bro. Sorry to repeat, Kargoz, but do you realize today is the 6-year anniversary of the creation of Iron Lad? Damn, for real? It was actually today? That's crazy. So hardcore's been around for 6 years. Wow. What are the chances? Man, I walk away for an hour and you're using a two-hander? Dude, I was looking for you, Bastler. I needed somebody to reel me back in, bro. You know how I get with long poles, man. You know how I get, dude. You just I was looking for you, bro. Demon factions that grief each other in raids for loot. Get W. Third faction though for Classic Plus. Not opposed to it, bro. Could be cool. Could be cool, like a mercenary type of neutral faction. Ooh. Ooh. And Vanilla WoW Arena. Ooh. Ooh. Insane. What's up, man? Plan on playing this war PvP or PvE? This is on the PvE server on Dream Scythe. So if those of you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, I'm not actually playing this guy normally, or I would probably just boost NGL. But that's why hardcore is sick, because it protects you from yourself. It protects you from your wallet. It protects you from the temptations and the urges to boost and give Blizzard money, to play natty, to play au natural, organic, grass-fed, non-GMO, gluten-free, low GI. We're playing hardcore TBC, and there's a whole community around it. C-Dank's the GM at the moment. Graze is playing. Ompy was playing. I think he's taking a break. But if that's your speed, man, a little more chill, don't want to sweat so much, and play like natty, maybe all the gold buying, all the swiping, all the boosting, all that stuff has got you feeling a certain type of way. This is actually the answer, my friends. This is the answer. Hardcore always has been the answer for that. This version of WoW makes sense. KJ's philosophy seems to be that griefing is what gives life to the game. Like, let the players fight each other and they'll figure it out. Goblin Smasher, guys. Goblin Smasher. This is what they called me in high school. This is my high school nickname. Not compact fighting knife, thankfully. Thankfully.
Ancestors watch over you.
I probably should have got the compact fighting knife, though. But this sells for more money. Compact fighting knife. Oh my god. Too funny, bro. The compact fighting knife. Okay, we're 14. Let's see if we can train here. Can they? Yeah, we can train. Ooh, demo shout. Let's go. This is what we need to press every global. Every first global, we press this now. According to Kamisayo. Whenever I get in call, I'm going to be like, yo, what up, Goblin Smasher? It's just a funny name. It's a funny name, bro. I know you guys were smashing some goblins in high school. It's okay.
Well met.
Smashing some goblins.
May the eternal sun shine.
Was this Warrior HC? Yeah, this Warrior is HC. Yup. Been on a long break from WoW, but I've been doing the retail thing. The free welcome back weekend. Classic looking real cozy though. Yeah, man. Yup. Wait, what am I supposed to do? I need to feed the dog. That's right. I need to feed the dog. Kyle? Is it target Kyle? No. Kyle, yeah, it's Kyle. Feed his prized puppy Kyle the Frenzied. This is the quest for the kid that was dying, right? I think that's what the story of this was. It was like a Make-A-Wish Foundation. And a kid was dying. And he wanted a quest in WoW, so they made him a quest in WoW. It's kind of cool. Bro, what is this, bro? There's a panda and a star shard whelpling. Why do I have a feeling this panda's OG though? How do you get this? How do you get that panda? Isn't this some like crazy thing? The panda's OG? Collector's edition? No shot, dude. Was it really? Oh my god, so that guy's actually, it's like the one pet that means you're a Giga Chad, actually. It's the one pet that gets the pass, right? Oh my god, dude. Why do I feel like this is like some husband and wife like duo leveling? And this is like sickly wife that like is playing undead female. And this is like a moment for them, bro. This is like date night right now. And they both got the pets whipped out. Bro, that does look like it's straight out of 2004, bro. Look at the model. We gotta talk to the guy. Should I actually ask him? I'm actually kind of curious. Let me slash bow. Show respect. Let me look him in the eye. Hero Vision as the panda pet. I'm kneeling down. I'm in position. Am I getting dono walled, boys? Am I getting dono walled? It's a good looking cow. Baby blues. It's got the baby blues. A nice ebony beast. You can sense you bought a Boost 2004 Giga Chad. They left to their bedroom for a minute. That's that guy. I don't think he's here, boys. But bro, so this is confirmed. This is, you have the 2004 collector's edition. Wow. It's actually like an artifact of time, dude. It does look textured in that way, you know? I doubt they updated the texture, right? Like this is literally what it was like in 2004. I think his wife's back. Now look at this, bro. Oh, I fell asleep. It's a crazy contrast, right? Hero Vision has the panda pet. Anyway, I think he's AFK, or just like doesn't want me there. His wife with the fort buff, though. They have the OG pet and the new boosted pet. Very poetic. The beginning and the end. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, dude. There was something kind of symbolic about that, to be honest. The old and the new. For real, dude. It's crazy. And we're doing this pet quest, like, at the same time, too. How am I supposed to do this quest, bro? I have to catch that? Do I chuck the meat at him? Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Oh. Kyle the Frenzied. Kyle the Frenzied eats his lunch. Kyle the Frenzied turned to Kyle the Friendly. Kyle the Friendly thanks you with a special dance. It's actually cool, bro. They made that for a little kid. They probably showed that quest to him, you know? And then what, it runs back to the master or something? Oh, it disappears. Damn, that's... Kargoz, if you had to play one class for the entirety of the original trilogy, no alts, no nothing, just your main, what do you pick? It'd be Hunter, bro. It'd be Hunter. Easy clap Hunter. The Hunter of like, if I had to nerd out. Wait, the voice is different too, though. Bro, don't tell me that's the actual kid's voice. Is that the actual kid's voice?
Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings,
Is it really? It's almost like really dark though. The kid that he died, and they literally just have like a soundbite of the actual kid's voice.
You are not amusing. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, traveler. I have no time for playing.
They gave him a couple voice lines too. I have no time for playing. Damn. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. It's from Make-A-Wish, yeah. The Diablo and Zergling pets are also from the 2004 Collector's Edition, by the way. Damn, yeah, he has it's kind of cool though, right? Like, yeah, he died probably 20 years ago. Guys, actually, it's kind of cool, bro. He died like 20 years probably ago, but he's kind of like immortalized as a kid in this game we're playing 20 years later. Right? He probably died a long time ago. I wrote something dark, but I deleted it. Yeah. It's kind of amazing. That's like his childlike voice, like forever like encapsulated in that. Oh, you wrote me an entire book about it? My bad. I let me see. I think it's too far up. Not bad. I don't even see it, man. My bad. You know how I do. I go on my ADHD rants and don't look at the chat for 10 minutes. My bad. If I ever ignore your message, you guys know that about me already, right? I'm not trying to. Every low-level area in Quest has so much lore and history. Yo, what is the place near here that it's this, right? What is this place again? What you know what I'm talking about? I'll go there for a second if you want. Kargoz, what's the psychological analysis behind boosting, but then feeling no attachment or interest in your character post-boost? I hear you, brother. I still don't have it fully figured out myself, but I think it's like it takes a while in order to properly play your character. Like, have you ever boosted a character and you're playing really bad on it? Like, you just can't seem to get any rhythm. You can't get any momentum on the character. Like, it takes a while to, like, break it in and get and vibe on it. Like, it almost feels like it's insurmountable. It's because WoW does a good job of, like, the pacing. Like, it gives you a few abilities at a time, and you just get more and more comfortable with all the abilities, and, like, it's smoothly, like, adding to your progression. And by the time you level a character to 60, you know, on 1x, like, you feel highly capable with that character. Like, you're ready to do whatever. Like, it's like second nature to you. But if you were to jump on that class cold, it's like you can't do it. You're locked up. You just, like, don't know what to do. There's no sense to it. You haven't built up that logic on, like, what the abilities even do, what they feel like, you know? And I do think, like, you're not connected to that character to a certain. I do believe that there is something there as well. You know, even all these things that I'm boosting, I don't think I'll ever be that connected to any of these characters that I'm boosting. There'll be like an upper limit on how connected you feel to them. It'll only go so far. They, like, deep down, they'll still feel like kind of fake, you know? Wait, I guess this isn't it. There's some place where there's a is it there, boys? You know what I'm talking about? There's like a monument to something. There's like a monument, like someone died, or it's a pretty famous spot. I think it's here, bro. Let me see. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Have you guys seen this? Look at that. Look, it only comes into rendering there. Like, you have to get kind of close to see it. Shrine of the Fallen Warrior. And there's a copper vein here right at my feet. This is kind of a sick stream right now, though. We're vibing, like the Baron's Ballad, Sunset in the Barrens. Never seen that before, Rosie? It's for a dev. It's for a dev that died. It's a tribute to a dev that died. This one looks different from the other spirit healers. Oh, yo, look bottom right. Look bottom right now. There's actually a name. That's probably his name, right? Koiter. Level 60. It's probably a guy named Koiter. Yeah, it's Koiter. Let me see this. Koiter. In the Barrens on a hill southwest of Crossroads, there is a small shrine. On it, there is a memorial dedicated to an orc with the initials MK. MK was Michel Koiter, a Blizzard illustrator who passed away during the development of World of Warcraft. If you visit the memorial, you'll find a spirit healer named Koiter. Interesting background. Nope. It's really sad he died so young. Passed away while the game was being developed. Damn, that article is dead. Passed away of nothing. Thankfully, it's archived. Wayback Machine. Ooh. Wait, is there actually an orc here? Oh, there is an orc here. Whoa. He's in like a unique armor set too. Level 60. That's crazy. Oh, 07. 07, man. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, here we go. There it is. There he is. Just a fellow nerd like us. He died at 19? What? I mean, he already had a career at 19. It's pretty impressive, though, honestly. Born 1984 was one of Blizzard's premium artists, bro. He had like in his entire career ahead of him, bro. You're already a premium artist working on the best game of all time. You're literally making the best game of all time at 19. He was known under his name of Twin Cruiser. In StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, after a battle, Jim Raynor picks up the dog tags of a dead Marine named M. Coiter. Damn, 19's crazy. Whoa, you can actually see his art too. So he died during the beta. Art gallery. Bro, look at his art, guys. You want to see his art? $19. It's pretty dope, man. It's got that old school vibe to it. Dude, the old school websites and style, like everything was... It has a certain look to it, you know? It's so cool, though. Some of the stuff looks so cool. I wonder if any of this stuff made it into the game. Gallery of Twin Cruiser. That was his art name. You think any of this made it into the game? Do you recognize anything? Yeah, everything had character for sure. Yeah. I mean, just look at the old school art style compared to like what it is today, you know, it's so different. Sick Dragons, AI could never. Yeah. I mean, bro, you literally had his whole life, like, ahead of him, bro. 19, already working at Blizzard, working on Vanilla WoW. It's like literally the beta. They literally just got access to the beta and just dies. Crazy. Looks a bit like Onyxia at the bottom. He'd be in his 40s by now. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh man. All right, boys. We've been doing about 8 hours now. I don't think Bobby's getting on, man. I think he might have taken a day off or something. But it's all good. I actually had a really good stream. This was really chill. We can do more of this tomorrow if you guys want, or we can go back to some PvP, get some music going. We're gonna be doing a lot of both though in the coming days and weeks. Once I'm set up with all my arena characters and we're just like capping games, playing games, I want to be able to do like either hardcore or like arena, you know, it'll be like either or. But it was really nice actually, getting to kind of like hear the original music again and just get out into the barrens and stuff. And we can, anytime we have off time from PvP or doing whatever, we can level hardcore. Yeah. I appreciate you guys very much, man. Thanks for all the subs, follows, the likes, all that good stuff. Rest in peace, Ashes of Creation. Rest in peace, M. Coiter. Yup. We heard Nikki. We were looking over it, man. Yo, GG's, guys. Make sure you're followed. If you want to like come back tomorrow and hang out with us again, just to make sure you're like following the stream. I'm gonna host Ompy because Ompy hosts me a good amount, and he has like 9 million viewers. So it's not really gonna make much of a dent hosting him, but hey, it's better than nothing, bro. He always like blesses me and Bobka with viewers. You know, he'll like drop like 2.5K on us. So we gotta do what we can. So make some noise over an Ompy stream, okay? So it looks like we have some kind of impact, even though we're not so many of us. All right, GG's, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.